stream is made possible by viewers like you. Check on two. Yo, what up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. We're going to get started in just a moment. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your support. Hello, world. It's me, HeadshotH4rry. Before we get started, please do check out the links in the description below. You can find HeadshotH4rry on most social networking platforms, such as Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, and more. Feel free to like this. Feel free to share this. Subscribing is free, and it helps me out a lot. So without further ado, let's get into some Minecraft tonight, shall we? We're gonna be listening to some podcasts today. And we're also going to be playing some Minecraft Especial. What a beautiful day it is in Minecraft world. How you doing, folks? I'm HeadshotH4rry. Today, I'm gonna be playing some pretty interesting podcasts. I will be linking them in the comments after the stream. Let's just let's see what's up. I'm gonna start it right away, and as we do this, I'm going to be measuring out where I'm gonna put my big project out there. I'm just gonna take a look. Give me a second to get my little sphere modder. So plots modder, right? Plots.co.uk. Plots.co.uk. You can go and make spheres. You could generate spheres. You could do other shapes too, but I only use it for spheres. I could improv a sphere at this point, but I am going to be doing very specific sizes because they're all going to be at different focal lengths, right? So the small one's going to be up front down here where I'm looking. I need to put a bell down here. It's fucking dangerous. These things go by without warning. I need a bell right here. And then, like, I'm going to build a much bigger one, but put it towards the back and deeper back. So I'm going to measure these out while I'm listening to these podcasts. Be sure to support these podcasters and on their respective streaming services. I will be posting links. Let's start off with the first one, shall we? This one's Jeremy Corbell's latest one. I haven't listened to this, so let's just give it a go.
This is weaponized. Where the hell are we, Jeremy?
We are in a non-disclosed location because we got a party tonight. You and I are going to, I know you hate these, but we're going to do a Q&A for the premiere of a 3-part series that if people haven't watched, they should watch. It's on Tubi. I got followed for almost a year trying to fight for these hearings and seeing where it's going.
3-part series. The whole UFO world is talking about it, debating about it, complaining about it,
right,
whining about it, cheering for it. as usual. And I've seen it. And gosh, I can't let you out of my sight for 1 minute. You're stirring up trouble. You go to Washington and stir up a whole bunch of trouble.
I'm super threatening, apparently. Yeah, man, look, people need to watch it and decide for themselves what they're seeing. I think there's a lot of information in that series. To the best of my ability, I'm telling it like I know it, like I understand it. There's a lot of great things that happened at the hearing. You know, having Lou Elizondo under oath so the American public can decide, do we trust him? That was important to me. I trust Lou. I think when he goes up there and tries to tell you how it is, I believe that's how it is. So I think having him under oath was important. And I did fight for that to get Lou to testify, which wasn't easy. There are some shenanigans, and they're very disturbing to me. Like, having experienced it, I am concerned that the UAP truth has been controlled for so long, and now we're at a point where we're admitting it. You can't take back that David Grush testified. You can't take back that Commander Fravor testified under oath in front of the American public. But that was a sneak attack. This hearing was not. It was controlled. It was managed. It was a setup in some ways. And it's not all bad. But why I'm concerned is because if you have something that's out of control, we now know UFOs are real, they're here, a lot of questions coming, then what you want to do is shape it. You want to control it. I am very concerned that people are being put into position of authority so that they can shape the narrative again. And that is really my biggest gripe. If people watch this series, they can judge for themselves, but that is my concern. I'll be very clear about it. All the king's horses and all the king's men are shaping the UAP narrative again.
That's the thing, is that, you know, for 75, 80 years, the problem has been the limited amount of credible information has been controlled, stigmatized, dribbled out, twisted and turned by the people who control this stuff, the keepers of the secrets. Now, at a moment when it seems that the stigma is reduced, that Congress is interested, major media are taking it seriously, academia is digging in, suddenly there's a new control system that's about to be imposed on it. And although it may look like transparency, a congressional hearing, an open hearing, it's something else. And I know we're going to get into this a little bit later. We're going to hear questions from the public in this episode. At the end, though, I want to come back to a couple of things that I've seen raised on social media, our usual critics, and address some of the remaining questions.
Sure. Yeah, look, people being ordained and put into position for you to go to as a whistleblower or direct firsthand knowledge about UAP, you have to make sure you trust them. They can't be bought. They can't be influenced. They need to be pure reporters and journalists. I am very scared that people are being ordained and put into position as filters for information. I think that's dangerous for whistleblowers. I absolutely directly saw that that is dangerous for the author of the Immaculate Constellation documents, who I walked into congressional offices for meetings so they could see eye to eye months before the hearings, before that was known to the public. I did that not only to vet the witness, the author of Immaculate Constellation, but also, you know, to have that person show their face. Here's my information. This is coming out. And then to see the way that when I submitted that onto congressional record by design, I made sure that I got right there at that morning was the final copy that would be distributed. To see how bureaucratically that was twisted by the people controlling that narrative. If they'll lie about that, Houston, we got a big fucking problem.
Let's hear the question, the Q&A from the public,
okay,
and from our journalist friend, and then we'll come back. There are a couple of loose ends that I want to address and tie up with you.
Jeremy said, hey, we're going to record a podcast. I got a couple of friends coming over.
I underplayed it.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me. Thank you for everybody for coming out. And I have so many questions after finishing that. But the first one I want to start with is, what was the difference between the first congressional hearing and the second congressional hearing? You've used the word controlled to describe the second one. And I'm curious, did anything happen in between those two hearings that changed the layout of the landscape?
Well, the first one felt like a genuine, sincere effort to gather information, to do what Congress is supposed to do, to look into this. And it was sort of a opening curtain for what we hoped would be a long and fruitful investigation for Congress to do its duty and find out where billions and billions of dollars of legitimate national security dollars have been spent over the years, and to ferret out secrets that have been kept under the wraps for a long time. It felt hopeful. This one didn't feel hopeful. I was encouraged by what Lou said. Jeremy and I wasn't really in that episode, but for months talking to congressional staffers in setting this up, and Jeremy did so much work to help members of Congress and their staff make this happen, getting Lou there. We were also involved in the earlier hearing, to line up witnesses that would really make an impact. And it wasn't an ego thing. It wasn't for a TV show. It was really to move the ball down the field on the UFO issue. This one had a different feel. I wasn't able to be there. Jeremy and I were in contact the whole time, and he was telling me what was going on. It was hard to believe what had happened. I don't know if you can get the importance of that whole document, the Immaculate Constellation document. It wasn't a matter of Jeremy needs to have credit for submitting it to Congress. I almost think it's a lucky break that it happened that way.
Yeah.
Because it was a tell. It was like flipping up your whole card to show what was going on. And maybe we can get into what it meant, but it was a lesson in the new reality for the UFO topic. And I think what's happening is a changing of the guard. We think, and I think Danny Sheehan would agree to us and with this, and other people that might be in the audience, that there really is technology, non-human technology, and bodies stashed in hangars or bunkers, and it's been there for a long time. And aerospace companies have been trying to figure it out, and they haven't mastered it yet. I don't think so. They haven't got anti-gravity. They've been trying, but because of the secrecy and these stovepipes, they can't let enough people know that where you could really have some serious progress. And it's maybe their time is up. But what's happening, I think, what came out of this hearing is the changing of the guard is there's a push to move that technology wherever it's stashed into the hands of other companies, other individuals. Do you want to go further than that?
Yeah, look, the hearing thing, here's the deal. George and I were talking. I was calling him for a pep talk before the thing. The first one was authentic. It was David Grush. We had vetted him for a year. We sat behind him in Congress because we knew what he was saying was authentic. This new hearing was absolutely controlled. I didn't understand it at the time. I'm still kind of experiencing it on the TV. I told George, this feels weird. It's as if people are, the toothpaste is out of the tube, as people say, like they can't put it back in, but they're trying to shape the emerging UAP narrative. That's a line from a CIA document. Shape, this way for you, shape the emerging UAP narrative. That's what's going on. Again. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I know we got some people coming forward. I know people are pissed off, and I know we're going to do our best. The first one was a sneak attack. The second one, it was like controlled. It was really weird.
And let's go into the importance of Nancy Mace saying what she said, and what is the overall impact? What impact does it have on whistleblowers? And do you think this makes whistleblowers now afraid or motivated to come out?
A lot of whistleblowers will be coming forward because of what happened.
I mean, it was weird. You all saw it. It was in real time. The cameras were there. It's pretty clear what happened. And it's not a trivial matter. Jeremy had taken this particular witness into 3 of those congressional offices months ago. So they knew what was coming. We had had conversations with the guy, how he wanted the information to come forward. He entrusted Jeremy with this document. We had gone over line by line with that guy, what the contents were. And there was a promise of how it was going to be handled, and then that promise was broken. And it's for reasons that, I was kind of hinting about it. I think it has reasons to do with people who give a lot of money to members of Congress. And again, this change of the guard thing of where that technology is going to end up and whose hands are going to be all over it and trying to exploit it.
Now, George, you also had an incredible series that was released this year, and you were able to travel around the globe. And so I'm curious, do other nations, are their governments operating in a similar way, or do you anticipate foreign whistleblowers coming forward? Are they more open, or are they as closed?
I think most of our closest allies take their cues from us. The Department of Defense doesn't want this stuff out. The people who are really the keepers of the secrets do not want it out. They've kept a lid on it for a long time. They've intimidated witnesses. They've spied on UFO researchers. They've infiltrated UFO organizations. They've withheld information, locked out things in FOIA requests. They've been dishonest with the public for a long time. That's really what got me involved in the topic a long time ago, and probably what fuels Jeremy's interest as well, is they lied to us. And it's provable and demonstrable. And I think that they put pressure on other governments. One example would be in this Netflix series you're talking about, Investigation Alien, we went to Colares. That story about Colares has been floating around a long time, that UFOs came out of the water and out of the sky and attacked natives in these out-of-the-way communities with laser beams for ungodly reasons, unknown reasons, and it seemed to be an outlier in the history of UFOs. And it is. There were real injuries. The story that's been told here and elsewhere is that the Brazilian Air Force came in, did a brief investigation. They stashed all the stuff in some secret program and kept it bottled up for a number of years, and some of it got out. Some of it ended up in Las Vegas with the Bigelow organization, the VAS DIA program. But really, the public's concept of what happened in Colares turned out to be wrong. The laser beams, as we heard from these witnesses who were directly involved, who were in the initial stories that appeared in newspapers all over the world, they were hit with beams of light, but there was a filament in these beams, and it took blood and tissue samples. There were several hundred people who ended up in the hospital, and the doctors looked at them and thought they were anemic because they'd lost so much blood. It was a sampling operation. It wasn't an attack. The people that were on the ground who've come forward to talk about it, including some of the military guys, said that they had videos and photos of these giant craft coming out of the river and just sitting there. And where that film went, it didn't go to Bigelow and the DIA. We have a pretty good idea where it did end up. But, there is some really strong evidence from that case. Hundreds of people injured. Now, 40 years later or so, they see it in a much different way. They were terrified at the time, but they realized it was some kind of a non-violent, although not pleasant, sampling operation, and they're okay with it. That was an eye-opener for me.
And when it comes to the Immaculate Constellation document, I'm curious if maybe you want to explore some of the things that were said in there. I know they talked about orbs being maybe the most prevalent. There was an interesting situation of it using clouds as cover, which shows some form of intelligence or communication, and F-22 being surrounded by craft. I'm wondering if you could talk about some of the things in that document that stood out to you.
I believe the Immaculate Constellation information is legitimate. And I think you need to decide for yourself. But there is footage of that. There is footage of what you just said.
I didn't answer your question before. I'm sorry to go back to this, but I got off on a tangent. Us old people do that. The Brazilian Air Force gathered a great deal of information and evidence and kept it locked up for a long time. And I think they did it at the behest of the U.S. government. They released some of it. I'm pretty sure that they haven't released all of it, or that we haven't released all of it. But our government leans on other governments. And I think other governments have shown that they are more inclined to release information and to be more open with their public. Several governments around the world have released all their files, or at least the least sensitive ones. And I think we are largely responsible for that. I think the best evidence ends up being scooped up by our government and stashed who knows where. That means materials, maybe bodies. If you've seen James Fox's Margina film, I think that's pretty good evidence that some kind of a collection operation goes on all over the world. We are the primary reason that this secret is being kept, other than them, whoever they are.
And a big topic in the public lately has been the drones, which have now seemingly almost disappeared from media without anybody being given an explanation officially of where they come from, what they are. I'm curious if you guys want to talk about that a little bit and maybe confirm, were some of these the size of SUVs? Were some of these able to go underwater and be submersible? What information have you guys been given?
Yeah, look, we are people on an island as journalists. Like, I can tell you for sure that contacts of mine and George's have said to us that they proved to us that objects have come out of the water that are pyramid shaped that hover over nuclear facilities. It's insane. I don't know what our government is going to say. I don't know what our president is going to say. I don't know anything. But bottom line is, you've been told that something weird is going on, but you have not been given an answer for it. You deserve an answer. Like, your government is supposed to represent you. So I don't know what's going to happen with this UAP drone thing, but you all know it's weird, right? Yeah.
It's like ufology 101. 90 to 95% of everything that's reported is explainable in prosaic terms. That's just the basic fact. And I think that's true for these drones as well. Every single day, if you follow Twitter or Facebook, and the emails I get are hundreds and hundreds of videos and images that people have collected. Oh gosh, there's a UFO drone, mystery drone. And most of them, I'm not an image analyst. I don't pretend to have any expertise, but we've been around the topic long enough that we can scratch some things off the list. And they look like airplanes to me. A lot of the things that people are saying are mystery drones. And then some of them look like drones. A lot of them are just blobs in the sky moving around. You can't tell what they are. But the reports that we've had from credible people of them over nuclear plants and over missile bases, military bases. Langley, 17 days in a row last year. Then the 3 bases in the UK, very sensitive installations. These things come from nowhere. You can't track them. You don't see them coming in. They disappear to nowhere. You can't track them to see where they go. That's a big, serious matter. They don't have to be alien to be frightening. Imagine if the Chinese actually do have drones that do this, that can hover over our sensitive installations, and there's not a damn thing we could do about it. We have pretty good information from the UK bases that they tried to take them down. They used EMP and our most sophisticated anti-drone tech, and it did nothing. Now, who's got that tech? If it's the Chinese or the Russians, it's way worse than it's aliens. It's way worse.
Yeah. Shout out to Chris Sharp. He's a UK journalist. You know, you saw him in maybe episode 1 and 2, worried about me and George. I'm worried about Chris Sharp because, you know, he's working in the UK system where journalists don't have as much protection. I don't know what's going to happen. All I know is that we're at a breaking point. We're at a breaking point because whistleblowers are coming forward, and we wouldn't be putting it out if it wasn't something we believed in.
The use of drones as sort of a blanket explanation for strange stuff in the sky is, we were just joking about it a couple of months ago, but it's Dronapalooza. It's drones as the new swamp gas. Is that, you know, that's what you hear. Well, it's just drones. You know, 2019 off the west coast of the U.S., 10 U.S. Navy warships are buzzed by 100 different objects over several days at night, and they don't know where they came from. They don't know where they went to. Just drones. Well, one of those drones was captured on this thermal image, the USS Omaha image. That thing is round, 14 feet across. It followed the USS Omaha for an hour, and after doing that, it went into the water. The radar information that Jeremy obtained shows the screen with 14 of these things all around the ship. Sometimes they come in and they disappear from radar, then they go away. The U.S. government tried to explain that as drones launched from some cargo ship. It was bullshit. It wasn't. We had agents on the ground on that ship as soon as it got docked at Long Beach.
Yeah, and we talked with them in the FBI. We made sure that the information was correct. It's crazy what's going on, yeah.
Yeah, well, drones become the new explanation for everything strange in the sky. It must be just drones. Well, you know, if those really are Chinese drones, that's a really big problem. And it's not a legitimate explanation for the kinds of things that people have been seeing in the sky for a long time. It's almost karma. You want to call them drones? Here, we got some drones for you. How do you like them over New Jersey?
And you guys have been covering this topic for a long time. You've seen a lot of changes, a lot of things happen. Jeremy, when I first spoke with you, you were very calm, cool, collected. You said, I am the least paranoid person you'll ever meet.
Right.
You felt great. And then an episode of Weaponized came out where you guys discussed a dead man's switch as an insurance policy.
Yes.
It seemed like things got a little bit heated.
Yeah.
And I'm curious how that felt. Were you ever nervous? Are there concerns for your family, things like that? Or where were you at and why was this so different?
I don't want to talk about how I feel. So yeah, it's look, the idea that what is going on, people need to look at the information and see that this is, I have a joke, all the king's horses and all the king's men want to shape the UAP narrative again. But that's real. That's true. That's a mandate. Mark my words one last time. Shape the emerging UAP narrative. With David Grush, with Commander Fravor, with Ryan Graves in the first hearing, it was a sneak attack. It was me and Tim Burchett, man, we were high-fiving. We got this shit out. It was crazy. And all of a sudden, everybody swooped in. For 2.5 months, I was under scrutiny with national security people on the Vimeo or whatever, on the video calls, trying to figure out mine and George's sources. This shit got crazy. So how do I, like, your question was, how do I feel? What's the difference, right? I am the least paranoid person that you've ever met. I am. I've just had experiences that show me that people are trying to shape the narrative. George and I are trying our best to get information out there.
The question would be maybe, is intimidation and threats real? Are people killed for UFO secrets? And I don't know. I mean, you hear these stories in ufology here and there. When we've tried to track them down, I've never actually confirmed somebody who was killed because of this. But the intimidation is real. That's real. Surveillance is real. Tapping of phones is real. And the mind games that happen. That episode that was shown in this series, in the finale of the series, that was real. We met this guy in a park, what we thought in another state, that we thought it was going to be okay. See this odd vehicle. It's the only one in the park that's there ahead of us. You know what? Let's move somewhere else. We go, 15 minutes away, go to this pizza place, park on a side street. That damn car is right behind us when we came out. They didn't mind us knowing what they were doing. It was meant to intimidate. Would the secret keepers murder somebody to keep the secret? I don't know, but they've done some pretty shady stuff. Look what they did to Dave Rush. They leaked these personal records about mental health stuff and episodes in his personal life. Bob Lazar, we saw that a long time ago with him, and it gets real. That stuff is real.
Do you ever think about taking a step back when those moments happen? Is there any hesitancy from either one of you?
I was trying to take a step back. I tried to retire.
They pulled me right back in. I don't know, man. I mean, my wife hates it. Why do I got a fucking Cybertruck with a UFO plate? I'm an idiot, probably. Why do I let Marianne come up to me at fucking Bacali's and hang out with you? I don't know. Like, I don't know. Yeah, definitely I pulled him back in. But the thing is, like, what are you going to do? You got to push forward. You got to try. Yeah, it sucks when it spills over to family. It sucks. You'd imagine in America, like, you could do journalism without the preoccupation of, fear. I don't know. We're in a new era. I don't know what's going to happen, Grant. You're a journalist too. We have to fight for this.
And I want to talk about the big lie at the end of this series.
Fuck.
I know before you had mentioned in our article that one of the greatest things our government could do is fake a UFO attack. Is this something similar when you talk about this lie? Would you care to expand on it, or what would you be maybe willing to share to give some context and perspective to it?
Yeah, I hope I'm wrong. Bottom line is, this is being said. So the idea is, we have to say it now. If we don't say it now, then we're just kind of like participating in the bullshit. Is it true? I fucking hope not.
One of the good things is the level of public interest in the topic. Danny Sheehan has been at this longer than I have. You've seen it ebbs and flows. There are peaks and valleys, and from 2017 on, the progress that's been made is unimaginable compared to the glacial pace of progress 50 years prior to that. You can go on, you can do a UFO story here and there, an expose, somebody like Bob Lazar, and it makes a little dent here and there, but this is like a tectonic thing. The change that has happened since 2017. Every single day, Jeremy and I get pounded by people who are UFO enthusiasts who just don't think the progress is fast enough. Look, I'm not reading any more of these tweets until I see a body. I don't want to hear any more UFO interviews. I don't want to hear about any UFO whistleblowers until you open the hangar doors. There's the saucer. That's what I'm waiting for. I want it delivered to my door with a sandwich, and every day. 500 times a day, every single fucking day. My response is, well, get to it. I mean, you don't need a license to investigate this stuff. We don't have security clearances. You want to go get it? Go get it. The level of interest among the public since that New York Times story and all the things that have happened since then is through the roof. And it's not just here. That Netflix thing I did, holy crap. I thought my email was crazy before. It's 3 hours every day just to read them, not even answer them. From Morocco and Tanzania and Tasmania and Iceland and Ireland and India and Costa Rica and Brazil and Chile and everywhere. People want to tell their story and share their information, and they want somebody to take them seriously. And there's so many millions of Americans who feel the same way. It's a special time. It's a great time to continue the push forward. But man, the people that have kept this secret bottled up for a long time are really good at their job. They're better at their job than we are at ours. Can't give up. You have to keep trying.
Yeah. Question? Yeah, hold on. Before you do crazy questions, Lester Nair, where are you? Yeah, Lester's in episode 1 and 2, I think. Like, you're amazing, man. Thank you so much for fighting the UFO thing. And I don't know if we really explained, but Danny, I mean, you were involved with the Pentagon Papers and litigating all of that shit back in the day. So if you're not a CIA plant, then you are a good guy. And we need your help, buddy, because this UFO thing, it's a cover-up. We have craft of unknown origin that outpaces, outmaneuvers, and outperforms anything that we have. And our military service members are seeing it. Not only are they seeing it, but they're seeing the cover-up of it. Like, we don't want to admit it. So this is part of the problem. This is part of why George and I are fighting to kind of get this information out. It got a lot deeper than that, but bottom line, we need you, man. We need everybody to fight for this, because whatever the truth is, let's figure it out together, Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And now I want to ask too, you both had a series, Investigation Alien, UFO Revolution. You guys usually are the incredible tag team working together, but now you split up and covered twice as much. Favorite part of each series? What stood out to you, George, watching UFO Revolution in Germany? What stands out from Investigation Alien?
Oh, that episode 3, that that smackdown of a couple of members of Congress was pretty good. It wasn't subtle at all. It was like
Thanks,
it was like take their clothes off and spank them.
From George's series, what really hit me was that I'm the last one to know when he makes a discovery. It's a great series. You guys gotta watch it, man.
And George, how surprised were you that on tape your crew was able to capture something that went into the water and you're able to see it in real time? And how does that feel? What do you think about that?
Yeah, that was amazing. So we send a boat with this experienced underwater archaeologist, Rory Kremer, with a crew out into Channel Islands in the area generally around Catalina, where people keep seeing things coming in and out of the water. We're looking for what's on the bottom of the ocean. Is there a structure down there, some hidden base? Is there something that would explain why these things keep popping in and out? And these guys have these cameras fitted on the side of the boat, and this thing shows up. The first time, it was like a little toying performance. It comes out of nowhere and it sits there, and then it goes boom, backwards at an incredible speed. The guys turn around to look at this camera and say, "Did you see that?" And just as they're saying it, it came back, and it's right over their shoulder. Holy shit. They all eventually go to sleep and leave these cameras running, and then this thing, a thing, comes back, and it comes from way up high, comes into the shot, kind of hovers there for a second, as if it's a display, and it goes right down to just a couple of inches off the ocean, thinking, is that thing going to go in the water? And it's kind of toying, teasing. Boom, goes into the water, and then you can see the light moving around. And, people have asked, well, we must have made that up. We must have staged it. We didn't. They didn't even see that video until 2 weeks later when they got back. Nobody saw it that night. It's an editor that was looking through all the raw footage and sees, holy crap, you guys got a USO here. So it was a great surprise and a great experience, and makes me want to get another boat and go out there again.
I was so protective of George when he showed me the footage. I'm like, they're trying to fuck with you. The government's trying to fuck with you. They set up the thing. The fucking Netflix is trying to fuck with you. But like after I analyzed it, looked through it, and sent it to some people, I was like, holy shit, that might be the first USO filmed by civilians in history. It was so cool. You should definitely check it out. I'm so grateful to be working with George. I mean, look, it's fun as fuck. I'm not going to complain to you that it's not fun. We have a great time together. I think it's going to be a really exciting year. There's a lot of stuff coming at us. George and I can't even keep up. We can't even keep up with what's going on. But we do know that this is a moment of opportunity, and I hope we take it. And we'll see if that happens.
It is. It's an exciting time.
Yeah.
As I said, now the level of public interest here and all over the world, it's an exciting time.
Yeah.
And it'd be a shame to let this moment pass, because it will pass eventually, maybe. And and the fact is, we keep doing this stuff and working on this because it is fun. It's damn fun to work on this mystery. It's the biggest question in human history, and it's fun as a news story. And it's hard to go back to covering City Hall and crime and murders after you do a UFO thing for 38 years or so.
Yeah. After that, this guy, what's the fucking question?
First of all, thank you so much for what you presented tonight. There's no question that, in this incredible universe, there's got to be some extraterrestrial life. So here's my question.
Big question coming. Here we go. I love it. Hit me, fucker.
Ship coming in 2 years.
No.
2027.
So people don't understand. I was saying that's the lie.
Okay.
So you gotta watch it again, replay the tape. Look, man, if that's true, we're all fucked. I don't know, brother. I know there's a 1970s document that tries to tell you that's what's happening. I don't believe it for a second. So,
Follow-up question. Why do you think the government is trying to hide the fact that these extraterrestrials exist?
yeah.
Well, we don't know for sure they're extraterrestrials. Alien is sort of a generic term. I don't use them interchangeably. Non-human intelligence. There are a lot of possibilities. I personally think that they live here, that they've been here a long time, but I don't know where they're from. Maybe they were here before us, but why the government would keep it a secret? First and foremost would be national security stuff. There's a race for that technology. We're trying to get it. We're trying to figure it out and replicate it. The Russians are, the Chinese, maybe the Israelis. I don't know, other governments around the world maybe as well. There have been crashes in other parts of the world. The first nation to get that technology and master it and reproduce it, you win. So that's, I don't know how you separate the national security concerns from that basic fact. Friends of ours in the intelligence apparatus have told us you can't tell your friends without telling your enemies. So do you reveal where you are in the race for the technology? Do you admit you've got it and haven't figured it out yet? Do you want to let China know where you are in that race? I think that's hard to get around. Secondly, we don't really know what the truth is. People say, I'm ready for the truth. I can handle the truth. We don't know what the truth is because, there are those who think that maybe the ultimate secret is pretty disturbing. There might be an angle, a religious angle that would drive people over the edge, that they live here among us. They can see everything we do. They're like Santa Claus. They know when you've been bad or good. They see you when you're sleeping, in the shower, in the bathroom. They're separated from us by some dimensional membrane. I think there are folks who would have trouble with that they created religious figures. That would be trouble. That they've manipulated our DNA, that they created us. Or that we're an agricultural product, that they're here to harvest us to some degree. Or as Bob Lazar read in some document long ago, that they're interested in our souls. They see us as containers of souls. Can you imagine how people would freak the hell out about that? We don't know what the truth is. I don't know anybody who does. I know a lot of people have ideas about it. We've been pretty far up the food chain in terms of contacting people who think they know, but I've never met anybody who knows for sure. And I'll tell you, anybody who claims they know for sure is full of crap.
George's been at this longer than me. Why is this important? I mean, I have an answer, but I want to hear yours, man.
I mean, it's, you know, I remember having the first conversation with my news director after meeting Lazar. We don't know what to make of this. Is this stuff true? Crash saucers or reverse engineering? But if it is true, it'd be the biggest news story in history. So I've always looked at it, it's not my religion, it's a news story. And good gosh, if it was true and you could prove it, that they had these craft out in the Nevada desert trying to take them apart to figure out how they work, that is just about as big a story as you're ever going to get. Confirmation of another intelligence, whether it's from out there or interdimensional, or it's us as time travelers. You know, I think it's always been important. But maybe we're at a point now where we can understand it. You know, we're on the cusp of widespread AI use. Maybe they wanted to get us to this point so we can communicate with them on a semi-equal level. I mean, whoever they are, they're so far ahead of us. It's amazing they pass any attention at all. Maybe they're more interested in the planet than they are in us. But, you know, from the testimony of people all over the world who've had these close encounters, they do seem to care about humans. They have an interest in what we do to each other. They tell us over and over, these alien editorials, take care of your planet. Quit poisoning the world you live in. Knock it off with the nuclear weapons. You know, trying to get us to pay attention that, you know, they care about the planet too, and maybe they live here, but they do care about us. You know, we have a unique opportunity because of the level of public interest, the level of media interest, and until this hearing, the level of honest congressional interest to make a difference. It has to be here. We have to do it because, as I mentioned before, I think the U.S. uses its influence to pressure our allies to keep a muzzle on this. I don't know how the world would react if Russia or China are the one to make the announcement, but it should be us.
So whatever is happening on the big scale, on the big time scale, I think we can handle it. There are people that don't want you to know. The fact is, this has been happening for a long time, as you've kind of highlighted, Millennial. It's happened for a long time. Yeah. So I don't know what's going to happen next, but I just know that if we keep being honest, we keep being open, we keep talking about it, I don't know. It's, we're going to learn something. I don't know.
2025, there's a new administration. There's a lot of changes coming up. Do you have any expectations for maybe potential disclosure? And when it comes to who people can they trust Arrow? Can they trust Congress? Who can they trust, or are we on our own?
Fuck, you take this. I don't
Well, until recently, I would have said you could trust at least the animated members of Congress who are actively interested in the topic. I'm not so sure right now. Can we trust Arrow? Obviously not. I think there is a changing of the guard at Arrow. We'd like to give the new guy, Kozlowski, a benefit of the doubt. People that we know speak of him with high regard, that he's not another Sean Kirkpatrick. I hope that is the case. We've heard those kinds of things before. We've also heard things before about disclosure. Oh yeah, it's right around the corner. Here it comes. Carter's going to do it, and President Ford's going to do it. Oh, President Reagan, he's deep into UFOs. He's going to do it. Bill Clinton is deep into UFOs. He's going to do it. Still waiting, you know. So promises of disclosure are a dime a dozen. I don't believe any of them. But there are some interesting. Look, I'll admit I'm not happy about Trump being the next president. I think his interest in the topic is about that deep. But he has made some statements. Yeah, I think I'd like to unleash some files. And people around him, more interestingly, have said some very dramatic things. His nominee for CIA has been pretty outspoken in saying, yeah, this is real. We need to get to the bottom of it. Marco Rubio is going to be his Secretary of State. He's been a leading force in the Senate in pushing this forward. He had all kinds of briefings behind closed doors before anybody here ever heard about it before. So I think there are some encouraging signs. Those are some of the people who be in key positions want it to happen. More importantly, the people who are behind the scenes, real power, real money, also seem to want it to happen. And if they can get their hands on the tech, maybe they'll make a breakthrough.
That was George Knapp's like silver lining. He said to me in the car ride up, he's like, well, despite all the people backstabbing you and changing the UFO narrative and doing all that, he's like, it might be good to change the guard and get more people working on this shit. I mean, it is wild. So here's the bottom line. All I know about UFOs, they're real, and we've been reverse engineering them for exploitive technologies. We've been doing that. Our government's been doing that. It's been in private industry. They haven't gotten very far. His friend tried to get it transferred to a government program called OSAP, these acronyms. They tried to get it over there so they could open up this egg-shaped UFO. They breached the hull of it. They were able to get inside of it. The head of the DIA UFO program admitted it on our podcast. He straight fucking said it. It's not headline news. Oh, by the way, extraterrestrial technology, we got inside of it. But here's the deal. I think George and I would go to our graves saying, that is true. There's technology, non-human technology, and we've been trying to reverse engineer it and exploit it. In the US, we don't want to admit it. Commander David Fravor said to me, UFOs to the United States, it's like an alcoholic. Until we admit there's a problem, we're never going to be able to deal with it. That's Commander David Fravor, patriot, guarded Los Angeles during 9/11. This guy is straight up like, until we admit it, we're never going to be able to deal with it. That's where we're at right now. So I don't know, like, what is a UFO? What are they? What do they represent to humanity? We talk about Congress and all these lies and the controlling of the narrative. Ultimately, the reason it's in movies, the reason it's in Congress is because of you. Like, that's the reason. The reason is because people see them. I don't know if that's your question, but that's my answer.
I mean, with that huge change, is it people feeling more comfortable sharing their stories now? Is it just becoming more prevalent? Do we have more time to look up? What are maybe the reasons that it's gotten so huge, such as, the drone story?
Yeah, I think that's an element of it, is that the stigma has gone down a notch or two since 2017. Once mainstream media, once the New York Times did that story, other media peeked out of their hole and thought, okay, it's safe to do this. And once mainstream media covered it, members of Congress took an interest, and once they did, it was then suddenly academia, scientists started looking into it, and that's a sea change.
It's your voice, it's you giving a fuck that makes any of this happen. Now, I'm not going to rely everything on Congress. I'm going to rely on George fucking Knapp and journalism. I'm going to rely on Grant. I'm going to rely on us moving this forward. But you are absolutely right. People have to make some noise. But just to make sure you understand, you haven't seen 2 episodes. This is the 3rd episode. That document, right? You should be very aware that on congressional record they lied. This is important. I did a tweet. I was like, what the fuck? Where's that 12th page? Because I delivered 12 pages. And they faked a page on congressional record. Congress put a fake blank page on congressional record to try to tell you a lie. If you're not curious why they would do that, what happened? Why is everybody lying about a clerical error?
And a bigger question is, why would they not take the opportunity to have that witness testify? He was introduced to them. He offered to be there in person. We keep hearing this. Why not hands-on whistleblower, somebody who's seen this stuff or knows about it with their own eyes and can testify firsthand? Why don't they testify? This guy was ready to do it. Is maybe still ready to do it. And they didn't make it happen. They didn't pursue it at all. Why not?
I can't. This is too long a conversation. Yeah. But the thing is like, George and I tried to provide the best information. They were asking what evidence. It was a 2.5-month long interrogation into George's and my sources and what we could bring in.
Lester.
I'm curious to get your, so we always hear about this idea that there's the legacy program, right?
Yeah.
As uniquely different, it seems, than Immaculate Constellation.
Yeah.
And so I just want to get your thoughts about, why did Immaculate Constellation get created? Like, how do you kind of decipher its creation, which was likely a reaction to like Lou and Chris Mellon and all these guys coming forward? I just want to get your thoughts about the existence of it as being unique from the legacy program itself.
Great fucking question. Lester Neri, guys, you got to follow what he did. Like, great fucking question, Lester.
Well, legacy programs how we use the term, I'm referring to those that are actually dealing with the hardware, that technology, reverse engineering, crash retrieval, maybe the bodies as well, the goods, the goodies. This one is dealing with imagery. It's gathering the best imagery it can find from whatever servers exist. What they're doing with it, I don't know that we actually know what they're doing with it, but it's two different operations sort of under the same umbrella.
Like, amazing question, because here's the deal. So what Lester's asking is, there's been an, I call it legacy architecture. There's been a legacy architecture for 70 to 90 years about you know, you're not supposed to know that we're reverse engineering UFOs of non-human origin. Here's the deal. There was an accidental exposure to the author of Immaculate Constellation. They go in, this story will be told later, but they essentially get all this information and they're like exactly what I would do, right? What happened was, as soon as all of that information came out, Lou Elizondo, the idea, David Grush, right? The legacy architecture, the people that have ownership of the materials was like, oh, we got to get on this. So what they do is they start taking every asset that we have from space to air to sea, and they start saying, even with AI, they start saying, we're going to scrub this, we're going to collect it, we're going to bring it. By the way, I'll just say it right now. Why could Susan Go say that this was not a
DOD.
Yeah, a DOD USAP, right? Unacknowledged Special Access Program. Why could they do that legitimately and legally? Because it was out of the White House. So that is the truth about it. So what they did was they collected all the sources from air to space to sea. Now where that archive is, I don't know, but a lot of it is on massive servers like JWIX and SIPRNet and all these classified servers. You have all these UAP and they're just pulling them, and they bring them in. That's what you learned about. Yeah.
There's clearly an effort to repatriate control over information.
Yeah.
Because of people.
It was response, man. It was response. It was because the whole world's on fire about UFOs. We're going to respond, we're going to collect this data, we're going to control it, and we're going to shape the emerging UAP narrative. That's what you're seeing right now. Again, all the key sources and all the king's men.
I'd like your perspective on Michael Schellenberger and his potential role in this. And how did he get called as a witness? Who is this guy? And because I've not heard of him before the hearing, but you sure have. You know him better than I do. So I'd like to just hear your thoughts on why was he given credit for the report, and why, and because there's some tie there.
Yeah.
There's, and
It's a fucked up situation, Mark. That's Mark from the Ojai Valley Magazine. Good question, Mark. Should I answer this?
yes.
Yeah? I don't fucking know. I'm having PTSD watching that. Why do you lie about, like if somebody says to you, oh yeah, I just like put a little mascara on, like why are you fucking lying? Like I don't know. You're supposed to be like somebody who's credible, somebody that fights for human rights, for, you know, righteousness against government. Maybe Dan would be better to answer this. I don't fucking know. All I know is that if you lie about something, like a little thing in our business, like me and George, if you knowingly lie, you're bought. So the question is, why do you do that? What are you doing? Can people trust you? I can never walk somebody into a congressional office again and say, hey buddy, you're safe. These are trusted people. Come walk in with me. Everything's okay. I can't do it anymore. I don't know, man. You're gonna have to ask him. I think he needs to explain to you why he lied. I met with him the night before.
And showed him the document.
I don't know if we're gonna put this in our weaponized book, but I did. That's the truth. So, Danny, maybe you could answer this, but
Just
like,
to clarify, he had never seen the document until the night before, the document that Congress gave him credit for submitting.
did you guys understand that in the series, like 2 months before that I took this huge risk, and I put somebody else at risk, and I said, you can trust these congressional members. And I went into Burchett's office. We gave him a 22-page version of the Immaculate Constellation document. I brought the human being in with us, Ryan. He was embedded in our camera crew, pretending he was our camera crew or just with us. And then I said, hey, Rep Burchett, do you trust me? He's like, yeah. I'm like, I'm bringing somebody in. All cameras are leaving, just you and me and a guy. And he's like, cool. He trusted me. Then I did it again with Rep Luna. Then I did it again with Nancy Mace. I was trying to see if this whistleblower is going to tell them the same thing they told me. How do I trust this person? Well, if they're telling a congressperson and they're saying they're going to testify and they show them their real name and all the info, all their background, and this is the way I vet people. I know it's crazy to vet people this way, but I vetted them this way. So big picture, right, Mark? You're asking, so I'm going to answer you. Big picture. I was trying to bring first-hand whistleblowers public. George was supposed to testify. He told them what he would offer. I was supposed to testify. As soon as I gave them what I would give them, like the actual, they were trying to get me into a room, man, to see if I had videos and that kind of thing, if George and I had collected stuff. It was a setup, man. It was so weird. So, I don't know. Schellenberger has to answer for himself. Why didn't he correct the record? I'm sitting right there. As soon as Nancy Mace says that, I go, hey, Michael. I yell at him. I go, hey, Michael. She just lied. Are you going to correct the record? I thought they were going to kick me out of Congress. Did you hear me say it, Danny?
Yeah, I did.
I was there. Yeah, I was like, hey, Michael. And he like turned and like a zombie looked back forward. He was part of it, man. Now, what is part of it? I don't know. They're positioning people. They're ordaining people to be the people that speak for this issue. That is, I think, the real story.
I think you're right.
No,
That's the obvious answer here.
It's the obvious answer. I think it's true. I think that there's people in position that they want to shape the emerging UAP narrative, and I think people can be bought, and I think they've testified 17 fucking times to Congress because they're bought. But I don't know. You should ask the human being and not me. I can talk about me. What I know is I fought fucking hard to protect whistleblowers, and I know I'll never trust that system again. I think George can answer this. He has seen this for 40 years. It is being covered up. Why, George?
Why?
Well, I think we talked about it a little bit earlier. I don't know that anyone for sure knows the truth. Just, the modern era began right after World War II. We've come out of this terrible war where tens of millions of people died. Suddenly these things start appearing over sensitive installations, and we don't know what they are. Do we really want to tell the public that something that's flying over our most sensitive installations and we don't know where it's from, we can't do anything about it? So I think there was probably a legitimate reason for a cover-up then. And then as time went on, and, there was a congressional investigator who came to see me in the early 90s because I wanted to go to Area 51 and look around and poke around at EG&G, some of these other companies where the stuff was supposedly stashed. And he said, look, I didn't find what I was looking for, but I'll tell you, I think the cover-up is real, and they are hiding this. And when we get to the bottom of it, some of them are going to go to jail. They're going to go to prison for diverting legitimate national security funds to keep this cover-up going. That's one reason. I think there are probably bigger questions and reasons that I don't know. What the ultimate truth is. We can handle the truth. Again, same thing. We don't know what the ultimate truth is. I don't know anyone who does know what it is. Maybe there are several different answers, several different kinds of non-human intelligence. There are extraterrestrial, interdimensional, time travelers, crypto-terrestrials, ultra-terrestrials, a lot of different names for it. Pixies, fairies, trolls, gnomes. I mean, they take different shapes. The craft take different shapes. They can manipulate our consciousness and our perception of them. We don't know what the hell they are. That's pretty scary, so I think probably the reason for the cover-up started out for good reasons. We're past that now, we're past that.
Mark, I just want to say, so people are being ordained to be put in place to shape the emerging European narrative. And be very direct with you. Like, I might be wrong, all y'all, I might be wrong, but I see it happening. People are being ordained to be put in place to be spokespersons. This is about money. This is about reverse engineering. This is about patents. This is about who's going to get the exploited technology from Lockheed Martin, who has a craft, a UFO, a non-human intelligence craft. Dr. James Lukatsky from the DIA told us so, and it is true. And they're trying to see what corporation they can put it to so they're free from FOIA. It's about money, it's about control, and you're seeing it happen in real time. I don't know what the fuck happened to Congress. It was weird. Should have been a clerical error. But I experienced it, so it's personal. I'm a journalist. I'm trying to tell the truth. Grant experienced it. Grant and Marianne were there in the White House press corps, and they saw it go down. And I warned you it was going to go down. I warned you something was going to be fucked up, right? And here we go. What's happening? Don't know. But I know we're going to report the fuck out of it.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, we will. Who said that? Yeah, the Indians.
Go.
That's what's up. Question that. We fucking will.
Let's go and give it up for George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Okay.
You know, not to beat a dead horse here, but there's a couple of things I think we should review after that Q&A session in the public. A lot of good questions were asked there. For one thing, you know, in my take on what happened in D.C. at that hearing, it was a gift that it played out this way. If that hadn't been done in such a clumsy, heavy-handed way, where they had to flip over their cards and show what's in their hand, it wouldn't have been as obvious. You couldn't make the argument that there's a changing of the guard, there's a new system in place to control the flow of information and to control the narrative. I think they made a terrible error, and it was a gift both to your TV series and to the public understanding this issue.
Yeah, it was fucking dramatic. I mean, what you're talking about, one of the elements you're talking about, is when I raised the question, I was shocked. I was sitting there shocked because this had been months of preparation, guarding and protecting a whistleblower, walking that whistleblower into offices for months prior, hand feeding information all the way along to make sure that nobody got twisted or in trouble. And then to hear Nancy Mace credit Schellenberger for delivering on a congressional record a document that she knew I brought her 2 months prior with the person that authored it. It was so surreal. I was like, this is got to be an error, like, right? Just correct the error because this is important. This is chain of custody. This is me protecting sources. I gave my word how this was going to go down. But what you're referring to, and this one really creeped me out, when she started saying, oh, I want to thank Michael Schellenberg for delivering a 12-page document to Congress, I knew that 12 page was the context page that I put on there. They put 12 pages on the congressional record after I called it out, and it was blank. Congress fabricated a fake 12th page on congressional record. Does that not raise alarms for people?
It's almost hilarious. I mean, in a sense, Representative Mace says, thanks for this 12-page document, when in fact they'd already removed the top page, and it was only an 11-page document. And then the next day, in order to clarify that she didn't make a mistake, they added another page to bring it up to 12. It was preposterous.
Unbelievable. They thought I'd just be silent about, look, and that's just one lie. That's the problem. If we have a system where people are supposed to trust it and they're willing to change reality, just change a basic fact about whistleblowers coming in. What the fuck?
So I see our usual whiners and gripers on various platforms who are saying, this is all about your ego. You want credit for it. It was so much more than that. I mean, we were involved in conversations with the House staff about that hearing for months, about what they wanted to do. They were asking us if we wanted to be part of it and what we could bring to the table. And we were ready to help them with any number of different bits of information and witnesses. You went to the trouble of bringing the guy who wrote the document, the Immaculate Constellation document, into 3 congressional offices. He was really ready to go on the record. He was ready to testify. It didn't happen. That's a big deal.
Right. And so that's where it gets complicated. I was there representing, and look, that was the idea originally, was I was going to testify, and I have no NDAs, I have no allegiances. Like, here's the deal. I was going to say it like it is and bring either people in with me to testify or represent them until they're ready to show their faces. I mean, and then the moment they asked, okay, what do you have physically, tangibly that you could, put on record? The moment I put that to them, it was like this silence, boom, and they get somebody else to testify. I'm like, okay, maybe that's better, right? Another person testifies. But they were trying to get from me names of people that would put them in jeopardy. And I knew, I could feel they did not want them to testify. I even asked them to get a subpoena for somebody, and it became this like dance. They asked that you and I bring assets to show them some stuff we were going to, it was like, I'm not articulating it well, but it was a fucking setup. It was. It was a data collection and information collection campaign. They had no intention of putting the real deal up there, except, we did get Lou, we did get Admiral Gaudet, which is great, and the guy Mike, who is really great. Now Schellenberger did good stuff. What he did was represent the voiceless. It was just the control system in place to shape the narrative that I think is so dangerous. I think it's so dangerous people don't even understand.
The night before the hearing, you showed that document to Michael Schellenberger.
I did.
And it's the first time he ever saw it.
Yeah, he did not have that document. He knows that.
And then the next day, when the committee opens this hearing, they thank him for submitting a document that he'd never seen until the night before.
Yeah, and that was the point, was that it's good when people divide and conquer when it comes. I was really happy that this other journalist was talking with the author to get it out through Publica, right? Or Public, whatever his thing is. Yeah, I was really glad. But then the fact you don't correct the record, right? Because I had put in my word that I could protect this individual and walk them into offices. Again, this is before it was even public. The words were public. I don't fully grasp it yet. I could care less. This is not, hey, you turned in my homework. For me, what this is when I give somebody a word, I'm going to protect them. I'm going to do it a certain way. I'm going to get it done this way. And I get absolutely blindsided, and then nobody corrects the record. I can't then say to another whistleblower, hey, I have trusted people. They're not going to shape this. They're going to say it like it is. I'm going to bring you in. Do you see that puts me in a really bad
obviously
situation?
We interact with whistleblowers all the time.
Yeah.
And trust is a major part of those conversations.
Yeah.
And if this experience has sort of really destroyed our ability to make promises to them that they'd be taken care of. It is not about you getting credit for submitting the document, or you're mad because you're not one of the witnesses to testify. It's not that at all. It's about controlling the narrative, and it's a little frightening about where it's going to go. What comes across to me is there's a power grab, a changing of the guard. If these materials that we're talking about, both the images that were collected by Immaculate Constellation and the metamaterials, crash saucers, those things, the Holy Grail, the goodies, are changing hands from the aerospace companies that have stashed that stuff for decades to the tech and space folks who are coming in with the new Trump administration and who have great influence in Congress. That's a big deal. It's a big story.
Yeah. And I think that is what we're seeing. This does come down to money and power or control over the technology. I know people might not be there yet, but that is the actual functional reality that we're living in, is that we are now being told UFOs are real, that we have obtained technologies, that we haven't gotten very far exploiting them for derivative technologies. So there is a push right now to get that out the back door of places like Lockheed and in these stovepipes of compartmentalization and bring them into industry in a way where they can be really exploited. But whoever gets that's a lot of money. That's a contract. That's patents.
Yeah, I don't want to bash Michael Schellenberger. I don't know the guy.
No.
I've never talked to him. He seems like a bright guy, and he broke the story on Immaculate Constellation. He got it out there, which is why he's called as a witness for this. But the fact that he did not correct things on the record after he's identified, thank you, Michael Schellenberger, for submitting this document that you had never seen before until the night before, right. Why he didn't correct it, I understand.
He had been informed, obviously, talking with, the whistleblower, on enough to write the article, but it was clear as day that, I was fighting to get that in a very trusted way onto congressional record where it wouldn't be manipulated, it wouldn't be rejected, right? It was this months of making sure, hey, because once you do this guy's exposed. I mean, you can't take that back. The last thing he hasn't done yet, is shown his face, and his real full name, and that's coming. And so that's kind of like, I don't know, man. It's not about correcting the record. It's putting ordained people in place that you're supposed to trust. But I see that sometimes people's ambitions get ahead of protection. And in this world of whistleblowers, you need to be able to protect people. There needs to be chain of custody for trust.
Again, I would say the way that this was so ham-fisted and obvious is kind of a gift, because it allows people to see through the smoke and mirrors here. And as far as if there is, in fact, a changing of the guard, and that the materials that we're talking about are going to be transferred from the old aerospace giants who kept it for all these years and done very little with it into the hands of tech bros, space pioneers, I don't care. I don't have a horse in that race. If they can exploit it, and if it benefits America, the U.S., great. I'd rather see us get it than the Chinese or Russians, because they're working at it as well.
Yeah, I mean, goddamn, this is a race. This is a race for technology. If we've gotten to the admission now that we have craft, which, you reported on back in 1989, but now that the public is kind of up to date, crash retrievals, the whole thing, that if this is true, which we believe it is, then we're in a race. We're in a race to make sure that we can get the derivative technologies based on this.
Immaculate Constellation, that was a big story.
Yeah.
The hearing, giving it credibility, that's a big story. But there's still more to be told on this. It'd be really interesting to eventually hear directly from the key witness. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think there's a big story to tell there. And I think that people need to hear that to understand the value of what's authored in the Immaculate Constellation official document. Because what that was, just to be really clear, was an individual inspired to tell the truth. And what they stumbled upon was a lot of what we suspected was going on, a data collection program, even using artificial intelligence to siphon off the UAP from all of our military assets, from space to air to sea. That's what Immaculate Constellation, a big part of it was pulling all of that visual data into a place, a repository, so it can be analyzed and understood. So there's a lot to tell about Immaculate Constellation. I think at this point, the world needs to hear directly from the author.
The final thought that the UFO public is a little bit spoiled these days. It seems like every other day there's a new whistleblower coming out with a story about this and that and pieces of video. And, oh my gosh, how do you keep up with all of it? We do it for a job. We can't keep up with all of it. Just caution, words of caution. Take it with a grain of salt. You know how perilous this topic has been, and how the credibility of witnesses ebbs and flows over the years. So I would be cautious in how much credibility anybody gives to a particular whistleblower, including this one, and we'll take it step by step.
That's right. Yeah, I think it takes time to unravel that. So what you're saying to the public is that we need to be paced when new people come forward, because you're going to have disinformation coming as well as good information.
It almost feels like what the basketball term is flooding the zone, there's so much coming out of various degrees of credibility that it's hard for the general public and the UFO public to judge what's real and what isn't.
Yeah, it's kind of chaotic right now, and you don't know where to put your trust. Look, we do our best as journalists to take years to vet people. There are people coming forward that will be working with us, and this isn't like something we learned about last week. These will be people that we've been in contact with for durational periods of time. So if we can achieve that, if there's a climate that people feel that they need to now come forward by face and name, I'm all for that. We will try our best to make sure that the information we bring forward is of high value.
That theater was pretty cool.
It was a fun situation.
Yeah, thanks to the folks who own that were inviting us there for it.
Yeah, David.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see you again.
Okay, thanks, man.
I'll get this eventually. I'm zeroing in on it, on its location. I keep splitting. It's gotta be right here. This is exactly why I've always put this off. I've wanted to put this here for as long as I've had this part going. I just put it off because of the undertaking. Even just measuring it is killing me right now. I should probably get Elytra. I think I would like this game a lot more. I've never gotten it, so that would be a first. I think I will try to do that on stream. Try to beat Minecraft. See, that one looks about right. Somewhere in between those two. From here, the one on the right. But let me see. From here, yeah. From here, it's the one on the left. So if I build it somewhere around both of those, in between both of those, maybe bring it down just a little bit. This is one of at least 3 more. So one of 4, possibly. So this one has to be perfect because it's gonna decide where the others go. This is serious business. This is serious. See, right here, it looks too far to the right. But then when I move it over, it's somewhere in between these two. I really don't know how big this is gonna be. I'm gonna start off with the smallest one. That's why this is so important. Like, I don't know if I need to bring it closer. Because it's going to be small. One thing's for sure, I'm going to need a lot more scaffolding. But I need string. I have a spider spawner, but for some reason it doesn't work. I think I have to make it super dark. Let's try it. It doesn't help that there's a freaking shroom light just chilling on the roof. That's probably what's making them not spawn. Yo, it's been a long time since I've seen these things spawn, so this would be kind of cool. Should we get spooky? Damn, dog, I fixed the eyes. I fixed the eyes. It looks way scarier. Holy shit. I removed the top block to see if it would spawn. But I might have to clear more room. Let's give it a shot. Hopefully I don't get attacked. I need a safety net. There. That's my safety net. Fudge. Let's just see what happens. What side? Yeah, maybe there's just too much light. Thought I did a good job. Maybe not enough. Going in. Holy shit. If there's anyone out there that can help me fix this, please let me know. This is dangerous. Whoa. That's dangerous. Damn. I'm sad this doesn't work. I could really use string right now. Shit. What if I made it real dark? Real dark. Oh shit. Oh fuck yes. Spider spawner dangerous. Oh damn, there's this attraction's scary as hell, dude. Oh my god. Yo, this is the way it's supposed to be. This is way scary. Way scary. Look at that shit. Here, look, now people can see how this works. If they come over here. I think I gotta take one out. Yeah, this is where you're supposed to collect string. Supposed to. Dang, that's scary. How am I supposed to get that string? Chill. Everyone chill. Thank you. Game on. Wow, it's been so long since this worked. This is actually kind of badass. I love this place. It's a good idea. And I fixed the eyes too. Look at that shit. Yay, it's better. You know, it's not fancy redstone, but does the trick. I can't see for shit. Oh my god. Wait, is he gonna explode through? I'll do this one. He might have an advantage on the corner. Yeah, there you go. Dang, I have to go get that one. Yeah. Game on. That's pretty sick. This place rocks. They don't like the light, man. Look at that. As soon as it's gone, they spawn. Crazy. I have enough. This is sick. I'm so happy it still works. I'll keep that there as a little off switch. Yo, I can't leave this place dark though, because I think things will spawn down here, and that's no good for nobody. So we're gonna keep the mood lighting. And I'll guess I'll have to fix this someday. Today is not that day. But it was working. I could probably put that indentation back in, because I was thinking that it was covering it so they wouldn't spawn. But I don't really know. We'll be back. We got what we needed. Well, I guess I'm gonna be getting a lot of flint right now, because I decided to use this. I swear I had gravel somewhere. You know, arrows are nice. I'm gonna drop this flint off right here. Yeah. And this. And this. I don't really need this. Definitely don't need these eggs. I'll split these. Why do I need this? What was I making with it? Arrows? I could just leave this here. Oh, look at all that flint. Yeah. We're good on flint for a while. Oh, shit. I mean, shoot. Oh, darn. I'll take these. Let's take a boat. I'm not resetting those guys. They don't know how to behave. It's a nice picture. It's not really quite safe over here. I think we're good. I don't have that much string. It's almost sunrise. I think we can make it to the Badlands. Maybe score a spider or two. Oh, I see one. I need your strings. He's like, no, that's my string. What the fuck is his problem? Oh, he sneak attacked me. Fair play, sir. Thank you kindly. Yo, this thing is fucking massive. Oh man, that's crazy. No string. I don't want to get exploded from behind. As fucking many as I can make. Yes. I'm gonna stash this. Future me will not remember where I put those goddamn scaffolding. You don't need a minecart when you run like the wind. I never get to go out this way. There's not a path out here because there's not supposed to be. This is supposed to be the corner of the park, the edge. So this is just a piece. It's gonna sit outside of the park. I'm gonna try getting a little closer. And seeing what that looks like. Because if I go low and closer, it might look good. Just gonna do a single 64 and see how that looks. I might as well do another one since I'm here. Just kind of measure. That's probably too close. I gotta think in the size that these things are gonna be. Some of them are gonna be like pretty big, I think. So they need to be spaced out accordingly, but in order to know that, I have to build the first one. That's why this is so... This is tedious. But it has to be right. I always knew this was going to be hard to do, though. But if I can pull it off, I'll probably never stop looking out this window. So it's gonna sit right above Mickey's head. One of them, I mean, they'll see like about 3 or 4. I just want to make sure I get the measurement right. And so far, I have not nailed it. Like, the perspective is so different when you're down here. Like, here, that looks okay. The short one. But when I get over here... I can't even... Yeah, I mean... This could be the far one to the right, I guess. No, see, it's so weird. Just moving a couple blocks just changes everything. Like, these don't look far enough over to the left, but then I come over here. It seems to fit. Yeah, I think I need to pull it over to the left. That's what she said. Damn, this is gonna be crazy. What if I just look where I want it and just walk there, okay? Here we go. See if I can do this. This is scary. I don't think this is gonna work. This is gonna work. Oh man, this is gonna suck. Do I have ladders? Fuck, I have these. Yeah. Fuck, well, okay, I'm gonna pull it over drastically. And I'll go somewhere in the middle of all these. $64. Let's see what it looks like. Yo, is this a thunderstorm? Yo. What? I don't see any, like, not a single bad guy. This is crazy to look at. It looks menacing. So we could probably erase this. Let's do a couple. Dang, that's so weird. But the Badlands are out here. I wonder if we could find some trouble. Oh, come on. If it's... I haven't seen lightning or anything, so I don't think it's what I'm looking for, but it's totally worth checking. I'll even sacrifice exploding some of my park just to get one of these heads. Which sounds weird. I guess it's not a thunderstorm. I don't even see bad guys. Whoa! Excuse me. I'm allergic to bullshit. We are not blessed. Oh crap. SOB. Long shot. How far does this go? Oh my god. Who broke this bridge? No. No.
Greetings. It is remarkable, isn't it, how the UFO, UAP news space keeps exploding with new information. With a couple of exceptions in the past decades, or many decades, this is a very new and a unique experience. I mean, there were times in prior years when UFOs kind of broke through to some level of public awareness. But those times were very different than what we are experiencing today. Back then, I'm talking 1950s, 1960s, there would be usually like maybe a flap, as they would call it, or a wave of sightings that was just too big to ignore. In the late 40s and in the 50s, different times, in 1960s, scattered moments in later years. Usually then the flap, as it was called, would get people excited. It would draw some attention from both believers and from debunkers. And many of those debunkers were connected covertly to the U.S. national security apparatus in some way. You'd get a classic he said, she said dichotomy, and then the whole thing would just die away, never to be heard from again. That's not what we are experiencing now. I remember even just a few years ago, little more than 10 years ago, that there might be a UFO bombshell or new piece of information, maybe, that might come out in a particular year. You might get one in a year. You might get one every couple of years. And then suddenly in 2017, we started getting maybe one per month. You know, we had the one in December of 2017, and throughout 2018, there was like little drops here and there. It seemed like a lot at that time. And now it seems like it's every day. It seems like it is every single day. It's really quite remarkable. And when you think about a crescendo like this, I mean, not all of it is as substantial as we'd like, but it doesn't really almost matter. There's just so much now coming out. It really does feel different. In the first place, this trend now has been going for about 7 years, and it is still on a crescendo. There was really never anything like this in the past, so that's quite distinctive. There is no end in sight. And then, secondly, keep this in mind, for most of the reasons for this upswing in attention does not have to do with actual sightings, although the recent mystery drone swarm is an exception here. But that only started, getting attention in November, and this has been going for longer than that. But no, the reason for all of this attention is primarily due to revelations and claims from mostly former insiders or military people connected to maybe what we can call the program. You think about it. Starting in 2017, we had revelations about prior programs, ATIP and OSAP. We learned of an old but interesting encounter. That was the USS Nimitz Tic Tac encounter. We began to learn of other policies within the military on UFOs. We learned of additional Navy encounters. It's as if a breach in the wall occurred and the secrecy group is still not figured out a way to seal it. We're still going. How far can it go? Have we reached a point of no return? Too much toothpaste out of the tube? Well, we'll have to see. Now, meanwhile, another blow of the hammer has come down. A couple of them, actually. The one I've got here on the screen, this is the full interview of Jake Barber by Ross Coulthard of News Nation, which is now out, the full version. So I know a number of people were frustrated by this interview when it was partially shown a few days ago. I myself said that while I found Barber credible and honest, I don't really think there's any question about that, I didn't think that the video or any of the other information in the interview as it was presented was likely to convince someone who's already skeptical of UFOs. That's what I felt then. Now, the much more full version of the interview is far more interesting. It does fill in some blanks. I don't know if even this will convince a committed skeptic, but it is much more powerful. And by the way, Ross Coulthard and News Nation just posted an interview with another military person, that is Fred Baker, which is interesting. Baker and Barber know each other and they now work together. So Fred Baker has his own thoughts and insights on the subject of UAP. And a pretty interesting sighting in Afghanistan. And overall, I would say he's another good new addition to our public discussion. I wouldn't say that he's got a huge amount of inside information, a little bit in his connection with Jake Barber, I guess. But I don't know if that it would be game-changing by itself, but every little bit helps. And News Nation is also about to publish, at least as I'm recording this here, an interview with Lieutenant Colonel John Blitch, who is another person with deep knowledge of the U.S. military and the UFO reality. I'm not sure there were any UAP programs that he was read into. I don't think so. But he's got an important perspective, and I'm glad that he will be getting some attention as well. I do think, we want to be careful in this space of ours about too much hype causing disappointment for people who are following this subject. I think it's mainly the buildup that gets us. No question, there's a lot of hype in the UAP or UFO space these days. Lots and lots of hype. People talking about imminent disclosure. Sometimes it really sounds over the top when I hear how some of them talk about it. The thing is, most of us who follow the subject know that there is absolutely the potential for such a mind-blowing volcanic type of disclosure that would indeed blow us all away, rock our world, whatever expression you like to convey that with. This is an explosive topic. It truly is. And when the full truth does come out, if we ever get there, I am one of those people who believes that it has mind and paradigm shattering potential. Certainly. So one of these days, I think the predictions and the hype can, they may actually turn out to be accurate. But we have had so much hype, so much excitement, that it's easy to get jaded. It's natural. But I think it would be a mistake to therefore dismiss all of the claims just because they don't hit the grand slam home run that we all want. Or even to dismiss all of the predictions. I've never been a fan of these types of predictions. I don't think that they help anyone, and ultimately I do think they will harm the reputations of the people who make the predictions. It's happened many times in the past, and I don't see that changing. Maybe those people who make the predictions are going to think that everyone will forget that they made the predictions to begin with. Sometimes people do forget. Boy, there are a lot of failed predictions littering UFO road. But it's probably just inevitable that that happens as well. So I would say just let's not allow predictions or the hype to jade us too much. So, I just want to get that out there. Regarding the Jake Barber interview, the full one, it's more than 2 hours. This one deserves the attention that it's getting. It's an important interview. I wouldn't call it full disclosure, no, but it is not a trivial interview. So again, the full version of the interview is now available on the News Nation channel. I encourage you to watch it if you haven't. I'll put up a link down below. So as far as what is talked about, the fundamentals were covered in the original version that was put out there, and I did an immediate take on that as well. So I did.
Hello and welcome to Reality Check. Before we start, I want to tell you a little bit about our sponsor for the and made us speak. Yes. Now, let's get on and enjoy the show. The allegations of a first-hand whistleblower for the very first time telling the inside story of the retrieval of non-human craft. I know it's an extraordinary allegation to make, and there's millions of armchair experts out there who think they know everything about this story. Well, today, for the first time, the bloke who told that story to me on News Nation is telling his full account, the full interview, for the first time. Jacob Barber is a guy I first met 2 years ago, and he's not used to the limelight. He's fundamentally somebody who's been trained in intelligence. He's been trained in how to operate in the covert world. And the only reason he's going overt is because he thinks you, the public, have a right to know about the illegal and criminal and improper things that he believes are going on inside what he calls the program. But be aware that, I think as George Herbert once said, the life of a spy is to know, not be known. It's difficult for any person to make the decision to step out into the limelight, let alone the excoriating glare of many hostile people who are looking for any excuse to pull Jake down from his pedestal. And the interesting thing is, he wants to be investigated. He wants the government, the Congress, to tackle this story and begin the slow exposition of what he knows. And it's a difficult story, I think, for a lot of people to grasp because the scale of it and the implications of it are immense. Not only does it mean that there is a non-human intelligence that's been engaging with this planet, and contrary to what the Pentagon says, we've known about it for decades, it also means, of course, that the government or sections of the government have been lying to us and continue to lie to us. And that's an egregious breach of public faith. And at some stage, there is going to be a reckoning. But ultimately, the big decision now for Congress and for the new Trump administration is whether they take the allegations of Jacob Barber seriously. So he wants, and we've always intended, for his full story to be told. So here today, for the very first time, is the full interview with Jake Barber, a great and loyal American who wants you to know the truth.
Hey Ross, my name is Jacob Barber, and for the last 30 years I've worked for the U.S. government and its private partners in both an official capacity as an enlisted man in the United States Air Force and in a non-official capacity for the broader intelligence community as a contractor. Over the last 3 decades, my work has been very diverse and has included the recovery of downed UAP of non-human origin. I am pleased to share that as of a couple weeks ago, I have fulfilled a promise to our friend David Grush by getting myself into a skiff with Congress, and I have provided top secret SCI testimony on the subject matter of UAP. With this behind us, I'm pleased to be at a place where I can share information with the public. The type of information I can share will be limited by my DOPSR restrictions and personal restrictions I have set in order to protect the privacy and quality of life of my friends, family, and colleagues. So with that, let's talk.
So Jake, you've just made an historic revelation that we are not alone. How did it feel?
Felt pretty good, actually. Get that off my chest.
You've lived with this secret for how long?
You could say more than a decade.
So let's roll back. Let's tell the story of Jake Barber.
Okay.
You say you were an enlisted man, and then you ended up working for the intelligence community as a contractor. Tell me that story. How did that happen?
Well, in high school, I was 17 years old. I was prospected into a program, an enlistment program. It was a guaranteed enlistment or guaranteed training enlistment program contract for a specific career field at the time called combat control. Career field is still called that. The contract was unique at the time. It was a 10-year commitment to Air Force Special Operations. I finished my screening for that program in September of 1994. I shipped off to Air Force Basic Training. Upon completion of that, I went to a place known as Operating Location Hotel. This was Air Force Special Operations selection. I completed selection roughly 4 months later and then entered into what is known as the pipeline. The pipeline is approximately a 2-year specialized training schedule where you go to a number of schools. At a certain point in my pipeline, I was approached by some individuals who had a discussion with me and convinced me it might be a good idea to consider becoming an airplane mechanic.
Was that to be your cover?
Yes. Yes.
Because I notice your DD-214, which is your release discharge document from the US Air Force, which you've provided us, it says you're an aerospace mechanic.
I was a mechanic. I spent a lot of time on the flight line at Pope Air Force Base and an obscure maintenance shop known as the Dash 21 dual rail shop. And I spent a lot of time there in my cover capacity, and I worked hard.
You're constrained very heavily, aren't you, by what's called a Defence Office Pre-Publication Security Review?
Correct.
And that's called a DOPSR for short.
Yes.
And if you accidentally or deliberately reveal information that they've told you that you're not allowed to reveal, you can go to jail for the rest of your life.
That is correct. Yeah, they've created quite a landmine of words to avoid.
So there are certain agency names, certain designations in the military that you're not allowed to reveal or use.
Yes, and for good reason.
Let me clarify something though. You were trained as a top special operations soldier.
Upon completing that, I was given orders to Pope Air Force Base, where I spent a lot of time actually working in a maintenance capacity in an obscure maintenance shop known as the Dash 21 dual rail shop. My time outside of that was spent in any number of clubs, you could say. I was a member of many clubs where I got an opportunity to do a lot of interesting training.
You were given extensive special operations training.
I trained in things like survival. I was in parachute club. I was in scuba club. I was in weapons club. I was in pilot club. I even was in Spanish club. I was in entrepreneur club, paramedic club.
So they were fully training you for whatever that covert role was going to be.
Nobody was training me. I was there on my own free will, out of my own interest, and trained in a number of clubs.
A mechanic? But you were training yourself in a whole range of different skills. And I noticed your DD214 document, it actually shows that you've got a sharpshooter's achievement.
Yes, yeah.
So how many mechanics have a sharpshooter's achievement?
Not many. I will say that the standard for marksmanship in the Air Force is pretty low, but I did qualify as expert marksman in a number of small arms.
Right. And you've also, I noticed, you're able to talk about the fact that you earned a commendation for the use of combat medical skills to help save the lives of 2 men in a horrible accident.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, is every once in a while my club skills would show up in the ordinary Air Force. Part of what goes on when things are heavily compartmentalized is often the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. And so serving in my capacity as what is known as an OPFOR, an oppositional force. By the time I was deeply immersed in my club training, I soon began to be deployed as what's known as a red team member. I became a red team expert.
So an opposition force person, what do they do? Just explain to me what you do.
So OPFOR is the bad guys. So an OPFOR is a utility team, and that team's utility is in pressure testing or stress testing the effectiveness of what are known as blue forces, which are the good guys.
Sure.
So OPFOR is trained to deploy their own intuition and innovation in order to make the regular soldiers' lives hell. And that was where I was uniquely qualified and was deployed in that fashion in a number of real world scenarios and training scenarios.
Now, it's a very useful set of skills that you acquired in the Air Force.
Yes.
You've essentially had the training of a top tier 1 operator at, if you like, Delta Force or STS-24 level, which is the top US Air Force elite group, but you were not a top tier 1 operator.
That is correct. There's no evidence that I was ever assigned to any task force that was associated with those teams you just mentioned.
What were you?
What was I? Ross, I was a highly talented airplane mechanic who got to deploy on a number of presidential support missions. I was a security escort for what are known as HVTs all over the world. I also I deployed in Bosnia in support of the hunt for war criminals.
So why do countries like America have covert people like yourself? What's the purpose of it?
Well, there's a lot of utility in what you could call a hidden hand. For better or for worse, the US government and its agencies tend to paint themselves into a corner, and they're bound by their own regulations and rules of play, and which makes it extremely valuable to be able to outsource to folks who don't have to follow those same rules.
So you were operating outside of the normal rule book, but to be clear, there's nothing wrong with a covert role. The US
No.
government uses covert operators all the time.
Absolutely. It's 100% in the best interest of everyone in this country, and to maintain superiority from a national security standpoint, that we play the game that way.
And do you regard yourself as a patriot? Do you love
Absolutely. First and foremost, before anything else. And I'd like to be clear. Let's do this right now. I'd like you to know exactly what side I'm on. Firstly, I'm on the side of my family and my friends. Second, I'm on the side of the American people, and I'm on the side of the government and the military third, and only as long as they're taking care of the first two.
In that time, when you were being trained, learning all these skills, did you have any idea about aliens?
No, not at all.
One way you can validate that you were doing special work is that you were actually recommended for a heroism medal, weren't you? The US Air Force Air Medal.
I was.
And you're not allowed to talk about that operation, are you?
No, there was classified missions that took place in Bosnia, and but every once in a while things showed up in my record, and at some point I had the presence of mind to start making copies of certain things, which was a little nerve-wracking because it may have been illegal that I was in possession of certain things, but this was a letter recommendation that calls out my particular act of heroism.
Were you awarded that medal?
No, it was squashed by my case officer.
And do you think it was squashed because they didn't want you to be conspicuous?
Yeah, because what the hell would an aircraft mechanic be doing chasing war criminals in Bosnia, and doing so to the extent that he would find himself in a situation that would be worthy of a medal of heroism.
Now, you can't name the agency, the organisation that you were working for, can you?
No.
You're forbidden by your DOPSA.
Forbidden.
At any stage during any of the training that you received, was anyone ever telling you that you were part of a government that was aware of the existence of non-human intelligence?
No, not at that time. And I'll have to tell you that everything changed for me right around 9/11. And I left the Air Force and basically made a left turn at Albuquerque, never part of the global war on terror, and quite literally made a left turn at Albuquerque, and was sent out to California at that time to begin establishing my cover basis for an independent contractor, so that I could serve what was coming down the line next for me. And that is the path which led to the UAP subject.
In your time in deployment, you met certain people from an aerospace company, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Now, it's also part of the constraints you operate under that you can't name that aerospace company.
Correct. There's no good reason to name them, even if I wasn't constrained.
What were they doing there?
Well, they were supporting us with some new weapons technology that could be used to disable vehicles and aircraft.
I can disclose this.
Yeah.
My understanding is that they were essentially using, it was actually, I think it's a matter of public record, that microwave weapons, pulse microwave weapons, were being used at that time.
Correct. There were some early prototypes that were being used at that time. And I met individuals that were there representing the companies that were providing that service to the government, made some friends, and those relationships led to opportunities later in the California desert where I began my journey.
Before we go any further, had you ever, as a child, experienced any kind of anomalous phenomena yourself?
No.
This was completely off the books for you. It was a complete revelation to you.
I mean, I was born in the 70s. I grew up a fan of Star Wars and Star Trek and Back to the Future, and it certainly was a pleasant and fun idea. But during that same time, it was also very clear that the culture, it was clearly nostalgic, like the subject matter of UAP and non-human intelligence, which wasn't an acronym we used back then, aliens, let's say, that it was 100% a fictional story. So while I was interested in it, it was purely as an adolescent being interested by any other fictional subject.
Before we get into the nitty-gritty of what happened after 2001, let's talk about what you perceive are the rights and responsibilities of American citizens under your Constitution. As an enlisted man, did you swear an oath to the Constitution?
I sure did, yeah.
How much do you care about the ideas and the principles that are espoused in the US Constitution?
Those ideas are absolutely paramount. They come above everything else. Even though I mentioned my family and my friends are whose side I'm on first, I cannot facilitate protecting them without the fundamental nature of the US Constitution. So it is paramount to everything else.
Is it fair to say that the reason why you're speaking to us here today is because you think it's important that the American people be told about what we're going to disclose in accordance with the Constitution? Article 1 of the US Constitution enshrines the idea that all arms of government must be transparent and accountable to the Congress.
Mm-hmm.
Is that happening?
You know, I can't really speak to that. From what we're being told, there is no evidence of extraterrestrial presence here. There is no evidence of non-human intelligence. There's a little bit of admittance and evidence that there's something anomalous in the sky flying around and we don't know what it is. So the bad news is I can't really help further that question that everyone wants answered. The good news is I'm going to begin to be able to start answering that question. And that's the primary reason I'm here to speak to you today.
Do you think Congress is being misled, deceived about what is secretly known about non-human intelligence, alien life, engaging
it's
with
clear they don't have the full story.
What's being held back?
Just about everything. But there's another problem. I don't even know that they're giving it the proper attention to begin with. So unfortunately, Congress is very ignorant when it comes to the subject.
So very recently, the Pentagon spokesman assured press reporters in a Pentagon briefing that there is no evidence of extraterrestrial engagement with planet Earth. Is that true?
No, that's not true. Now, they like to hang their hat on some key words there, extraterrestrial. So that means outside of the planet Earth. And that is yet to be determined by my best understanding.
So you're saying you know for a fact there are aliens?
Yes, 100%.
There are alien craft?
100%.
Have you been involved in the recovery of those alien craft?
Well, Ross, yes, I have.
How does it feel to say that?
I'm kind of over it. Like, this has been a fact I had to get over. It wasn't easy when it first hit you, but that was years ago. And it's actually quite therapeutic to get to talk about it. And I'm encouraged that it's becoming commonplace, because that's where it needs to be for us to move forward and start gathering some evidence, which we intend to do.
So you're building up a cover in California shortly after 9/11. What are you doing?
Well, I'm doing a number of things. One, trying to fill out a sensible explanation for my backstory. I mentioned one of the clubs I was in was Pilot Club. And you'll speak to my good friend Don Paul here shortly, who I met during that time. But there's no record of that. So I actually, one of the first things I did is I had to go to commercial pilot school in order to create a legitimate training record so that I could operate in an official capacity this time as a helicopter pilot.
So you'd learned how to fly as a covert operator, but they didn't give you a license for it in the military.
No.
Because you weren't allowed to have that qualification because that would undermine your cover, I suppose.
Correct.
So you had to go and pretend to not be a pilot in order to get your commercial pilot's
Yeah, that was
license.
loads of fun, actually. I found it quite challenging to pretend I didn't know how to fly. So it was amusing. Yeah.
You must have blitzed it.
Well, pretending to be bad was quite easy in the beginning. The hardest part was faking a natural learning curve. So how to show that I'm getting better in a progression that they've seen before. So that was fun. A few times I took the liberty to mess with my flight instructor, but he just thought I got lucky.
So this happened for, what, a couple of years?
Yeah, a number of things were done. So one of the rules we go by is that legitimacy is the best cover. So in order to provide a certain utility to the government by way of a contractor, I have to go and establish a lot of legitimate businesses. I have to function in a legitimate way under existing contracts to build a cover. A cover is not a hollow shell. It has to be layers deep. And the best way to have many layers of cover is to just go do something genuine to begin with.
So let's be clear about this. You're a very financially successful businessman in your own right. You've done well in business.
Yes.
You are not being paid by us or anyone to do this interview.
No. No.
In fact, you're deriving no financial benefit or in-kind benefit at all from doing this interview.
No.
Why are you speaking to us today?
Well, because I've got some good news, okay? So I know everyone's been waiting for people like me to speak out, and we haven't been doing nothing the past several years. There's been a lot going on. And I'm very pleased to share that we are moving forward in an official and transparent capacity to explore the answer to these questions that there appears to be no evidence for. And our number one goal now is to function in a private capacity with the backing of venture capitalists and in coordination with some of the most key departments in the government in order to start answering these questions in a transparent way related to the UAP topic.
Are you a front?
Am I a front?
Yeah, I mean, you've worked, obviously, in counterintelligence. You're a trained intelligence operative. Is this some kind of disinformation propaganda operation?
No, and I'm going to say no, and I'm going to tell you I'm not lying to you, but unfortunately, there's no way that I can convince you of that if that's what you're thinking.
A lot of people watching this will be thinking, oh, you can never trust a spook. You know, there's obviously wheels within wheels. This is part of some official government disclosure operation.
Yeah.
Is it?
No, it's not. And again, I'm not going to be able to make you believe that. But what I can invite you to do is, I'll paraphrase the book of Matthew. You will know us by our fruits. So I'd like to invite you to stay tuned in and watch what our new project is about to do and prepare to be dazzled.
So you're part of a team that is proposing to do private retrievals of alien technology.
Yes. Yes.
And you've got the backing for it?
Yes.
Wow. So let's talk about now what you do know.
Okay.
When you finally secured your pilot's training in the commercial world, what happened?
While I was getting my pilot's training, I was also working to set up a number of businesses in order to pursue government contracts from the DOI, the DOD, and all the organizations and departments within those. And mostly what we did, a lot like in the 90s, you know, the cover capacity takes up the most of your time is spent operating in the cover capacity.
So you were working in legitimate businesses, earning a living like everybody else?
Like everyone else.
You're just waiting for the call.
Waiting for the call. The incidental benefits of the capabilities of the companies you set up are those benefits that are on standby to be deployed in the subject matter of UAPs.
So you've set up all those legitimate businesses. When did you get the call?
So as a helicopter operator, we provide a number of services to a number of departments within the military industrial complex. And that includes the Department of the Interior as well as the DOI. The Department of the Interior has a number of other departments within it, and we work mostly in those for our CONUS or within the continental United States. Those operations include things like firefighting, long haul, short haul, which is our external loads for helicopters, working for the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs. Anything you could do to provide utility, anything that you could do with the utility of a helicopter, we were put to task on.
Now, at this stage, there was no indication of any anomalous phenomena at all.
No.
When did you first start becoming aware of strange objects in the sky during your work?
Well, a lot of the work we did was on what I call the range. And the range is a particular geographical area where the U.S. government and its private partners use to test all kinds of things. weapon systems and resilience to weapon systems of certain craft. And so you see a lot of exciting things. And I have to remind you that my particular role is very basic: security and transportation. It gets a little broad as you drill down, but I'm a security and transportation expert, and that's the service we broadly provided to the government and its partners.
So you start seeing at the range,
yes,
interesting objects.
Well, yeah, it's always interesting out there. It was a process for me getting to the point until we had our first experience with something that was obviously non-human in origin. But up until that time, there's lots of interesting things in the sky. I can tell you that our technology, and by our I mean anything that lies within the inventory of the United States government and its private partners, is pretty spectacular. There's some cool things. And from an observer standpoint on the ground, it's hard to tell exactly what's going on. Things come in and out of sight. Things disappear for a moment and reappear. Things seem to move very quickly. Things change color, they change shape. And a good reference for this is, I'm sure we've all seen these drone shows like that get put on at the Super Bowl halftime or other places. And those are pretty amazing to see, visually amazing. But we all know that's human tech and we accept it. But if you kind of think about that and think about perhaps what we might be doing privately, in the interest of national security, your imagination could fill in the blanks on what you might see on a test range that's being used by the U.S. government and its partners.
I mean, I guess we all expect that there's technology that we don't know about that's being kept confidential for very good reasons, because the United States doesn't want foreign adversaries to know that it has an aerospace advantage or a weapons advantage over a potential rival.
Yep.
And were you telling yourself that for a long time when you started seeing anomalous objects on the range?
Yeah, because just like it is now, you kind of have to train yourself. Even once you become a believer in the UAP subject, and you take some folks outside who are believers and they look up, they get really excited and falsely identify a satellite as a UAP or something else in the sky, an airplane that you might not be able to see its position lights or its strobe.
So you know what Louis Elizondo has described as the 5 observables.
Yes.
Instantaneous speed, incredible hypersonic speeds, transmedium travel, water to air, air to water, positive lift, some kind of propulsion system that isn't explained by conventional systems. And stealth. So you were seeing objects that complied with those weird observables.
Yes. And at that time, you would also see things when you talk about the transmedium. So one of those that would raise your eyebrow is more of the transmedium characteristics, because things would come from the ground, like from the earth, from a ridge, from a mountain, or it could pass through.
So they'd come out of a ridge?
Out of a ridge, yeah.
Now that is clearly technology that is certainly not known.
Now again, that is the visual understanding of what you're seeing.
And was that human technology? You just don't know.
I just don't know. That I do not know.
So there came a time though where you began to realize that this was something else.
Well, let me add too, we also know of circumstances, and you'll speak to some of my teammates here, where we did recover things that were exotic in nature in the sky, and we know they were classified craft, and we recovered them and took them back to where they go, and that was a regular thing.
So there are things that we're trying to protect that are far beyond what we know about publicly.
Yeah, much like everything in my story that we're talking about. 80 to 90% of the time, it's very ordinary and boring once you get acclimated to the lifestyle. It's but for a 5 or 10% that is the most outrageous and exciting time of your life. But the majority of what we see and do is explainable and is ordinary and is known by many people and is not classified. But there is a certain percentage which is extremely sensitive And that extremely sensitive bit does include what we know is our own man-made advanced technology. And we work to our recovery efforts, if this is where we're going with the conversation, when we look at a recovery mission or a crash recovery team, you don't put together a team like that with the intent of recovering non-human craft. That team is trained and provided the training and tools and technology to conduct a recovery mission for a number of objects and craft. But in the rare occasion, or let's say the hypothetical occasion, something of a non-human origin or source were to interface with the ground, you would deploy that same team. And that is the segue in how we got involved with this particular subject.
So tell me about the moment when you realized that you were involved in a retrieval of non-human technology, alien tech.
So it became very clear the first time we recovered something that was non-human in origin that was precisely what we were dealing with. Our communication changed. Our communication process and procedure was modified. It was also clear to everyone on the team that what we were dealing with was something that was unexpected versus expected. And then just visually looking at the object on the ground, you could tell that it was extraordinary and anomalous. It was not human.
How close did you get?
Well, I was a helicopter pilot, and I operate with 150 foot to 200 foot long line. So I got within 150 feet of this object.
What did you see?
I saw an egg, a white egg.
How large was the object?
I would say approximately 20 feet, plus or minus a little bit, about the size of a large SUV.
Did it have any seams?
No.
What? And it was pure white?
It was like pearly white, like a metallic pearly white, the best I could assess.
I mean, what you're describing sounds like something out of a TV show.
Yeah. Well, fortunate, I'm going to share some images with you, and you can see one of these flying in the sky, if you like, in broad daylight.
So you actually saw it in the sky before it...
No, not this one. But in our new venture, we've already begun work, and we're capturing sensor data of the exact same craft flying in the sky.
How did you know that that egg-shaped object was non-human in origin?
Well, visually, after seeing all kinds of things in my past, it was clearly something that was ridiculously looking. It's inconsistent with anything I'd ever seen before. I can also tell you that the reaction by my team, who was very experienced, was atypical. We changed we modified our entire process for recovery that night. Our communication process changed. We all knew we were dealing with something extraordinary. And in addition to that, it has also been verified by me, by high-ranking members of the UAP task force, that what we recovered that night was in fact known NHI craft.
So the implications of that are actually quite shocking. It means the government's lying to us, which shouldn't come as any surprise to us, but we're being lied to.
I can't comment on that because I don't know what the government knows. This operation, I just can't comment to that because...
Do you think it's possible that there are even senior people in the Pentagon who aren't aware of what you know?
Absolutely. There are senior people in all branches of government that are unaware what's going on at the bottom.
So when Air Force General Pat Ryder speaks at a press briefing in the Pentagon and says there is no evidence of extraterrestrial visitation or engagement with planet Earth, he might actually be telling the truth because he hasn't been read in like you were.
Correct.
Now you have what's called, I understand, a top secret SCI clearance. You have compartmented intelligence clearance to certain programs.
My clearance is given as needed basis. So like when I go, it's not like I go, there's no record of me having top secret clearance anywhere, but I get...
Well, there is, because in the documents that you've showed us, there is one document that shows a NATO top secret clearance. And what does that mean?
That means you are cleared to the highest level that you that you need to be in order to function in the capacity that you've been assigned on a particular mission.
And it's quite a high clearance?
It's a very high clearance.
And so the best effort was done to secure your cover, and as part of protecting that cover, it wasn't allowed to be known that you had high clearances. But what you have been able to demonstrate to us is that you were in fact given high clearances as part of your role.
Yeah, the clearances kind of accompanied me like a shadow. If I got deployed on a particular mission, let's use an aircraft, an HVT mission, for example.
High value target.
High value target. I spent a lot of time in the 90s living out of a hotel room at Pope Air Force Base with a pager. That was our technology back then. So I'll give you a short story that'll tie this together. So a typical situation for me would be told to go stay at the lodging on base, and I could travel to the chow hall, I could travel to the gym, but I had to stay within that response area. We would have a sealed aircraft. A sealed aircraft is an aircraft that has been configured and swept, and then a metal seal goes on the door to where if that door is open or broken, we know someone has entered that aircraft in an unauthorized capacity. So we'd have a sealed aircraft there. If we got dispatched, I would go to an aircraft. There would be manifests that go with that aircraft that would list all the crew members, their security clearances, and a rough description as to the mission. At those times, the crew would be briefed, security clearances would be issued to that crew, and anytime I was on a HVT mission that was highly sensitive, I would operate under what is known as a NATO top secret security clearance. And there are documents, a few documents that I was able to make copies of that show that.
And indeed, the document that you've showed us shows very clearly that you and the pilot were the only people on board the plane that had a NATO top secret clearance.
Yeah, and probably the reason he was assigned is because I was there. So, not to sound arrogant, but the fact that I was being deployed on that mission meant that the aircraft commander also needed to be read in to a certain degree, which would require that clearance.
And is part of the reason why they keep your clearances secret in that covert role, so that they have plausible deniability if you ever did decide to speak publicly?
Yeah. Here's the funny thing. Like, the U.S. government can make a bunch of rules in order to create a scaffolding that keeps things intact, but they make a bunch of rules so that they can break them and hack the system and get around them. It provides great obscurity to create the rules that separate the known from the unknown. And I want to add one comment here is when we're talking about circumstances like the first time we recovered a UAP, which was the flying egg, that immediately, regardless of where you were or what level of security you're operating under at the time, when that shows up, you're instantly now in a top secret classified situation, regardless of people's clearance.
So before you flew out that day to go and do the recovery of the egg, what were you told?
I was told that we were going out to do our normal thing. We were going to provide range security, and we transport crew, and we're doing our normal range work.
You weren't told that this was an anomalous craft that was clearly of non-human origin?
No, and I genuinely believe no one else knew this was going to happen either.
It was a shock to everyone.
I think it was a shock to everyone.
And at no stage were you ever subsequently told that the craft was of non-human origin?
No.
So how do you know it wasn't human? How do you know that we don't have top secret tech that is shaped like an egg?
Right. Well, I'll tell you that because of the reaction of my leadership structure and because of my experience working in that capacity, everyone involved was convinced that what we were seeing and dealing with was, in fact, exotic in its origin. I will also tell you that during this process over the last couple of years, it's been confirmed to me by ranking members of the UAP task force that what we were working with that night was, in fact, NHI, and it was not a unique experience. The egg, as we're referring to, is known by, and there have been many others that have encountered this type of craft in our atmosphere, outside of our atmosphere, broad day, nighttime, all over the place.
You got a good look at this object, didn't you?
Yeah.
Was there any visible propulsion system on it?
No, not what we would know. There's no engine, there was no thermal signature. I was operating at night when I finally came in to pick it up, so I'm working under night vision goggles at the time. And it was quite clear. I flipped them up, flipped them down, and looked at it a couple of different ways.
Was there a thermal signature?
There was not a thermal signature.
So it wasn't hot?
No.
No. You know, the general laws of thermodynamics, you know, if an object's been flying or driving an engine, it's going to show heat, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
So how do you think that object was being propelled?
Well, that's a great question that we're looking forward to exploring with our new venture.
So when you went back to base, was it the sort of job where you could go to your bosses and say, hey, listen, what was that object that I picked up, that strange looking egg thing?
No, that's not quite how it works. When I go back to what you would call my base, when I go back to our facility, that's back to my normal working business. And the people that are involved there have really no idea what's going on when I'm holding myself out for work for the government.
So this is how the compartmentalization system works.
Yeah.
It's a need to know. There was no need for the people that you were working with to know, so they weren't briefed in.
Yes.
And you only found out incidentally because you saw it on the range.
Right.
So let's keep on going. That's twigged your interest. For the first time, you've seen something that does appear genuinely anomalous. When was the next occasion when you became aware of anomalous non-human technology?
Well, there's another craft that we recovered that I can talk about, and that craft was what we referred to as an 8-gon. An 8-gon is basically a disc-shaped object that, when viewed from the top, has 8 different symmetrical sections that are delineated by some form of ridge.
So it's an octagon-shaped disc?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What, by any chance, was there a nickname for the egg?
Yeah, the egg we actually called Nanus, like from the Mork and Mindy show from the 70s, because it's ridiculous. That's exactly what it looked like. And so it's funny when you look back at what may have been the motivation for the 1970s, because where else would an egg is a ridiculous idea for a guy from Mork from Ork, right? So you have Mork from Ork who flew to Earth in an egg. It surely gives credit to the idea that some like to think that perhaps there was a PR program that utilized our fascination with Hollywood and television to paint pictures of actual fact as fiction, making it now some weird hybrid you could call faction.
So what time of day or night was it when you came across the octagonal object, the 8-gon?
We did recovery on that both day and night.
So talk me through it. What happens? You're in your chopper?
Yeah, I'm in my chopper.
What sort of chopper?
At the time, it was a Bell 212, which is the same as a UHN1. It's a twin-engine, twin-bladed Bell helicopter.
You're flying at night?
Flying at night, yeah.
What time at night?
Oh, God. I don't remember. Like after midnight.
Have you been given any pre-flight briefing?
I'm the one who would be given the briefing, but we are given a loadout on the particular object. When you're flying an external load, we designate 2 different sites. One's called the drop site, one's called the pick site, you could say. The pick site is where the payload is that you're flying in to pick up. As you're making your first trip into the pick site, the payloads are already rigged and manifested for you to prepare them for flight. When you're en route to that object, you're given some basic information like weight estimates, size estimates. There's 2 objects that I'm here to talk about. One was the egg, the other is what we called an 8-gon. The 8-gon was essentially a flying disc with what looked like 8 delineated sections when looking down. And I can tell you what it looked like from looking down because that's primarily how I saw it because I'm a helicopter pilot. We did recoveries with the 8-gons. There was more than one that made its way to the ground on this particular operation. And the recovery was done at night and then more was done in the day. Because of where we operate, sometimes things can make their way into the steep terrain. The terrain where we operate is the highest mountain range in the whole continental United States. And so the decision was made to wait till daylight to recover some of the object or some of the material that was brought down or made its way to the ground that night. During the recovery of the object at nighttime, I make my way in the helicopter from where we configure the line and we fly to where what we call the pick site. There's two locations. We designate them pick site, drop site. Drop site at the delivery location. We have a crew both at the pick site and the drop site on the ground. The pick team configures the cargo for flight.
So whatever it is, the craft is sitting in a sling waiting for your helicopter.
Yeah, it's sitting. We have these things called pumpkins, which are like rubberized bags or containers. And from my point of view, it was covered in a pumpkin, at least from the bottom and the sides. This is one of the most profound experiences I've ever had in my life I'm about to share with you, so bear with me. This is, for me, when it became clear. As I get closer to this pick site, I start feeling odd. I start feeling extremely emotional. And the closer I get, the more the emotion starts to overwhelm me. And
what do you feel? What's the emotion?
I feel a sense of my mother. I don't know how else to explain it. I feel this intense hybrid of sadness and happiness and beauty and song. And it was very disruptive to me because I had a very practical responsibility at the time to operate a helicopter in the mountains at night. And I began wondering what was wrong with me. It was late. I'm like, am I just stressed? Am I tired? Am I marinating in cortisol and estrogen? I don't know. But as I came over this object for the pick, there was this overwhelming sense of emotion.
What's it saying? The object. Tell me what you're feeling.
Like I said, it was an overwhelming sense of sadness, happiness.
Is it your feeling? Are you suddenly having a mental breakdown on the job?
No, I felt like something connected with me. I felt like something had tuned in to me and my soul and was providing me some sense of guidance on what to do and how profound what I was doing was. And it was so overwhelming that I began to cry. And
I can't imagine crying at night time with night vision goggles is the healthiest way to fly a chopper.
No, it is not. And then I'm confused as to why I'm crying at the same time. And then do I abort the mission? So I just did my best to focus on my particular cues when doing this type of work. And I got the load hooked up and I began flying away. And once it was just me and that object in between the pick and the drop site, there's about 20 miles in between, I felt like something was inside of me. I felt like I was possessed by the most beautiful spirit I'd ever been possessed by. And
was it loving?
It was loving. But there was a sense of sadness at the same time. And
had you ever had an experience like this before?
No, it was a very feminine energy, I'll tell you that. It felt like the spirit of God, but not in any masculine sense that I had ever felt. It was like, again, the feeling of my mother and my daughter and beauty. And it wasn't like a soul, it was like a frequency that I was connected with.
Was it scared?
I don't know if it is a thing. I'm still trying to figure out why that happened. I don't want to say that because I have a pretty good idea of what's going on now. And whatever that force was since that night, it has stayed with me. And as crazy as this sounds, it's what's guiding me now. And it's what's providing protection for me.
It's changed your life.
It's changed my life.
Do you think it's made you a better person, that experience?
It has made me a more sensitive and aware person, which I think all of us would be better people.
So that was a moment when you became aware of, at the very least, a technology that had the capacity to touch you remotely.
Remotely.
Telepathically.
Telepathically.
Now, telepathy, we are told, is a nonsense. It's a fiction. What happened after you flew the object in the sling to presumably the drop-off zone?
Once I made the drop, before I got there, I was really scared that I was going to have to stop flying and punch this thing off because I was so distracted. But then I was like, well, crap, now we've got another recovery site. Now we're going to have to recover this. I'm going to have to emergency land. I don't know. So it took everything I had in me at the time to get to my drop site, and I delivered this. Oddly enough, no one in my crew reported having similar effects from this. I do not believe there was a being in that craft. I've come to understand now, after being involved with other parts of the programs that are tested on the range, that there is a known and researched and implemented emotional or psychic, or what we call a psionic component to the research and development of the UAP program.
Now, Jake, I know it's going to be very confronting for our audience to hear this, but you think that you've discovered something potentially about yourself as a result of that experience, that you might in fact have abilities that you were never aware of.
I know in my childhood, if we look back to when I was a kid, I sincerely believe that the screening I went through in high school, my grandparents are, when I was a kid, the reason I joined the military is real simple. I wanted to jump out of airplanes and kill bad guys and make my grandparents proud. And my grandparents were the most amazing people I've ever met. They grew up during the Great Depression, dealt with World War II. And my grandfathers particularly were the strongest and the most sensitive men I've ever met, all wrapped up into one person. We can call them Navy Grandpa and Army Grandpa, let's say. So, Navy Grandpa was a very influential naval officer. He was actually a member of the SEALs predecessors, the Scouts and Raiders. Army Grandpa was an Army captain and a salesman. They both founded our neighborhood church and literally set the cornerstone to our church together. Unfortunately, their children, my parents, were very loving people, but made a lot of bad decisions. This led to step families for me at a very young age. And to get away from the abusive environment, I spent a lot of time outside. I would tell my mom I'm going to my dad's house. I'd tell my dad I'm going to my mom's house, and I'd bug out and just go live outside.
You were living in the bush somewhere?
Yeah, essentially I was homeless, but I just told myself I was a wild commando survivalist, and that gave me pride in what I was doing instead of shame. And so that I refined a pretty high level of independence at a young age. But my grandparents were still always there, making sure I had some outlet for certain things. And so they got me involved with an art program and a music program. I'll have to tell you, so my Navy grandfather, he was the superintendent. He got his doctorate in education, and by the time I had graduated high school, he had retired as a superintendent of our school district. So he was a very influential man.
And I understand he ran the gifted and talented education program for that school district.
Yeah, you could say he was the ambassador for this area for the GATE program, which was a program for gifted and talented kids. And my personal experience with that was great. It was, I just got pulled out of normal class a couple of times a day, at least twice, and got to go to a private classroom where I had one-on-one time with a staff member there who played a lot of games with me inside and outside, and we ran a number of creative classes together. And outside of that, I also, after school, I would attend, I had a private art teacher, I learned music. And so I felt like I had a unique education experience as a kid. My grandfather also got me involved in water polo and swimming. He was a diver and a swimmer. And water polo became a great outlet for me. I found the competition and the physical exhaustion was like great medicine for me.
Looking back though now, do you think there might have been something special about your selection into the GATE program?
Well, if we look into my high school years, you know, unfortunately, my senior year, I got in a lot of trouble. When I did show up to school, I was a bit disruptive in class. I had a smart mouth. I liked being a class clown. And I got in a lot of fights. And by the time my senior year came around, I was the varsity goalie on our water polo team. And 5 weeks into my senior year, I got expelled for fighting again. And at that time, I was on a disciplinary contract. So my accumulation of bad behavior throughout high school resulted in a contract, which was interesting. And it was a one and done fail situation. And 5 weeks into my senior year, I was expelled. At this time, my grandparents decided to hold an intervention. And I don't even think my parents or step-parents know, but the two men got together and met with me and decided to research military programs that would be available at that time. And so we made several trips down to UCLA, to an office near there, and I began going through a series of tests of all kinds. There were physical, physiological, psychological, creative tests, and we assumed that, you know, all of this was pretty typical.
You know now, don't you, that the US Air Force has been secretly testing people through the GATE program for certain psychic abilities?
Yes.
Were you tested?
Yes.
Do you think that might have played a part in what happened to you that night when you were recovering that craft?
Yeah, and I don't know that the Air Force realized that. I'll tell you, I know others that I've come to meet through the program that we'll talk about that were in a psionic program that have a very similar backstory. But for whatever reason, I was not used in that way. Again, my creativity and intuition resulted in, as I've shared with you before, being used for creative war games, being very creative in war games. But what I used is intuition. If we make a spectrum and we put intuition on the conservative side, let's say the right side of the scale, on the more far out side, that might be something that looks a lot like telepathy or telekinesis. And we call this psionics, which we can talk about. And so I knew I was intuitive, I knew I was creative, and I also know I had good imagination. And so looking back, it was clear that becoming a red team expert, those are the tools that I would deploy. My intuition and creativity is what made me successful in that capacity.
I'm quite struck by how many very senior elite soldiers, special operations soldiers, when they admit what they do in a combat situation where they're facing imminent harm, there's often a moment where they talk about intuition, precognition. They knew something was about to happen. Does that happen to you?
Yeah, I would say that I have a keen ability to make good decisions, short term and long term. I also find comfort in chaos, you could say. And I actually see things more clearly in chaos and tend to make very wise decisions.
And is that a quality that you recognize in a lot of your colleagues in special operations? Yeah,
you might be interested to know that people at an elite operator level, there's a lot of them that are left-handed, a lot of them that were artists as kids or still are, very good drawers, illustrators, musicians. They're also, if you were to describe their personalities, you might find yourself using some oxymorons like peaceful warriors, sensitive savages, you could say. That's a real thing. And I'll add one more. We're a bunch of dead serious goofballs. So there's this dichotomy between feminine and masculine at the extremes that I don't know if you could go as far as to say is the Big Blue Air Force and the Big Black Department of Defense knows what they're doing, and they're prospecting for these kids at a level, and they're planning this long-term, well-thought-out path. But what you will find is that we end up making our way there.
Something made you connect with that machine that night.
Yes, it chose to connect with me, and reportedly no one else on my crew.
So when you got back to base, did you report the fact that you'd had that extraordinary...
Hell no. No.
Why not?
Because I didn't know what happened, and I don't want, you carry a lot of responsibility as a pilot. In this process, I've moved from being a very pragmatic person with a tremendous amount of responsibility in day-to-day grind in this dimension to a place where I've had to take into account and incorporate things that are basically metaphysical, and find a balance between the two, all while maintaining the trust that I could do my very pragmatic work. So this was something pretty new to me this night. The last thing I'm going to do is go back and tell my team that I almost had to pop the load off because I was connected with a goddess that was making me cry.
So you've had those two anomalous incidents with craft.
Yeah.
Clearly, these are objects that are being recovered that do not appear to be human technology.
So this is a good thing to talk about, because what we're dealing with is either non-human intelligence, if we want to use those words or that phrase or that acronym. It's either that, or we need to dramatically redefine what we think human intelligence is.
Because this object, whatever it was capable of communicating with you in your mind.
That object, or whatever was controlling that object, was also connecting to me through the mind, through my mind.
Now you learned, didn't you, that this was the tip of an iceberg. It wasn't
Correct.
just you.
Correct.
What did you learn?
Well, my work, coincidentally, shortly after that, led me in support of another particular part of the program, which deals directly with looking at this piece right here, which is there a component on the summoning side that we call, and the operation side of these non-human craft that has to do with consciousness, or at least a field of consciousness that perhaps humans can tap into, and maybe all beings in the universe can tap into.
What is a psionic?
A psionic person is someone with the predisposition for extral, temporal, you could say, abilities and sensitivities. Someone who has a fantastic intuition.
What did you discover the psionics were being used for in the program?
In the program, there was certainly a desire to explore the idea that perhaps UAP could be summoned, could be communicated with, could be controlled, and could be persuaded to land, all by deploying people with psionic abilities to interface and communicate with the UAP.
And did you see that happen?
Yes, I did.
So there were people who were purportedly psionically gifted who were brought into the program?
Yes, there were.
Where did they come from?
They come from all over. They're not, and all over, I mean from outside the United States as well as in.
And how are they detected? How are they picked?
I don't really know. You'd have to ask somebody else.
I'm told that there are particular indigenous communities around the world, Native Americans, people in different third world countries, who apparently have enhanced psychic abilities that are recognized.
Sure. I think most people could grasp the idea that perhaps people that are from other cultures. Our culture leaves a lot to be desired when we look at the contaminants that exist in our food, contaminants that exist in our drugs, and contaminants in our culture. And some of these contaminants, it turns out, aren't great for your spirituality or your consciousness or your psionic abilities. And so those who live a particular lifestyle or live in a culture where they have a more natural or direct way of life with nature and their surroundings seem to, within those groups of people, there's a little bit higher demographic than there typically is for those with a psionic ability. So these people are sought out and are used to contribute to the research that might be going on with the psionic.
I want to put something to you. I've spoken myself, you haven't told me this, but I've spoken myself to people of Native American background, Indigenous Americans, who say that this is a particularly popular thing for recruitment from the program to happen in Indigenous American communities.
Yes, I know that for a fact.
There are also people from countries in the third world where these abilities are recognised and not treated with stigma as we do in the Western world.
Yeah, there is no stigma. In fact, if there's any stigma, if you're the one who's not playing along, you might be the outcast in those cultures.
So the irony is that part of your discovery inside the program is that there genuinely are people who can actually make a mental, spiritual connection to a technology.
Yes, 100%.
Was that a revelation to you?
It was fun. It was actually fun to learn. That's one of the things in our work that was like, oh my gosh, there's more to life. It answered certain questions and intuitions, if you will, that we have going back to your childhood, and if anything, that were most present in your childhood, which is very satisfying because, something as a child, you have this particular feeling, and it kind of dies out as you become more mature and have to take on more responsibility. And so to be able to nurture that and accept that that might be the case, and to see organizations as serious as those who we worked with taking this seriously was actually a heck of a lot of fun.
So this is an ontological shock, I think, for many people watching this, because we're all being told, firstly, there's no such thing as aliens visiting this planet.
Yeah.
And secondly, we're all being told there's no such thing as telepathy or psychic abilities. It's rubbish.
Yeah, I don't think there is going to be an ontological shock. I think people are going to react to it the same way I did. I think it's going to be an ontological relief, because I think everyone deep down knows that there is more to life than what we are being told and experiencing. And to know that there might be something like a 6th, 7th, 8th sense that has a spiritual connection, and that might actually have a good nature and application behind it, like, not only is it not shocking, but it should be welcomed, I would think.
Well, I'd go further, Jake. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
And isn't that the message you got from whatever that intelligence
Overwhelming
was?
sense of beauty. Overwhelming.
And love?
And love.
And it's funny hearing an elite soldier talking about love and benevolence.
You know what fuels every elite soldier? Is a preservation of love or something that they love. That's what's behind all the strength.
So let's go through the psionic program. When a psionic operator engages with technology, how do they do it?
Using their mind, something like meditation. And I need to preface this by saying this is stuff that I've come to know recently. The night that I had this experience, there was another team involved, come to find out was a psionics team, and they were also working that night.
And do you think it was them that had attracted the object in the first place?
Yeah, I do.
And so how did the object come to land?
I think it was invited to land by the psionics team.
Is that always how they make the objects land?
No, there's a number of other ways. So I have to tell you that weapon systems are tested out there.
I know this from other sources. I know that high pulse microwave weapons are being used to bring down some of these craft.
Yes.
Now, how often was it done where the objects would land on their own accord, and how often was it done that weapons would be used?
Yeah, I can't tell you how often. I can tell you that they are brought down both ways, that they are invited to land by the psionics team. Other times they are invited in by the psionics team, but then HPMs, which are high-powered microwave weapons, are deployed, and they have an effect where they can disrupt the flight pattern of the object, and when it is an object, sometimes it's not, and it can result in that aircraft being forcibly brought down.
When they did the attraction of the objects, was it purely psychic, or was there machinery that was used as well?
So there's 5 components to our operation, which might answer a lot of your questions. So the first component is a calling phase. Calling is either through man or machine-based summoning systems. We have man-based systems, which are our psionic assets, which make a connection through intuition or consciousness with the object and can invite it in. The other is a machine-based calling system, which uses many systems, which I'm not going to go into detail about. You could refer to them as a dog whistle or a lure. And UAP, certain types seem to be specifically attracted or responsive to our machine-based calling systems. And then from there, once they're brought in, we communicate with them. Now, the psionics can have a dual role, because in this communication phase, we do a lot of data collection. So it's verifying that what we are seeing is something tangible, also that it is responding to our efforts. So we might invite it to move left or right, or to position our particular machine-based systems in a particular direction, and then measure the response.
The implication of what you're saying is that this intelligence that's behind these objects, whatever it is, seems willing to share.
Yeah, I think it ultimately is working for us. And it is commonly talked about that what we are getting, even when we weaponize it, is a donation, a gift. And even when we deploy equipment, when there's a combined operation with a psionics team and a machine-based team, all the equipment kind of has to be blessed and brought in when it's a psionically led operation for summoning.
A lot of people watching this, Jake, are going, I'm sure, this is crazy. This guy's making this up. This can't possibly be true. Yeah. Alien vehicles, psychic techniques to engage with technology. This is disinformation, fabrication.
Yeah. Well, we intend to prove that's not the case, which has a lot to do with the timing as to why I'm coming out now. We plan to produce that evidence in our new venture with our teams that we've used for years. In the legacy program, we've now gotten out and we've pooled our resources, and we're backed by venture capital. We're also working in coordination with the most forefront government agencies that you would want involved with us on this subject matter. And we're going to start producing evidence on all of this, and we're going to share it with.
But crucially, you know it works because you've seen it done.
Yes. Yep.
And so have your colleagues.
That's correct.
What would you say to people who might say, there's no way a secret like this could have been kept for so long? I mean, you're describing an operation that, in your experience, has been going for at least 10, 20 years.
Yeah.
Do you know how long the program's been doing, the psionics?
I would say, I'm sorry, get over it. I don't know what else to tell you.
So it can be kept. A secret can be kept.
Oh, yeah. Secrets, there are lots of secrets. Some kept for good reasons.
So let me briefly summarize the implications of what you're saying. Aliens are real.
So I would like to know, unfortunately, we got to get really specific with the semantics, okay? So what do you mean by alien?
Something non-human and intelligent built craft that you have been involved in recovering.
Yes, something that is inconsistent with our idea of what a human is involved with these craft.
Are these intelligences, whatever they are they extraterrestrial? Are they from somewhere else, or could they possibly be living
That
on
I
this
don't know.
planet?
I got to remind you, I'm a security and transportation guy that has been involved in this program really within the purview of those two categories. So you're going to have to ask someone else.
I presume you got a chance to talk to the psionics.
Yeah.
When they mentally, telepathically engaged with whatever this intelligence was, what did they tell you about it?
Well, that they refer to it as a they in a very spiritual nature, something like angels, angels and demons. Let's say there's certainly good energies and bad energies, but it's talked of in a very nebulous way like this, because no one really knows what it is. No one, especially on the psionic side, we're still trying to figure that out. We're still trying to figure out exactly what it is. And there's probably a number of things going on. There might be biological entities, and we use the word biological for a very specific reason. Biological, we don't need, we limit it to that because we aren't here to imply that it is sentient or has a consciousness. We really don't know that. There is some evidence that shows it might be the case that these are something like soft tissue drones or lab meat that was programmed in order to operate craft.
Meat robots.
Meat robots, yeah.
Okay.
So it really begs the question, but ironically, while some of the biological cargo that comes with these craft is not conscious, consciousness itself is how you interact and pilot the craft, which is ironic because for the first time ever, the biological creatures inside are not conscious, but the craft is.
The other implication too, from what your experience shows, is that whatever and wherever the intelligence is that's behind those craft, it seems friendly, benevolent.
Benevolent, yeah.
In fact, loving?
Loving. It's, if you want to connect with it, if you want to have a relationship, and if you want to see stuff flying in the sky, you need to be channeling a loving energy. That's
I find
just
that
the way it
quite
works.
beautiful.
Yeah, it is. In fact, there can be individuals in the group that throw off that vibe, that can mess up the vibration of the psionics work and their communication with the beings, and then you aren't as successful.
Have you, in any of the work that you've done, and I know you're being very limited in what incidents you're prepared to talk about, have you ever come across malevolent intelligence that's non-human?
I have not. I personally have not.
Have any of your colleagues?
You'll have to ask them.
Okay. The implications, though, of what you're telling us are incredible. We are not alone.
We are not alone.
There is a non-human intelligence that has been engaging with this planet.
Yes.
To your knowledge, is it just the United States that is having these encounters?
No. No, I can tell you for a fact that my team has been sought after for our unique service that we provide by organizations outside the United States.
But let's to be clear, I don't want to put you in a position of imputing that you might have been helping unfriendly countries. Neither of the countries or none of the countries that you worked with are foreign adversaries.
No, not. And when I say that, I use the word organizations instead of governments because there are many other folks that may be operating in a private capacity that. So let me say this. This situation is not unique to the U.S.
To your knowledge, are Russia and China doing retrievals of non-human craft?
I have no idea. I imagine they are.
Why would you say that?
Well, because this particular activity is not unique to the United States. I know for a fact that members of my team have been asked to provide our expertise and service for organizations outside the U.S., not China and Russia, but you know, the U.S. government does not have a monopoly on the UAP subject matter. I mean, the skies are not classified. Your conscious can't be redacted. So the NHI can connect with whoever the hell they want, and whoever the hell they are can connect with NHI. And this lends itself to a particular situation or formula that you can imagine exists, which is if you have a belief that this is a worthwhile venture, which ironically the government has made extremely clear. Like, there are many people, myself and our new organization included, that is not waiting on the government to say this is something you should invest time and energy on. And that's become abundantly clear in the last 2 years. But prior to that, anyone that had the will to believe that and the money to invest and the tools and techniques and talent in order to do it could set up their own communication, crash recovery, and reverse engineering program anywhere in the world. The NHI does not hold itself out exclusively for the United States.
Why has this been kept secret from all of us?
Oh God, I don't know. I really don't know. I imagine, I have to trust that, be careful what you wish for. There might be very good reasons. I imagine that some of what we see, I know that some of what we see is our own advanced tech. And it's absolutely imperative that we keep a competitive advantage over our adversaries. As a patriot, that's paramount. We need to be able to defend ourselves. And unfortunately, you can't tell the public things without telling your adversaries. So therefore, the public, for their own good, is going to be kept, they're going to be kept out of the know on certain subjects. And so there's this difference between secrecy and privacy. And I will lay this out because we need to be able to flip back and forth between the two. Privacy is something that protects responsibilities and the dignity of whoever needs that privacy. Secrecy is something that typically hides vices, amoral intentions, and crimes, let's say. I know for the most part that what we're dealing with when it comes to our government, the subject matter, is a matter of privacy, not secrecy, if you want to look at it that way.
Somebody you discovered was recording these operations in secret.
There are videos of these operations that were captured illegally during these operations that are out there.
You became aware, didn't you, while you were doing these retrieval operations, that there was concern from a private aerospace company that certain computers had gone missing?
Yes.
And those computers were Panasonic Toughbooks.
Correct.
5 Panasonic Toughbooks.
6.
6. What happened?
Well, we were deployed on a particular task to recover what we call HVTs, or high value targets. Those high value targets were Panasonic Toughbooks. And whatever was on these Toughbooks was highly sensitive material. And this came about, I have to tell you, after 2018. It is quite possible, I will say, that the sensitive material that is on these Panasonic Toughbooks has to do with sensor data, video, that was illegally captured during some of these operations, some of which may be incriminating or classified.
Now, I can understand a lot of people watching this may be indignant, but there are good reasons why some things are classified in the US military.
Absolutely.
So you were tasked to get these laptops back?
Yes.
Because the concern was they could break the secrecy of the whole program.
I can't speak to what the implications were of this sensitive information getting out. My job's pretty simple. I get tasked on something, I get given a pretty narrow scope. And after doing this for 20 years, that's enough for me, because everything that I've done up until now is I've been very well taken care of, and everything, I trust the process by which we operate. So I'm only preloading it that way because that wasn't the case by the end of this operation. For the first time in my career, by the end of this operation, we began asking questions we've never asked, which is, who are we working for? What is going on, and why did it turn out to be that there were 2 seemingly adversarial parties trying to employ us to go after these HVTs.
So what happened?
So my team and I worked in coordination with our contact for this particular task. There was obviously another team involved, which is an intelligence team. Most of our intelligence came by way of HUMINT, which is human intelligence, which is essentially the reporting of information by a human, by their own observation and experience. And we recovered our first two tough books. They were in the high Sierras, I'll tell you that. And we had first deployed, began recon on that particular target for the first two in the winter time, and there was tons of snow. So we continued to just observe that location in order to keep tabs on who might be coming and going. It's very remote. There's no way there. The only way to get there would be by foot or horse or helicopter. So we did a couple snow surveys, and at the time the snow was over 9 feet, so we had waited for the thaw before we would deploy to get these first two.
Are you and your men armed?
Yeah, we're always armed. Yeah.
Because whoever this was is potentially very dangerous.
I'm armed when I go to Starbucks, so that's not saying much, but we were armed, yeah.
So what happened?
So we recovered our first two tough books. We got back to our base location and then went through them and took photographs, discovered that the hard drives were missing, which is something we expected could be the case. We then took pictures and detailed reports of the tough books and the contents of the casing that we found them in, and we delivered them to a very familiar facility, which is consistent with the company we are working for. And then we went back to task and waited for more instructions on where to look next for the missing components of these computers, as well as the other tough books that were thought to have been out there. The next piece of intelligence that came through led us to a lake, a high altitude lake, and we found the hard drives in a sealed steel container 25 feet underwater.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
someone's going through a lot of effort in order to hide these things.
But you can't blame them. I mean, this is worth a lot of money if you sell it to the right buyer.
Yeah, depending upon what's on there. It was clear that, again, it was clear that whatever was hidden was highly sensitive to the employer of the task we were on and to whoever was in possession of these at the time they were being hidden. Yeah.
At any stage, did you find yourself under threat?
Yeah, so we didn't get much past that mission. We never recovered any more. The very next time we went out, things got strange for me. And my spidey senses, my intuition was on high alert because our intel contact changed. The rhythm and style of our intel changed. I'll leave it at that. And when we deployed to the next location to begin our reconnaissance and in preparation for going to have a look around, the intelligence began to change last minute. Also, we were given a partnered air asset instead of using our own, and we took it in good faith. And as we got closer to the day in which we were going to deploy, intelligence kept changing. And so that raised my concern. We ended up going anyway, and when we got there, the HVTs were gone, and it was clear that shots had been fired, and I'm going to leave it at that. So when I got back to our home base after that, I made contact with our dispatcher, let's say, and said, we're out, we're done, and I needed space to breathe. We then deployed our own air assets, and we got the hell out of there.
You felt you were in significant danger.
Yeah, and I was concerned that we were being set up, we were being prepared for the one thing that we've always offered employers, and that is plausible deniability. And that we were perhaps going to be the hidden hand that gets severed. And that perhaps we were the ones who may be responsible for capturing that sensitive material on the front end.
Do you think that you and your team had come under suspicion for the videos? Is it as simple as that?
I think that's very likely. Or we were a suitable patsy.
I do have to put one thing to you.
Yeah.
Because it's an incident that I've been told about from 2004, and I've been told about it by multiple people. I've been told that a private aerospace company was testing one of its own vehicles, what's referred to as an alien reproduction vehicle, an ARV in the colloquialism. That vehicle crashed somewhere south of New Mexico, possibly in Mexico, and I'm told that a team from that private aerospace contractor was deployed, and while they were there, another team arrived from the US military, and they had innocently been deployed by their government to intercept what they thought was a potentially anomalous craft. And in the course of that encounter, I am told 2 men were killed. Can you comment on that incident?
Yeah, there's nothing I can add to that story or comment on. If I did have something to add, or if I had knowledge of that, it would certainly be something I would expect to get squashed by Dopster. And quite possibly, if I was involved in something like that, I probably wouldn't share it for one of my other reasons, which is maintaining the privacy and quality of life of my friends and family.
It's too dangerous for you to talk about, potentially.
It certainly, it would be, yeah.
Can you speak more broadly, without referring to that particular incident, speaking broadly about the implications from the program? Do you believe people have been hurt or killed as a result of attempts to protect the secrecy of this whole venture?
Yeah, it is my understanding and belief that, unfortunately, that is true.
People have been murdered.
That seems to be the case.
You were in a situation where what you were doing was plausibly deniable. You felt under threat. You were asking who you were working for. Who were you working for?
Yeah, for the first time in my career, let me start by saying that for my entire career, both in the Air Force and as a contractor afterwards, I've been very well taken care of. I was given time off to get my head right when I needed to. I was given time to take care of my family when my wife had twins. I've been very well compensated. I've been trusted, and everything that needed to be laid out before me when put on certain tasks was as advertised and as promised. That all changed in 2018, and I cut ties and had to get rid of everyone on my team and build a brand new team from scratch, the same way I always had. But we cleaned house, and I went back and recruited through very reliable sources the type of team members I always have from the places I always have. And we set out to try and figure out exactly who the adversarial parties were that were both interested in these laptops. And again, it was obvious to us at least who the employer was, but they were now in question, in my mind, as being part of the problem we ran into. And it became clear to me after working in this world that perhaps it wasn't this company. Perhaps there was someone in mid-level management or someone completely external that was masquerading as representatives of this company, and they liked wearing their merchandise, okay? So we came up with a plan, and I decided we're not gonna ask questions down here, we're gonna go to the top. So I reached out to the director of security for the particular organization and a sister organization and set up a meeting with them and went and spoke to them directly about our operation to find out which was true, because there was only two truths in my minds. Either they were complicit or they were compromised. So either their company and their chain of command was compromised, meaning the top had no idea what was going on at the bottom, or they were complicit. This mission that we were asked to do was directed from the top down.
So the question in your mind was this a rogue operation? What did you find out?
Well, I found out that the people at the top claimed to know nothing about it, and they didn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, and they advised me to leave it alone.
So this leads you to the possibility that this was a rogue operation. Somebody was tasking you to do things, dangerous things, where your life had been in danger and your team members had been in danger.
This is a good example for everyone watching as to how something like this could be kept secret, because you could think of me as, again, I'm just a security and transportation specialist. Everything else I'm speaking to and that I know about, I gain just from my own knowledge and interest of being in the environment. But I speak to a lot of things that aren't necessarily my specialty. I'm on the very fingertips of this thing, which is part of why you haven't heard from me before. I operate in the shadows by design. I'm the fingertips of this thing. I have firsthand accounts of working with these craft and in these organizations. They're up here at the shoulder. Like our friend David Grush has worked at a very high administrative level. He didn't know who I was. He had to find me through the process. And so there are things that the shoulder is intending to do, if we're going to use a joint analogy, that ends up being facilitated by individuals on the fingertips. There's another joint in between. That's the elbow. This is that mid-level. Something could be dramatically redesigned and repurposed at the elbow joint to where the mission of the fingertips is not consistent with the mission of the shoulder.
When you confronted the head of security for that unnamed private aerospace company, what was his reaction? Was he nervous?
Oh, he was nervous.
I mean, it's quite unusual for you to go and knock on the door of a very, very senior person in such a huge organization.
Yeah, no, he welcomed me, and this is something that we had made arrangements for.
Right. But was he perhaps freaked out, frightened, when you confronted him about what you told him?
No, I like to think I know how to make myself come across disarming.
And so he told you to forget it.
We had a lovely talk, actually. It was very personable, very congenial, and he shared concerns. Maybe I would go as far as say he had more concerns than I did, and he was at a point in his career where he didn't want to deal with this anymore. He was making changes in his career to try and distance himself. If he had any knowledge at all, it was clear he's trying to distance himself from it. He didn't want to get involved, but he did provide some advice on where we should go. If you look at the Inspector General function of any organization, that is certainly a place that he recommended we go, but he made it clear that there were some Inspector Generals that may be a better place to go than others.
And is that what you did?
No, I didn't do that.
Why didn't you go to the Inspector General? Because these are the oversight agencies that the US government has set up to properly investigate these kind of abuses of power.
It wasn't, at that point, you got to remember, I had lost all faith in everything. I was starting at ground zero. I even fired my whole team and was rebuilding my own network from the ground up. So at this top level, I'm a fingertips guy. So my knowledge of the shoulder, I was not going to go, I didn't know who to trust. So even going to an Inspector General, the expectation would be for me to just spill all. So I hadn't done my homework enough to where I felt comfortable going to an Inspector General, and I wasn't sure that that was going to provide me the outcome I wanted.
So what did you do?
So the first thing I did is I began expanding the list of people whose opinion I was going to ask. And through that process, I found myself reaching out to the one thing that was always my get out of jail free card, which was I knew if anything got bad, I could go to members of Congress, particularly the Senate Intelligence Committee, the monitor for the CIA, and plead my case and ask for help. So we started there. And unfortunately, that was a very disheartening experience because me going there, asking for their help, very quickly turned into them asking for my help.
You're kidding?
No. Which was extremely disappointing, to say the least. But they were scared. They were scared, and they were running into their own problems of being in fear of, they were being harassed, and they were afraid for their own personal safety.
So people investigating this UAP legacy program for Congress were feeling threatened.
They were feeling threatened. And other people they were speaking to as sources were being threatened. And so they very quickly, after learning who I was, began asking me for personal protection and for strategies to mitigate threat.
But you're not getting the help you need.
No, I'm like, I came to you. So that pretty much was a devastating moment where I'm like, shoot, we're all alone. And it was unfortunately a much more grave situation, because what it indicated was that our Congress was not only ignorant to the subject, they were neutered. They were neutered by what they could do about it.
Why? How? I mean, it's in your Constitution, Jake. The Constitution enshrines the idea that Congress rules. Everything is accountable to Congress.
Congress needs an enforcement arm. So laws without enforcement don't exist.
So, Jake, hearing your story about a psionic program inside the legacy UAP retrieval program makes me think back to cases like the 1980 Bentwaters incident, where at an RAF base, a Royal Air Force base in the United Kingdom, Christmas 1980, a craft allegedly landed in an adjacent forest, the Rendlesham Forest.
Yeah.
What do you think happened there?
Man, that's one of my favorite cases. Once I began looking into the history of this thing, that's one of the ones that stood out to me, especially when you think about where we are now. I'll tell you this, if Bentwaters happened tomorrow, like, this thing would be over with. And
because they couldn't conceal it. Like
no, well, you couldn't conceal it, but it's just everything we're looking for has already happened. Like your book, for example, In Plain Sight. If you just look, it's so obvious. But that one case has everything we need. And I don't know how anyone can say there's no evidence of extraterrestrial. And maybe they're hanging their hat on that's why we have non-human intelligence. Maybe they're trying to hang their hat on this one little narrow place they can slip through, which is things are not from outside the planet. I don't know how they're doing that. But whatever the case, what went on at Bentwaters has everything we need. It has firsthand experiencers, people that have made physical contact with the craft, the most reputable people in the Air Force at that time, working on a nuclear facility. OSI shows up immediately.
The Office of Special Investigation.
The Office of Special Investigation.
And that's a US Air Force office.
Yes, people are sworn to secrecy. It happened on multiple occasions. There's multiple sensor data that goes with the first-hand witness testimony.
What do you speculate brought that craft down?
Well, I'm certainly speculating, but after my experience, I think what may have happened in that case is it may have been a craft that was attracted to a psionic asset or was being operated by a psion. If that craft was ours and it was being operated psionically, there's this thing called link loss. Link loss is it's a common phrase used with drone operation. Drones are, or UAVs as we call them, unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAS, they're also called that, unmanned aerial systems, are operated remotely. In the off chance that there's a disconnect between the operating system or the transmitting side and the receiving side within these craft, it's called a link loss. And when that happens, our man-made systems are designed to RTB, or return to base, or they can go to designated landing sites in a link loss. So That same system would be deployed because commonly what happens with a psionic asset who is using a form of intuition and consciousness to connect with a craft, there's a disconnect, we call it, which is like link loss. I can tell you when we run exercises using the psionic assets in an intentional environment to get samples to the ground, we intentionally disconnect the psionic asset so that the HPM systems can be energized, because there are some potential issues that can happen if the psionic asset is still connected to the craft when it's hit with an EMP or other HPM.
I'm told part of their consciousness can stay in the craft.
Yeah, it seems to be the case that the human being can suffer some form of cognitive injury by still being connected to that craft when that craft is de-energized.
There is a case at the RAF Bentwaters, during the RAF Bentwaters incident in the United Kingdom. There was an airman called John Burrows who was exposed to what we now know was an extraordinary amount of gamma radiation, dangerous radiation.
Yeah.
And he suffered quite terrible injuries, but had a terrible time persuading Veterans Affairs that he deserved medical assistance because he couldn't prove that this was an occupational exposure to radiation.
Well, I can tell you, I came to know the name John Burrows because I've been seen by the same doctor as him, Dr. Gary Nolan, for the exact same reason.
So what happened to you?
We're not quite sure, but the first time I got exposed to what, in hindsight, is obviously a radiation exposure of some kind, is we were transporting HVTs.
High-value targets.
High-value target, which are, at this time, was a large sealed container. I'll tell you, I was near the continent of Africa. And after this particular mission, me and everyone on my team got extremely sick.
How sick?
Like physically ill in the hospital. Within weeks after this, I'd lost every hair on my body, which they call an alopecia, migrating alopecia. And I also lost the skin on my arms.
So the skin's actually falling off your body?
Yeah, like not just falling off, like it was lopping off within a couple of days, like a severe sunburn. This led to a series of all kinds of other, what I have learned since being with Dr. Nolan is autoimmune issues. I ended up developing a severe heart murmur that I'd never had before, which is the same thing that John Burrows had. And throughout my career, I would have reoccurring autoimmune dysfunction when exposed to other things. I ended up recovering from that at the time, and because of the nature of my work was classified, the VA was only dealing with symptomology, not causation in the treatment of my injuries. And I didn't even really understand that it was radiation.
So were you treated for radiation poisoning?
No, I was not.
Are you being now?
No, I'm not being treated now for radiation poisoning.
But you're being investigated for what sounds like a radiation exposure.
Yeah, because I had other occurrences later in my career after 9/11 when I left my enlisted capacity and went to work as a contractor. I've had other episodes where I've had other illnesses, and I've lost the hair on my body and patched out several times. And to me, I don't know if my fear is that there's something permanently broken that might show up in the form of cancer or God knows what later in life. And we're going to be way behind in trying to figure out how to deal with it. So I did leave the service with a service-connected disability through the VA, and so I'm getting treatment through the Palo Alto VA under the supervision of Dr. Gary Nolan right now, and he's dedicating his expertise and his clout to get me the best treatment I can get.
Now, Professor Gary Nolan is one of the world's top immunologists, hugely respected scientist who has, as I understand it, he's spoken publicly that he's been involved in a program for an intelligence agency investigating Havana syndrome.
Yes.
So does it give you some comfort that you're now getting the medical help that you should have got all those years ago?
Hell yeah, it does. And plus, he's got the best bedside manner I've ever experienced. So.
But clearly, because of the covert nature of the job you were doing, you weren't told what you'd been exposed to.
No. No, we transported what we called mystery boxes all the time. I have no idea. It could have been empty. It probably wasn't empty, but we don't know what was inside the boxes.
And what were you told if somebody tried to seize that box?
What was I told? No,
What were your orders?
We maintained the authority to use lethal force if anyone tried to seize those boxes.
So whatever that box was, it was extremely valuable to the US government.
That's correct.
I have to say, Jake, the idea that you would be so recklessly exposed, you know, a person who's clearly patriotic, somebody who's clearly been a highly trained operator at the elite levels of special operations in the US military, it offends my sense of decency that employers would expose you to something so recklessly.
Yeah, can I put on my speculative hat for a minute?
Sure.
Okay, so if the Air Force, let's say, knew that what we were working with that night had any type of radiological signature or could turn on or turn off, there's a whole set of process that we're trained in on how to deal with that from a hazmat perspective and a containment perspective and a measurement perspective on our person to detect the level of risk that might be associated. And the fact that none of that was apparent that night tells me they didn't know what was in the box, and it got turned on or turned off, which leads me to believe, in hindsight all these years, that it may have been something of non-human origin or exotic. Let's just say exotic. It may have been something exotic that activated or still had some fallout, let's say, that they were unaware of. You know.
Are you the only person that you're aware of inside the program who's suffering health effects?
No, not at all.
How many are there?
More than me, and probably 51% or greater, I would say, are suffering some form of health effects. Yeah.
Over half.
I'll just say that, just so you know, it's more common than it's not.
That's heartbreaking. I mean, we ask our men and women in service to do so many things. The idea that because a program is secret, you wouldn't get the help you need.
I'm going to push back on that a little bit. I don't think this is something that's unique to the program, as we keep saying. I would say 51% or more of the people that come out of the military have, and they sacrifice their bodies for good reason. That's part of what we're willing to do. I mean, the ultimate sacrifice, they say, is death, which we've all agreed to do, is to give up our life. So anything less than death goes in with that obligation that we gave up voluntarily. So the military at large, or anyone that works in this capacity in the broader service of our nation, you get injured, especially doing it 30 years.
In the course of your high-value target investigation, you met Dr. Stephen Greer.
Yeah, I did.
What was the purpose of meeting Dr. Stephen Greer?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that, you can say what you want about Dr. Greer, but the guy's been 30 years ahead of everyone else on a lot of the details of this subject.
So a lot of what he says is correct.
To me, he's like the Bentwaters. Like, we had everything we needed in 1980, and now we're fishing around for morsels of that. This guy, he's been ahead of everyone. And what I find quite funny is the one thing he gets the most shit for is the one thing he's probably most right about, and that is his CE5 protocol.
So CE5 is when he uses meditation and he claims it engages telepathically with the phenomenon.
Yeah, that's his term for it. Like, we don't use CE5. We don't use Dr. Greer's protocol, nor do other people in the program or subsequent programs.
So CE5 is real?
Yeah, if we're going to use his term. I'll tell you what is real is the ability to go into something like a meditative state and summon UAP and pilot UAP. That is real. That's 100% real.
Wow. I have to process that for a moment, because that is just the most extraordinary claim.
Yeah. Well, we hope to prove it soon.
On what basis did you approach Dr. Greer?
My understanding was that whoever was in illegal possession of these HVTs may have the intention to expose that sensitive material as a whistleblower.
You were concerned he might take it to Dr. Greer?
Yeah, I was still working in my official capacity of protecting the sensitive data that was on these HVTs. That was my job at the time. So Dr. Greer was scheduling a whistleblower conference in DC and was holding a large event at the press club in Washington, DC. And so we reached out to him. One of my teammates made a bump with him in the Virginia area and shared with him some information to pique his curiosity and to also bona fide ourselves as someone he should maybe consider listening to. And we set up a meeting, and I explained to him up front what our intentions were, that we believed that there were whistleblowers that might come forward with something that is sensitive and it may not be appropriate to disclose. And I asked to be put in a position of authority with him where I could vet his whistleblowers. So we offered our service to help vet whistleblowers at the time, thinking our guys, whoever had these HVTs, might show up with the contents. Nope, they never did. But it was on this trip that what was interesting at the time is we were contemplating our own whistleblower path forward.
Because of what had happened.
Because of what had happened. It was happening at this time. And so what surprised me is during this event, a young Marine named Michael Herrera came forward with a very particular story and spoke of a particular operation that we were aware was taking place, or operations like it, let's say, were going on. And I saw this young guy get up there, and it just spoke to me. Call it my intuition that was blessed. I was blessed with that night. I made contact with non-human intelligence for the first time, but my intuition was on high alert that night. And when he spoke, I knew what he was saying was true, and no one else was believing him. And he was wrong about a few key things that he was speculating on. And so I made the decision after he spoke to go to Dr. Greer and ask to speak with him privately.
So let me summarize very quickly what Michael Herrera alleged. He was on a relief mission in Sumatra, Indonesia. They were deployed, he and his small patrol, to a particular area, and they were helping find people who needed help.
Yeah.
In the course of that patrol, they were carrying weapons. That's something that's been vigorously disputed by some of his colleagues, but he's adamant that he was carrying weapons. And they stumbled across a craft, a gigantic craft, many meters wide, hovering in the air. And below that craft, there was a platform with trucks, Ford 150s, and there were containers that he described. That pushed buttons with you, what he described, didn't he? He told the Greer Disclosure Conference, which was in 2023, that the paramilitaries pointed their weapons and threatened to kill the Marines, that they were American, they took their guns off them, and they basically threatened that they were going to be killed.
Yeah, that's exactly what he talked about.
Basically, they were told, eventually they were released, they were told to walk away. Their weapons were unchambered, there were no rounds in the weapons, and they were told to walk away. They allowed them to leave, but they were told not to look back.
Yeah, I can't speak to all that. And let me be clear, that is not the type of group I would ever volunteer to be a part of, but I know that there are guys like that out there that get shopped out and become part of these programs. The particular part that struck me were two things. One, the description of his craft. Although the size was enormous, I have no experience with a craft that size, but the craft he designed was precisely the same craft that we had come in contact with in our operations within the United States, and that is, it was a disc with the 8-gun construction when viewed from above. The other thing was he spoke of the containers, and his initial speculation was that they must have been moving drugs because they had something on the top that looked like some form of HVAC system of some kind. And I knew right away those were the same type of containers we use for the SI team when they're operating and being transported. So
what are the containers used for?
The containers are used for transportation of the SI team and also just as an operating base. It's a mobile operating base. And so this quickly went off the rails because for some reason, the term human trafficking got put into the story got put into the minds of the people that were hearing his story after I got involved.
So what did Michael Herrera think? He thought they were either gun running or drug running, didn't he?
Yeah, he thought that's what he assumed, they were running drugs. And I knew that those type of containers, when associated with that craft, were used for the SI team. That's why they had mini split HVAC units on the top, provide comfortable environments inside for humans for either transportation or for operation. You can operate inside those containers. And they're sealed. They're kind of like a Faraday cage in that regard, where it allows you to concentrate. If you're going to operate from those, you can concentrate on your work as a SI asset, or they're used to mobilize.
So clearly, whoever those men were, they were American, they were private military contractors, and they weren't very friendly.
No.
Are they the people that you feel pose a threat at times to the legitimate operations of the program?
Yeah, I think it doesn't take many bad apples to ruin the batch.
Because to make the point, you're at pains, aren't you, to emphasise that generally this is a well-run operation that runs on ethical boundaries, moral boundaries.
My primary message that I want to get across is that this mass vilifying of what's referred to as the military-industrial complex is a very bad idea. And there are very good people that work over here. Not just good, the best and brightest that America has to offer. And the goods and services that are provided by those organizations which fall under the military-industrial complex are the goods and services that make our country the greatest in the world. And we benefit from those on a daily basis. And so to mass vilify it en masse is not only, that's a crime in itself, but it's a shame. And we're so hungry people are so eager to quantify where their threat is coming from. We want a bad guy. And this is not an entire cabal of bad guys. There are a few bad guys like it everywhere that operate within the military-industrial complex. And unfortunately, their operations get the spotlight.
So you decided that Michael Herrera, his account made sense to you from what you knew about the program. What did you do?
I told him what I believed was going on, and that I knew that there were operations going on OCONUS in third world countries to recruit and train psionic assets, and whether or not this was an opportunity to recruit or provide job opportunities to new people, or he stumbled upon an operation in which they were currently being deployed and maybe they had to evacuate themselves from that area because of the natural disaster. Who knows? But that's all speculation.
There's two implications that come out of that. Firstly, we're recruiting psionics from Indonesia, a foreign country.
Yeah.
Are those people given, are they voluntarily going? Are they?
Yeah, it's my understanding they're very well taken care of. You have to think, and this is where the human trafficking idea was a very unfortunate turn in Michael's story, especially after my involvement with it, because now, oh great, now we got this guy that is at least somewhat indirectly informed that there's a human trafficking operation. And when we talk about human trafficking, we think of sex trade and all kinds of other things. And this is not it at all. It is my understanding that the programs that are conducted to recruit psionic assets in third world countries, these people come willingly. And if you were to go down there and try and liberate them with any type of, liberation army, you would be liberating people that don't want to be liberated. They get very well taken care of. They get fed. There's actually a sense of pride, especially within the Native American communities that have been involved in this program that do cooperate outside of CONUS as well. There's a sense of pride with this skill and ability. And so, again, this is another example of, it's almost like we want there to be darkness in this area. And there is not darkness. And I'll tell you, by nature of my experience, as I shared, non-human intelligence itself does not operate that way. And so these people whose skills are nurtured are basking in a glow of light, I would assume most of the time when they're doing doing their work.
For them, it's a very positive experience,
Very positive
engaging
experience.
spiritually with this phenomenon.
Yeah, that's what you say. They're basking in some divinely beautiful frequency in order to do the work properly.
The implications from what you're saying are that if Michael Herrera is telling the truth, if he really did see a gigantic octagonal craft floating in midair with no visible means of propulsion in Indonesia and Sumatra in, I think, 2009,
Yeah.
it suggests that a private military contractor working for an aerospace company was operating some kind of reverse engineered vehicle.
Yeah, it's certainly possible, I would say, especially based on what I saw. I dealt with a much smaller version of an octagonal saucer. This was a bigger one. I could certainly see that being possible.
Can you answer me this question? Have you seen any alien reproduction vehicles, any replica vehicles made from non-human technology?
I honestly can't tell you with certainty once we get into the space. But I can tell you what I know has been human, what has been non-human. When it gets into the hybrids, I just don't know.
Can you tell me how many retrievals you've been involved in?
No.
That's a classified thing.
Yes.
Can you tell me, were the remaining, I think, 4 hard disks ever recovered?
The 4 tough books, to my knowledge, no. We stopped at 2.
So there are still 4 hard disks containing potentially incriminating material at large somewhere.
Or somebody else was hired and they recovered them.
Is it a question mark in your mind that maybe it was a foreign adversary power that was trying to procure this incredibly sensitive
Yeah,
evidence?
that's certainly possible.
Was there a name for the psionics? Was there a term that you used for them?
There's a term we used.
Which is what?
P3 program.
Why the P3?
There's 3 Ps. It's the psionic predisposition potential.
P3?
Yeah. Now, that's not an official program name that you'll find anywhere. That's why I'm able to say that.
From your understanding of the kind of people, obviously, who were capable of psionic ability, obviously there's people of Native American background, people from third world countries that are deeply spiritual, that appear to have this capacity to engage with the phenomenon. Was there any other group that was especially susceptible to being able to engage with this technology?
Yeah, kids.
Children.
Children.
It's been suggested to me that left-handed gay men are particularly good at it.
Yeah, that certainly seems to be the case, that there is a larger distribution of the predisposition amongst children and gay men. For whatever reason, the demographic, when compared to normal society within the program, that gay men and kids and females are more often seen as having the predisposition for the psionic ability.
I'm again exploring the boundaries of where I can go, and you might want to say no comment to this, but I'm going to put it to you anyway. I have another source inside the program who has told me that one of the aerospace companies holding this tech at one stage relinquished a craft to the US government, saying that they hadn't been able to successfully reverse engineer it. And it has been put to me that this was a lie, and that they have in fact got a fully flying, intact, reverse engineered craft.
I've heard the very same thing from a very reputable source. So I would believe that's true.
The implications of this are that there's a whole secret program involving potentially energy technologies, anti-gravity technologies that are mind-blowing.
Yeah. It's fun, isn't it?
It is fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the message that I'm getting from you is one of kind of optimism.
Yeah. I'm very pleased to be at a place where this is becoming fun again. You know, when I started this journey 30 years ago as a 17-year-old kid, as I shared with you, my intentions were very simple and clear. I wanted to jump out of airplanes, kill bad guys, and make my grandparents proud. Somewhere along the way, things got very confusing and very complex. We're now at a point where things are very simple for me again, and I see clearly what I want to do with the rest of my life. And I have my why, and fortunately, because of my experience, I have the how, I have the capability. And we, over the last 2 years, while we've been hiding out, we've been working to find a way to bring this operation out of the shadows and into an open environment where we could build a public public-private partnership with full transparency and explore all of these things that have been explored in secret in a way that we can start from scratch. But we may be 60, 70 years behind what everyone calls a legacy program, but I'm telling you, we're going to catch up very quickly. And the reason it's going to work is because we have all of the people like me that have been working there. I call it the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, but we have been recruiting guys from within the program and women and those who are associated with the program in a very open way, and have formed and are forming a new team in coordination with government agencies. The two we would want the most coordination with are coming on board with us, and we also have the funding through venture capital.
Can you name those agencies?
Not at this time, but I hope to very soon. We have some really important meetings next week, and I hope that after that time, I'm going to need to ask permission out of just good faith with those folks to see how much they want to be involved.
I guess a lot of people watching this might be worried that you're getting sucked into, say, an intelligence agency or a military agency that is going to try and shut you down.
Yeah, well, or it could be where we're just the legacy program 2.0, and this all goes underground again. I'm giving you my promise right now. Our organization is called Skywatcher. We are part of what has been defined as the Explorers Club, and it is full of people who have the best intentions in mind, and there's going to be accountability with there. There's not going to be transparency. And I know that sounds like a lot coming, or sounds like could be a load coming from a guy like me with my background, but I'm not going to be able to prove it to you in this conversation, but I'll say pay attention, and I'll paraphrase a quote from the book of Matthew and say, you will know them by their fruits. So stand by and judge us for our fruits.
You've been really touched, haven't you, by this experience? It's touched you spiritually.
Yes, it has.
There was a gathering at Esalen.
Okay.
And a lot of very high net worth individuals who were interested in suppression of non-human intelligence attended. What happened?
I think something epic happened. I think something happened that, if it was fully documented and understood, would go in the history books.
I had a feeling last week that was historical.
It felt absolutely historic. What you had was a combination of the world's leading, like most frontier scientists. You had people that were top experts in all their fields. And then you had a variety of fields that was outrageous. We had neurosurgeons, doctors in neurosurgery. We had physicists. We had high net worth individuals in the billions that were extremely open-minded and had a frontier attitude towards all this. We had mystics. We had psychic kids. We had children from Germany that could harness and actually showcase their ability to perform telekinesis, their ability to psychically see things with their mind, and were able to prove that to all of us. We also deployed some of our psionic assets that we've used and are part of our new team with Skywatcher, and we summoned UAP. We had the UAP come and fly around and visit and hang out with us and take off.
And I have to say, I saw it too.
Yeah.
And it was profound. It's a spiritual experience, and what you're trying to do now is replicate in the private sphere what's being suppressed in the public sphere.
Yeah, we're not looking back. We can leave the bad actors of the past, we can leave them with their lies. We have no need for that. We're looking forward. I am absolutely confident that we are capable of generating the type of high quality sensor data and photography and film evidence that everyone is wanting. I'm also confident that if we continue on the path with our government agencies, that we're going to get a craft. We're going to get material in hand. I know it's possible. It's just a matter of working out the logistics.
But I'm just exploring this with you. The implications are that there's one part of the black world of the US government that is being hidden from Congress, hidden from some presidents I know,
Yeah,
working on retrieved alien, non-human technology.
yeah.
It's being kept from the knowledge of the American public. And yet they're being funded with taxpayer dollars, billions of taxpayers' dollars, if you believe it.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Well, it doesn't sound right, does it? But you could probably tell that same story around a number of other things that have nothing to do with aliens. And unfortunately, that's the government and the world we live in.
But the exciting thing is, the thing I find breathtaking from what you're saying is, you're saying, as somebody who's come from that black world,
Yeah.
screw the secrecy.
I'm going to say it a little differently. The monopoly the U.S. government has on the subject matter is not respected by the non-human intelligent spirits. Again, the skies are not classified and your conscience cannot be redacted. And ultimately, why I feel safe and why I feel optimistic about the future is I know that the NHI is guiding us that way.
Can you explain how it is that you're not authorised to do this interview, but you ended up applying for a DOPSA? I think our audience might be confused. They might think that this is somehow an authorised interview and that there are people in the Defence Department pulling the strings, telling you what to say, and that this is some kind of disinformation operation.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. But for what it's worth, I can tell you that's not the case. I mean, the DOPSA process is very interesting. It's way more casual, especially on the onset, than you might think. When you take into account the ramifications for violating the mandates that come out of it and the subject matter that it's supposedly protecting. But, they get put in a really tough spot. And this is part of something we aimed to take advantage of, I guess you could say, by interrogating the DOPSA system. One of the things I haven't shared yet is in our effort to find out who we were looking for, one of the ways we came up with on how to do that was to query for who might want to redact statements we intended to go public with through DOPSA.
So you filed, I think, a fictionalised account of some of your experiences to DOPSA.
Yeah, so any author or anybody that's going to be contributing to an author to put something in writing or to share it orally like this has to go through the DOPSA process. If you ever held a security clearance working for a government agency in the subject matter that you are intending to go public on. So right off the bat, there's a tell right there. The fact that I had to go through DOPSA tells you I had a security clearance on the subject matter right there. So there's their first failure of poker face. And that's exactly what we set out to exploit. And so we came up with a reconnaissance mission. The reconnaissance mission looked like this. We were going to write a detailed manuscript as fiction through a ghostwriter. When we completed that, it was about 120,000 word manuscript. We broke that manuscript into actual sections that we called episodes because DOPSA wants you to complete or submit the entire document. We submitted our first 20,000 words, our first 10,000 words, which was 20 pages. And within that first chunk of information, we included 4 types of information. And that information's purpose, again, was to inform us as to what they considered sensitive and the SMEs, which stands for subject matter experts, that they were outsourcing the information to.
Because what they do in the DOPSA process is they send it out to all of the agencies that might be affected by you going public on something,
Yes.
even in a fictionalised manuscript.
Yeah.
And they say to them, is there anything in here that needs to be redacted to protect national security?
That's correct. And it could be, you could present it to them as fact or fiction. It doesn't matter the context.
But more importantly, if it's protecting national security and it's redacted, it has to be a legally authorised program, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. So this is what we use to set up our 4 categories of information that I want to get through with you. Category 1, we included in that manuscript information we knew was classified, that we were privy to. And we knew that was patently classified on a very high level. Information category number 2 was information that was classified, but we knew only existed within the hearts and minds of the operators that were at the fingertips of that operation. Information category number 3 was information that was classified, but you may be surprised to learn was already in the public domain and open source. Because of the nature of the internet, there are things that the DoD and its partners would say that shouldn't be out there, but it is anyway. So we put some of that in there. And then we had our 4th category information, which was the most fun, which was where we took a little liberty and went fishing. We took our information that we knew was compartmentalized, connected it with other information that were these fact islands we were aware of because of our, I won't say how, and then we took our own creative liberty at connecting those 2 dots through a particular pathway as to why that might exist, and filled that space with other fictional classified information.
What happened?
6 months later, it took 6 months, we came back with 7 pages of redactions of all 4 categories.
Wow. So, 1, that confirms there is a classified program relating to this information.
Yes.
Wow.
Now there was a counterplay here. So although that was informative, I have to tell you, when they came back, our intention was now that reconnaissance mission having bared fruits was now going to inform how we went back and edited. Remember, this was the first 20 pages of a multi-page. I would say the first 10,000 words of a 120,000 word manuscript. We were then going to take that information and write around it in order to extract more intel through the Dopser process.
So you were running a counter surveillance operation against the very organizations.
That's a red team's best tool right there.
You were doing OP4, opposition
you play
force.
3, 4, 5-dimensional chess. So you play multi-dimensional chess.
So even though they know you and your team were thinking about publishing something, they don't know that you're speaking publicly on national television about the legacy program.
That's a good question. No, they don't, but it doesn't mean I was limited to do that, because I have to tell you about the counterplay. So there is although they have no poker face, they're in a really tough spot, because not redacting information means that if they just chose, hey, this is sensitive, but we're not going to redact it. Well, now obviously that makes it into the public domain. But by redacting it, they prove that it's sensitive. So they have no idea as to how you acquired the information. They know based on your security clearance and your background, because it had to be submitted under my official name, it's a social security number, and my record in order to get triggered. And that's how they know what SMEs to send it to. The SMEs who I worked for squashed all kinds of stuff. Then I went to one of the other SMEs I worked for. They squashed their stuff, and it came back with all these squashings in the form of black ink. Now, let me keep going, because the counterplay for them would have been to let certain information go so that it could be formally categorized as not sensitive and the fictional liberties taken by an author of a fictional book. So they could do that. They could have done that, but we didn't really see that. What they did do, however, was they got a sense, they got onto us. They figured out what we were doing, and they said, stop, you cannot submit anything else. You have to submit the whole manuscript. And we told them, well, that is the whole book. We're going to release this like episodes of a special. This is the whole season, but we're going to release it in episodes, so we have to send it to you 10,000 words at a time, because that's how it's going to be released. And they were kind of caught there, and they didn't quite know how to respond. So I can tell you that since then, and this was 2022, I believe in January when we first submitted the manuscript, and they haven't gotten back to us on the rest of it. It's still sitting there.
Do you think that there are people in private airospace who think that it's inevitable that eventually this story is going to be told?
I know there are. And we have a lot of people in private aerospace that are part of our Skywatcher program that have come on
Because
our side.
just echoing the point that you made earlier, that the military-industrial complex is not one big monolithic organisation that says the same thing and has the same view. There are people, I know, inside the military, inside the intelligence community, and you've been one of them, who basically think it's implausible to try and keep this secret, and moreover that the public has a right to know.
Yeah, it's going to come out. It's all coming out. It's coming out probably like this year.
So you think yourself the public has a right to know this information?
Not all of it, no.
What sort of things need to be protected, do you think?
Anything that affects national security. Like, we have to be careful of what we wish for. Like, we don't know what we don't know. Even me, I don't know what I don't know. And if we're at the point where we have so little trust in our government that we're just gonna, there's a reason it's called catastrophic disclosure. Catastrophic is not good for those calling for heads any more than it's good for those whose heads are being called for. Like, we as a public do not want catastrophic disclosure. What we need, again, there's a few bad apples. We need to maintain our institutions. We don't get rid of them. We need to find a way to get the right people promoted to positions of power and trust, and we already have that. It's called the Gang of Eight in Congress. They're a big part of that. Right now, it's not functioning that way, but we're not going to change. We can't change the structure. We need to get the right people into power, into positions, start looking into it. And again, you don't need to rely on the government. It's already there. Like, what we need to know is this. We need to know that we're not alone. We need to know that there's a profound spiritual component to our existence. And that's just for the sake of our own fellowship as creatures sharing this planet, but also there's an extreme amount of utility in our ability that has been suppressed forever. So if we could learn how to use that, and also for those that are keeping the secrets, keeping a secret is a bad way to try and study something. We need an open source. We need all hands on deck, all brains on deck, all consciousness on deck in order to find out how we can exploit this in the best of ways in order to come up with things like zero-point energy, let's say. Until we do so, we're going to be stuck with the same problem we have been for all the civilization, and that's battling for limited resources. And if we could solve that problem by something that might come out of disclosure, that would be something I say should be disclosed. Things relative to national security, no. And we can't trust ourselves. We can't say, give us all of it because we don't trust you. We have to put trustworthy people in position and let them make that decision.
Okay, let me ask you this way then. Do you think the public have the right to know that we are not alone?
Yes, I'll say yes to that.
And the thing I find shocking though, is that the most beautiful thing that you've described to me, the most exciting thing, is what I think our audience is going to have the biggest trouble with, is believing the idea that human beings have the capacity to do things with their minds that have been suppressed.
Yeah. I just kind of smile because that makes it more entertaining for me because they're going to be shocked. But you know what? I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think there's more people that believe it. They're just not talking about it. And I can tell you for a fact, even within our world of hardened operators at the highest level, guys that are still in, behind closed doors, we all know it's true, and we have the most emotional talks, like we're part of Oprah's book club. I mean, it's true. And right now we're in a moment where the truth is being obfuscated and twisted. But the truth, I'll tell you, is our weapon. And when we're willing to accept the truth, no matter how profound or earth-shaking, is when we move into a position of power. And it's going to liberate this subject. And you know what? How fun would it be if we're right? I'm not telling you, it'd be different if the government and what was being hid behind this subject matter was the fact that there was an asteroid on course for Earth, that there was no way we could redirect it, or there's no way we could defend against it, and we were all going to die in the year 2020X or whatever it is. That's not what's being hidden. What's being hidden here is something extremely positive, and it's something we've all hoped for. It's the one thing we've all looked for in all of our religions that we celebrate across the world. It's the one thing that we want to be true of our religion, and it's the one thing that the one common thread amongst all religions. And so that's what's being hidden, and that's what we're going to find out, and you can't bottle it up.
The implications of what you're saying also are that potentially there is some kind of capacity to draw incredible amounts of energy from
I've seen it.
the quantum vacuum.
I've seen it.
You've seen it.
I've seen it.
There's also obviously the capacity to use propulsion systems that are far beyond what we're describing.
Yeah, that seems to be the case as well.
Anti-gravity.
Anti-gravity.
They know about it. Anti-gravity, zero-point energy, those secrets are being suppressed from our knowledge.
I've seen demonstrations recently that again proves that the government doesn't have a monopoly on this. They have, we know that they have been working on it, they've seemed to have been doing a good job in keeping others from making their own independent progress. But that time is changing. Independent progress is happening right now, and it's coming out. That's why I'm so confident. We don't need to rely on their body of lack of evidence, let's say. We don't need to rely on that. Like, it's here. Like, the shift has already happened. There's people in Silicon Valley and around the world that are so financially independent, so intellectually independent, and yes, so emotionally and psionically independent that they don't need the government to tell us those things. But we still have to work through that.
Do you think the aliens, the non-human intelligence, wants us, humanity, to know about their existence?
Yeah, I do believe that. That's the message that we're getting.
So you felt that yourself
I feel
when you
that
connected?
message. And there are others that I know of that are being sent that message directly, and they are extremely confident.
So Jake, in early October, you made the decision on the invitation of the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence to go to Congress and give evidence.
Yes, I did.
How was that day?
It was great. It was nice to finally get it done, and it seemed like by the time I went, I held out so long that by the time I got there, there were a lot of people had already done the heavy lifting, like Dave and others, and so
Dave Grush.
they were like, "Okay, we know we don't know, and we know that we haven't proven to be the most." They know that they can't offer whistleblowers the protection we know they need, which was my primary objection the entire time, is that they offer protection, they have no way of providing it.
They've got no enforcement power.
They've got no enforcement. They can't protect me. And so things had certainly changed.
What was the reception in the room? What kind of comments did you hear?
Well, for the most part, it was fantastic. You know, there was 8 or 9 people. I'm not going to say versus me, but it was a 1v9 situation where it was me in there, and then I had at times 7 to 10 people. A few had to come and go because we went for 4.5 hours, but it was all ears. It was listening.
David Grush and Commander David Fravor gave evidence to the Congress along with Ryan Graves. The 2 F-18 pilots sat with David Grush and gave evidence to the Congress last year under oath. And they insisted on doing it under oath to emphasise the veracity, the truthfulness of what they were saying. If you were asked, would you be prepared to do the same?
100%. And I told them that. I told Congress that during our time in the skiff. Yeah.
What impact do you think you had on the people listening in the room at the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence?
Well, we laughed, we cried, we had a lot of serious talk. So if anything, I would think I came across sincere. Keep in mind, we were scheduled for a 2-hour block. We went 4.5. So they were definitely engaged. They seemed like they were sincere in their effort to find out what's going on.
Why hasn't somebody like you with first-hand knowledge of the program come forward so definitively before?
That's a good question, and that's what I kept waiting for, more to come forward. I feel uniquely qualified to come forward at this time because I know we have this private venture coming, and I've already begun negotiating with those government agencies who I thought may have come after me, let's say, if they had ill will, and it's been proven to me that they don't.
So there are government agencies that don't know about this program, that are aware of the obvious illegality of parts of it.
Yeah.
Operating.
I don't know if it's that. It's every department has within it a responsibility to deal with shit in the sky flying around that we don't know what it is. I mean, just start in the FAA, for example, which is Ryan Graves' particular case he's trying to advance, is that, you know, there is a safety of flight here. There is an aircraft separation issue, a collision avoidance issue in the air. If there are things flying around in the sky and the FAA doesn't have a way of managing that, or producing safety reports on it, we've got a big problem. And the problem gets much bigger from there. And so while we like to speak of the government as the government, it is not one big cohesive machine that works together. And so every department, like the FBI, like Department of Homeland Security, like Border Patrol, Department of Defense, you know, they have their own niche responsibilities in order to make sure things in the sky aren't our adversaries, aren't carrying payloads, aren't causing safety of flight issue, and they also have a responsibility to figure out whether or not aliens are visiting the planet.
And you think they are?
Yeah, I do.
So the truth is out?
The truth has been out for a long time.
What would you like to see happen? Like, what's your dream? You've seen this technology.
Yeah.
You've felt the sincerity of the intelligence that you were engaging with. What would you dream of? What's your aspiration for the future?
You know what would be really cool? Is to be driving down the highway, look up and see a billboard advertisement for the United States Air Force recruiting kids into a career field for UAP research and study, for psionic exploration, for piloting technology to other galaxies. Like, that would tell me we've arrived and we are at a place where clearly the public and the government are working together.
Because the suppression of this secret, it's not just suppressing technology and weapons, which I can, you know, as much as I don't like the idea of it, I can understand why somebody might have made the decision to do that. It's suppressing spiritual knowledge that you think the public's got a right to know.
Well, and here's where I would say we need to respect the fact that we don't know what we don't know. Imagine weaponizing consciousness. We don't think of, in this story we're telling, we're assuming consciousness is the good, benevolent, harmless thing that should be disclosed, everything we've researched and understood. Imagine if it is the case that consciousness could be weaponized and that people like the President of the United States could be under mind control. That's a huge problem. And imagine if someone could independently develop, we already see this problem with drones. We are so out of control with the drone issue that drones can fly around with a payload and cause mass casualties because we don't have it under control. The FAA doesn't. We just, unfortunately, we don't have the CFRs, the Code of Federal Regulations, and the people hired to deal with something like drones. Imagine if we had to manage and police the malevolent use or the weaponization of consciousness. That could be a really big problem.
Have you done any operations yourself, retrievals, or operations involving the Legacy program in Arizona?
No.
Have you seen the rubber duck video, which was shot by Border Patrol from a surveillance plane over parts of the Arizona desert?
Yes.
Do you know anything about that object?
I don't know anything about it.
Are you aware of any underground bases?
Yes.
Have you visited any?
Yes.
So they exist?
They do.
Can you tell me any more?
No, Ross.
You can't blame me for trying.
No, I don't blame you.
Do you know anything about the Phoenix Lights incident?
I'm familiar with that story. I remember hearing about it when I was a kid and going, oh, you know, that's interesting, but not believing it. But now knowing what I know, it seems very clear to me that that was a legitimate non-human intelligence that had flown some sort of craft over Phoenix.
Which raises the question, all over the United States right now, US Air Force bases are being buzzed by what they call drones.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, nobody's seen one of these and been able to recover one because so-called electromagnetic pulse weapons don't work on these objects, whatever they are.
Not all UAP respond to the same weapon systems.
It raises the question, is the phenomenon making itself more overt, do you think? Is it trying to wake us up?
certainly is to me, in my experience, but it's hard to say. I don't know how to look at that from a completely objective. I don't know how much it's shown itself over the decades and centuries.
Because a lot of people watching this, sad to say, you're pushing them up against a barrier of doubt, indecision, stigma and taboo that's been attached to this subject for 80 years. A lot of people aren't going to believe this. What do you say to those people?
I'm not here to make anyone believe anything. It's exhausting. Like, either you're going to get it or you're not going to get it. Like, in our own capacity, we've operated Skywatcher already. Me and my team, on the very first outing, summoned a white egg in broad daylight. And while I have pictures of it, I'm happy to share with you. We calculated this object to be traveling, depending upon the slant range distance, anywhere between 3,000 and 11,000 miles per hour based on the size. We're still analyzing the data we collected from the range. And we're happy to show that to you. And so what else could that be? There's this other way of looking at this. Like, we can put all this information before you and you could say, it's not this, it's not this, it's not this. We're at a point now where the amount of information is so overwhelming, the probability that any alternate explanation for its existence is there is so much less than the probability that what I'm telling you is exactly what is going on.
You want this investigated, don't you?
Yeah, I want to do the investigating. That's what we're doing.
But would you quite like to see, as a result of this story, would you like to see yourself questioned and held to account for evidence and tested, your allegations?
Yeah, we have an opportunity right now to work with the U.S. government and as a private partner. The place where we operate right now, we've been successful before in conducting our whole operation, all 5 phases of it. The U.S. government has shown an interest. They know we're capable. They know what we've pulled out of the sky. It's consistent with the egg and everything else I've told you about. And what they're offering to do now is give us exclusive use access to facilities because they don't know what's going on. Departments, there are departments within the broader branches of the 3-letter agencies that aren't being read into what other sections are. So they want us to help, and because we're one of the few groups of people that have experience, and we provide them a path to redemption.
So there's a real message here from you of incredible optimism about what this could represent.
Yeah, this is why I know disclosure is coming, and guess what? It's going to come out in the most beautiful way. I believe the United States government in the next 12 months is going to use me and my team as a peaceful, non-judgmental path forward to disclosure. They're going to help us conduct our operations and gather evidence in order to present this subject matter to the public so that these questions can be answered once and for all. And all the questions. I'm talking about, what do the craft look like? How do they operate? Who is operating them? How are they being operated? And where are they coming from? We should be able to answer those questions probably entirely in the next 12 months.
Can I put to you, there is a dark state. There are people who don't have good intentions, who want this secret to remain suppressed, aren't there?
It seems that way, yeah.
Are they going to win?
No, they're not going to win. They're not going to win. We've passed a tipping point. They're, like I said, when you're talking about these people, they aren't organized. You become a dark person by being filled with more vice than virtue. Virtuous people win. People full of vice, they lose. And they're dividing amongst themselves. They're on a sinking ship. All of the good people that are in these organizations realize they're in a position they need to make a decision as to which side they're on. And despite having all this leverage and threat that they have that's being held against them, they're making the decision to move forward.
Are there people inside the program who you know will come forward when you speak up?
Yes. I know I'm going to serve as a huge catalyst, and that's going to be an exciting day. The things I'm talking about are going to be, Dave did a great job of paving a path. I'm going to come along and try and improve upon that path and widen the road. I expect the next people that are the next groups of folks that are going to be coming down this path are going to blow it wide open. Yeah.
Do you worry for your safety, for your family's safety?
No, I don't. I think I'm being protected, believe it or not, by the NHI. And also, I don't put up with harassment. I don't believe in the boogeyman. I am the boogeyman.
You know how to help yourself.
Yes. Yep.
So if somebody comes after you, they'd better watch out.
It'd probably be the worst decision they ever made in their life. I would tend to make it that way.
Clearly, at the heart of all of this, there's been an 80-year cover-up where we've all, outside in the normal world, been told that this is nonsense. Aliens aren't real. Telepathy is nonsense. How do you deal with that? How do we reverse decades of stigma and taboo?
You inform yourself. Why are we relying on these people that have been keeping the secrets to let us in on the secret? Why don't we make their secrets obsolete by capturing the evidence ourselves and becoming all firsthand experiencers of the phenomenon and the technology? Because that's possible.
And from what you're saying, Jake Barber, that's a beautiful experience.
Yeah, it was the most beautiful experience I've had in my life.
Would you like to see your kids one day doing that work?
My kids already are, believe it or not.
No expert in the world agrees with you. I know you're eager for Arrow to debunk this. There's zero evidence of what you're proposing. None.
This isn't remarkable. What we're seeing here is a curve that's basically a mathematical projection.
It's not. Like, propose one plane that would fly like this.
Well, why don't you propose one type of UFO? The broader problem with ufology is that it's always been the battle between hard evidence and cool stories.
There just happened to be a distant jet exactly where the close thing is? Is that what you're saying?
Behind it somewhere.
Really?
You're very familiar with this theory of mine, Mark. I think this is playing to the crowd here a little.
I've brought all the experts to you.
Bring some experts to the public.
Unfortunately, the stigma that you promote is a big part of why they don't want to come out. These guys are fighting a stigma.
I encourage them to come forward. Like, come forward and I won't laugh at you.
Different parts of the brain have different activities.
But you know that, don't you?
Maybe you should interview me.
I am here with Mick West and Merrick von Rennenkamp, and this couldn't be better timing for this debate. We planned this maybe a couple weeks ago. Both of you are very well known. Merrick, kind of on the pro side in certain cases where I wouldn't call you dogmatically, pro UFO, but there are a few videos that you've looked at where you think there's something substantial or worthy of investigation there. And Mick has done an amazing job. I think you're doing a service of debunking a lot of UFO videos that just are clearly fake. And so I'm honored to have you both here because I think you're both the most serious on the sort of, this is a poor way of saying it, but pro and anti side. And but this couldn't be better timing, right? It's just insane how many quote unquote drones we're seeing over Air Force bases all over the world right now. And so, yeah, I'm very excited. You kind of came on my radar because you publish in The Hill, and you're a former DoD employee, and so you kind of know that world. And you were publishing really substantive pieces around some of these videos, and you, Mick, have been doing this for how long? Like 5+ years, or
2016.
since 2016? And I think you've always done a pretty good job, and I've heard things from UFO junkie friends of mine like, oh, Mick's like a bad faith actor, but all of our conversations we've had, I find you to be pretty earnest and cool. So why don't you guys kind of introduce yourselves and tell the audience how you got into this sort of vigilante job of debunking or confirming UFO videos to begin with. I'll start with you, Mary.
Well, Jesse, thanks for having us, and Mick, thanks for being here. So I'll be very honest. I didn't think about this topic. I thought it was squarely in tinfoil hat territory. This is not anything on my radar. I missed the big 2017 story with Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal. It's just as a testament to how little I was tracking this. But I did stumble upon, I think it was late 2019, the interview that Commander Fravor did on Joe Rogan. And I previously worked at the Pentagon. I worked with some naval aviators, more rotary wing guys, but I knew the type, the bravado, the way they carried themselves. And as soon as I watched 5 minutes of Fravor, and this guy's the real deal, right? He's a skipper of a storied squadron out on the West Coast, the VFA-41 Black Aces, and he tells an incredible story. And oh, by the way, it wasn't just him; it was 3 other aviators that were out there, and that was my ticket kind of into the down the rabbit hole. And then, believe it or not, Mick West has a lot to do with my kind of my interest in this topic. We exchanged a whole lot of emails. I think we did a few Zoom calls. Yeah, this was years ago, and I'll just be transparent. The deeper I dug into Mick's theories, and first of all, I'll just say, like, who's this Mick West guy who thinks he knows more than the government? Like, okay, when there's some pretty deep nuance, and from my perspective, I found, again, in my opinion, he was wrong about a lot of his theories. And the deeper we dug, I'm like, my goodness, there's something to this. And that was really kind of the twin tickets down the rabbit hole. Dug into the history and started writing articles about it.
Awesome. And before we get to you, Mick, for context for the audience, we're going to be going over kind of the classic historic landmark cases. So Nimitz FLIR videos, or video rather, the gimbal and go fast videos, which were taken at the USS Roosevelt, 300 miles off the coast of Jacksonville. Mick, what about you? How did you get into this?
Well, I am a retired video game programmer, which is a very different background to Merrick. And after I retired, I took up writing. And I was just doing stuff like writing for Game Development Magazine. So I eventually kind of moved into the skeptical arena, like investigating conspiracy theories, things like that. And one of the first things I did was I was on Wikipedia, just messing around with. I used to edit Wikipedia about 18 years ago, and I saw this article on the chemtrail conspiracy theory, which is this fun theory where the government's spraying things behind planes. And we did I did some work on that on my blog, and that blog kind of evolved into my current site, metabunk.org. Metabunk is just a forum where you have lots of people just chatting about various different conspiracy theories. It's kind of grown now to be more UFO focused, but we have a lot of older stuff like 9/11 conspiracy theories, false flags, and even the flat Earth stuff. But with the chemtrail stuff, I got really into doing things like tracking planes and trying to figure out what people were seeing in their videos. And so after that, it became kind of a natural thing for me to start looking at UFO videos. And occasionally did a few over the years, but it really kind of took off in, I think it was 2016, or perhaps the start of 2017, with this case from Chile, Chilean Navy video. And this is a video, looks really spectacular. It was released by Leslie Kean, who you mentioned, in the Huffington Post in 2016 or 2017. And she was very effusive about how amazing it was. And me and a few other people looked into it, and we very quickly determined that she was wrong about that. It wasn't that amazing. and it was actually just a distant plane, and we were able to prove that pretty conclusively. Not everybody agreed straight away, but I think, like in America, you would agree that case is pretty much solved. And that really kind of got me hooked on UFOs, and that kind of almost coincided with the December 2017 release of a New York Times article, which came with these other videos, Gimbal and the FLIR 1 video, and GoFast was released a little later. And when I first looked at them, when I looked at the FLIR 1 video, it seemed very similar to this Chilean video, and so I thought perhaps it's the same type of thing. So I started delving into it. Turned out it wasn't exactly the same type of thing, but there were related aspects. And I really enjoyed the process of investigating UFO videos because it was so similar to the work I used to do with video games, except kind of in reverse, but use all the same mathematical techniques, all the analysis techniques. Debugging and debunking are very similar things because they're both about finding the root cause of something. And so I got hooked, and I've been doing it ever since, and I've done a whole bunch of different videos. Marek and I have agreements on several of these, and we have disagreements on a few of them. And I think a lot of the time those disagreements kind of fall in the videos that are somewhat more ambiguous. And this is a problem in general with UFO videos, but I'm keeping going.
I want to ask real quick before we get into the actual substance about kind of your priors. Do you believe in the possibility of UFOs, notwithstanding the fact that you don't sort of agree that any of these videos are legit?
No, yeah, definitely. I mean, I would certainly agree. People ask me, do you believe aliens might exist? And yeah, I think obviously in the universe, almost certainly there's some type of alien life, probably some type of alien civilization. I just don't see that there's good evidence of them visiting us here. I wouldn't rule it out. They're somewhat more ambiguous. And this is a problem in general with UFO videos, but I'm keeping going.
I want to ask real quick before we get into the actual substance about kind of your priors. Do you believe in the possibility of UFOs, notwithstanding the fact that you don't, sort of agree that any of these videos are legit?
No, yeah, definitely. I mean, I would certainly agree. People ask me, do you believe aliens might exist? And yeah, I think obviously in the universe, almost certainly there's some type of alien life, probably some type of alien civilization. I just don't see that there's good evidence of them visiting us here. I wouldn't rule it out, but I just don't think there is good evidence of that happening.
Okay. What about you, Mary?
I previously, before I went down the rabbit hole, I was in Mick West's camp. I thought the universe is exceptionally large. We just cannot conceive how large it is. And I firmly believe that there was life out there, not that it was here. Fast forward over the last, I'd say 3-4 years, I have done I'd say a deep dive into the history of this topic. And I've read the raw case files, the raw blue book case file, like no analysis, just the straight reports. And I've come to a very different conclusion. I'm a big fan of James McDonald. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him, but very, very prominent figure in the history of this topic. He's an atmospheric physicist. I encourage anybody watching to read anything and everything that he's written. Start with Science and Default. It's a remarkable critique of the Condon Committee, which we can get into. But in his bottom line assessment was that the extraterrestrial hypothesis is the least unsatisfactory hypothesis for what hundreds and thousands of people have observed at close range over the last 80 years in many cases. I'd say I'm partial to that because of just the long historical record, and I've got a ton of cases that I'd like to get into because I think they are related to some of these videos, and we can talk about that.
Fellow alchemists, Lucy breakers are changing the game for nicotine users. If you're looking for 100% pure nicotine product that's tobacco, it is any personal level of grief to so.
No, but I just want to quickly just acknowledge, and again, I bring a historical kind of government perspective to this. Can we just acknowledge what has happened over the last 5 years? We've gone 80 years, and we are literally at the 80-year anniversary of the first reports of Foo Fighters. Like that happened November of 1944. 80 years of denial, ridicule, obfuscation to, and I love this quote from Mick, June 20th, 2020. This is when Rubio snuck a provision into, you know what I'm talking about, right? Snuck a provision into Senate Intelligence Committee language, and Mick's quote is, "Years will pass, it will recede in memory, little will come of it." I assure you, in June of 2020, I probably would have agreed with you. Now we have Arrow. I think it's about 3-4 dozen. We just heard with this week that they're at full operational capability. 3-4 dozen people working at a UFO office, right? 1,600 cases as of last count. And its director just came out and said, in essence, I am baffled. I have an engineering and science degree. I'm baffled. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know anybody else who knows what's going on with some of these cases. That's pretty extraordinary.
He was a former NSA director.
He's an NSA scientist.
Scientist? Okay.
Yeah. So it is pretty remarkable. We had just about every single. We had former CIA directors, former national intelligence directors, just extraordinary things. Radcliffe has said, UAP, UFOs exhibit technologies that we do not have and cannot defend against, right?
They appear to.
Right. I'm just saying. I'm trying to acknowledge where we've come. It is extraordinary. It is astounding, right? I don't think I suspect if I had shown you a picture of Dave Grush testifying under oath with the former Inspector General of the Intelligence Committee sitting right behind him 4 years ago when you wrote that tweet, you would probably thought I was crazier than I.
Well, what I meant by the nothing will happen was not that nothing would happen. It was more that nothing would happen in terms of giving us evidence that aliens are visiting, which is the thing they really want. I'm actually really happy that we've got all this progress and we've got these investigations, and that Arrow is doing a lot of work. Even they're spending millions of dollars on investigating it, and hopefully they will release their information. I don't think we've really got much further along the road in terms of actual evidence of genuinely anomalous phenomena that didn't exist 5 years ago. The stuff that Arrow's released, obviously, like, people are disappointed with that, and their overall assessment is, there's no evidence of alien life.
Right.
We have lots of talk about things going on behind curtains and in skiffs and in secret, and things that people can't talk about. And that's interesting. But I think it kind of speaks to the broader problem with ufology, is that it's always been a bit of a battle between hard evidence, hard data, and cool stories. We have a lot of really amazing eyewitness accounts. A lot of the Blue Book stuff is eyewitness accounts, and there's very little that's you can actually get this tangible data. There's some data that's written down, but there isn't really very much we can actually analyze. And that's what we really need to move the conversation forward. Having people come forward and say, I worked on a program in the 60s that did crash retrieval, I don't think it's really going to move the needle very much, unless they can actually produce some evidence of something. It's just more cool stories, which, maybe they're true, maybe they're not, but we can't actually do very much with them, and that's always been the problem. And then there's the intersection of the cool stories with the data, with the videos, which we'll get into later, where people are, talking about.
I'll give you two points that maybe give us a little bit of hope to really address your point. And I think Kozlowski has said, and the quote here is...
and Kozlowski is the director of Arrow, the new director.
Dr. Kozlowski is the new director of Arrow, which is the government's UFO analysis office. And his direct quote is, "We're going to need the help of academia and the public to address some of these cases." And he's pledged to release them.
Yeah,
now,
great.
I'm skeptical, right? I know how the government works. They don't release anything they don't have to. But he said this. So just to kind of address your point, maybe we'll see some more. I don't know. I think that's notable. And then secondarily, Dr. Kozlowski in his hearing said that at least multiple first-hand witnesses have gone to Arrow.
Witnesses of what, though?
Unreported UAP programs. That was the question from Gillibrand.
Yeah.
So anyway, we can go down that rabbit hole, but I'm just saying, the story of UFOs, right, is okay. There's something coming, but there is. We'll see, but there is some chatter about it.
Mick, to Merrick's point, there has been a lot of momentum if you're just tracking social consensus, hype around this stuff. I mean, I run a YouTube channel that is, really surrounds this topic. Particularly, I've seen a lot of interesting...
My site is all UFOs now.
Well, there you go. So how do you explain that? Do you think it's some sort of coordinated psyop? Do you think it's just this contagion mass, social psychosis thing? What's going on?
I think it's something that was maybe bubbling beneath the surface, and it's just been kind of allowed to come out. The New York Times story basically opened the floodgates. It was something that gave validity, it allowed people to talk about it, allowed other journalists to talk about it. And once you get that going, it becomes this kind of feedback loop. People talk about it in the media, the general public talks about it, and then Congress gets involved because it's what people are interested in. And then you can kind of push these things perhaps without the stigma that you had before. And if there are things like unacknowledged SAP programs, which I wouldn't rule out, of course, it's entirely possible that people were running crash retrieval programs for things that they thought were UFOs, back in the day. But perhaps some of those were under the radar. We know the government has done dodgy things before in the past, so that's the type of thing that should come to light. There's the Church Commission. Was it the Church Commission?
Yeah. Church Commission.
Yeah, something like that, where we can actually get these things out. And I've been really enthusiastic about people like David Grush testifying, and I wish he would come out and actually say more, because I want this to come into the sunlight. I want to know what's actually going on.
Well, if that's your goal, that's, I think, the goal of everybody here. And we'd love, I would love for this to either be falsified for forever or
that's not going to
corroborated.
happen. It's one of those things that's impossible to falsify, because there's always the idea that that light over there might be an alien. But
what I would say,
you can prove it's true.
I think there's not a lot of daylight probably between us, where I think whatever is going on is interesting. If it's mass social psychosis, a coordinated PSYOP, I think those are extremely interesting, because I think it's the best PSYOP maybe of all time, if it's a PSYOP or something.
Guys, we can talk about this for hours without even getting. I will say the commentary, direct commentary from Rubio, Gallagher, Kirk McConnell, former Senate staffer, Sask, Sissy, Senate Armed Services and the Senate Intelligence Committees, they have all stated. Gillibrand, her first question in the hearing, she said, right, there are reports that firsthand witnesses are reluctant to go to the UFO, the Pentagon's UFO office. Rubio has stated very clearly, over and over, these are credible people with high clearances and high positions, and they fear for their lives. He said that on camera. That's fascinating. So if it's mass psychosis and people in high positions in government are saying, yes, I was on a retrieval program, then we have a major, major problem, because they're just fantasists out there that are in important positions.
And very sensitive areas.
Correct.
And, I mean, the other thing I would say this is all unacknowledged deep black programs. I find that fascinating too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe it's a bit of both. I mean, we do know that there are people in government who are fantasists. Like, not everybody who's in government or even in the military is going to be on the level.
Well, the thing that I've found, because I've met all these people deep inside the government, post doing this show, they are often more conspiratorial than people who are civil side. And that could be one of two things. That could be that discredits them in some way, or it could be they are somehow privy to a lot crazier stuff.
Yeah.
And that makes them more conspiratorial.
Mick, can I put you on the spot, actually?
Sure.
Just curious. When Grush says under oath, I had the first-hand people go to the Inspector General to submit a complaint. Luis Elizondo goes under oath. Yes, we have crash retrieval programs. Rubio says, not under oath, but he says publicly in a very long interview, first-hand witnesses, they fear for their lives. Kirk McConnell has been tracking this and is convinced that there's something to this. I talked to a congressional source, told me, I asked point blank, what's your confidence level in the existence of such programs? The answer was hovering around 100%. What am I, as an analyst, supposed to do with that? What do you think?
I wouldn't be surprised if there were such programs. I mean, this is something I've been saying for a while.
Sorry, and that it's NHI, and it's non-human intelligence.
No, that there's actually NHI there, but there's programs that existed in the past, possibly even now, where some people who work on those programs think that it's NHI. Because it's quite clear from people like David Grush that people do actually believe these things happen. They believe that we have bodies. They believe that we have crashed alien craft, and they believe that there is these programs to study them. When maybe the programs exist, but what were they actually studying?
Why do you think the Inspector General didn't just shut this down immediately?
I have no idea. I'm not really familiar with what the Inspector General does, but Grush's claims covered a range of things. There's the whistleblower recriminations, and it seems a little bit mixed up as to what the Inspector General was actually investigating and what they're referring to when they said
Rubio is very clear. He's the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Rubio said that the unreported, the misuse of funds, that portion of it He didn't say anything about the reprisal part, but the misallocation of funds was deemed credible and urgent.
Yeah, well, if there are unacknowledged special access programs, I'd be happy to see them. Like, 'cause
I don't know if it works that way, but
it's interesting because that's also unfalsifiable. That's like also in Feynman's not even wrong sort of category.
If they deny it, you can't. You can say they're lying. If they admit it and show it, then that's one thing. It's like anything. You only need one. You just need one ace to win the game. But everything that's not an ace doesn't mean there's no aces there.
So you think it's going to stay in this sort of liminal category for a very long time?
I would hope it doesn't, but
yeah.
I think all we can hope for really is to get more sunlight on it. And if there is something there, something will eventually pop out. And if there isn't something there, we will see that all the things, the dark corners become illuminated, and we see that there was nothing there. And perhaps there's something in one of the dark corners that's really interesting. That would be great.
How did non-human intelligence get into a bill sponsored by Chuck Schumer and signed onto by Rubio and Gillibrand, former presidential candidates, 22 times, and then biological evidence of non-human intelligence?
Oh, you'd have to ask Schumer about that. Schumer said he was doing it to kind of honor the legacy of his friend Harry Reid.
So he just randomly puts in aliens into 64 pages just because he's buddy? I mean, maybe. I don't know.
He didn't do it.
But
his staffers did it. Some staffer did it.
Well,
somebody wrote it.
He
for
put
him.
his name next to it, right?
Yes, I mean, he does that for everything, doesn't he? But he doesn't write the legislation.
Does Schumer put his name next to Bigfoot legislation, right?
Like, well, there isn't any Bigfoot legislation.
Well, I think okay, this is great. I think we should get into, because this is all dealing with sort of social proof, which does carry for a lot of people. We should get into first principles.
We should.
Because that's where I think both of you add really tremendous unique value. And so why don't we start with the famous Nimitz case of 2004, this amazing FLIR video, thermal video caught in November of 2004. You have eyewitnesses, David Fravor, who you mentioned, who is really, I think, a source of belief for a lot of people, kind of proxy belief, because he's a very serious sounding guy. I mean, you heard him on Rogan, and I think he was tasked with defending LA actually around 9/11. I don't know if you're familiar
I didn't know
with
that.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Because it was unclear how many planes were in the sky, how big the threat was.
Yeah, right.
And you can hear him speak, and he seems very sort of matter of fact. And so, but Mick's done a great sort of debunk on this. So why don't we watch the video?
Yeah.
And we'll get both of your assessments. But before we do that, why don't we do a little rock, paper, scissors to see who
I'm
will
also
go
happy
first.
to take it and just kick it off. Or,
You want
do
Mick to take it?
No, he's trying to psych me out. Okay, let's do a little rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper,
That's
scissors.
right.
All right.
Damn it, I knew it.
I'm too honest for my own good.
Wait, I don't even see who won that.
So just for the audience, before we went live here, Mick said, we agreed to rock, paper, scissors. Mick said he's going to go with paper, and I went with scissors. So here we are.
Here we are. All right. Well, Merrick, you take the first
Yeah.
one.
So, and but seriously, please jump in if if I misstate anything. But so the background is in November of 2004, the Nimitz carrier strike group, so it's the Nimitz and other vessels, Navy ships, are out for pre-deployment workups, pre-deployment training, basically to make sure their equipment is working before they deploy and go to combat. I think they're setting out for Iraq. So this is early stages of the Iraq War. Very high operational tempo. They're during their training missions. The USS Princeton is a guided missile cruiser, and it is part of this Nimitz strike group. And it is over the course of, I think, a week, according to one of the witnesses, the key witness, Kevin Day.
Maybe 10 days, I think.
10 days, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. They begin tracking anomalous objects at 28,000 feet, heading south at 100 knots. Very strange tracks. That's odd. Occasionally, if I understand right, they were tracking them coming from above 80,000 feet, zipping down and to the surface of the ocean, or they'd hover around 28,000 feet. Notably, Kevin Day has been very specific about this and consistent. 28,000 feet, 100 knots south.
And Kevin Day oversaw radar operations.
Correct. So he's the
Kevin Day's story has actually changed a few times, and he's given different figures. 28,000 feet, 80,000 feet, and 20,000 feet. He mixes things up, and it's changed in other ways as well. But
I've only seen 28,000 feet. All the interviews I've seen, I think he wrote it down and he kind of memorialized it.
He wrote a little novella.
Yeah, Sailor's
I
Anthology.
did find this interesting. Yeah. They wrote this
We're clearly stuck with a lot of these people, right?
Anyway,
so we digress. And one day, so Kevin Day is concerned that this is flight safety. It is, right? I mean, you have objects. I mean, you sanitize your airspace, and you want to know what's out there. So when your air crew are out there, that they're not going to have potential collision risk. So one day he sends out 2 F-18 Hornets. Commander Fravor is flying one of them. We have not heard from his backseater publicly yet. The other plane, Fravor's wingwoman, was Commander Alex. She's pretty new to the squadron at this point, so probably Lieutenant.
Alex Dietrich.
Alex Dietrich, correct. And in her backseat is Jim Slate. Wizzo is the weapons systems officer. That's the backseater that does kind of a lot of the tactical systems. And they get out to this, they call a merge so that they're basically in the same airspace as where one of these tracks is. Look out and see an object doing basically kind of like a weird ping-ponging, zigzagging pattern, apparently right over the ocean. And there's this roiling water underneath. Very strange. And so you have these 2 jets, if I understand correctly. Fravor departs, Dietrich stays up high and starts circling, and they both start circling, and Fravor's going lower and lower. And as he goes down, the jet, according to Fravor, kind of reacts to him coming down, and it kind of Fravor does a burp noise. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but somebody did a pretty good compilation of of his reenactment. And then it kind of shoots off at just unbelievable speeds, according to the witnesses. Anything else before?
Well, a couple other interesting things.
Yeah.
He said, so it goes, it's 80,000 feet, and then, right above the surface of the water. And then he says goes back up 80,000 feet, and then he goes 80,000 feet is space. So that was like this interesting line.
Yeah.
And then he also says when he sees the craft, and this was I found very interesting. He was like, it almost seemed like it knew that he saw it.
Yeah, and it recognized him or something. There's some kind of awareness. Yeah, that's right. No, I'm sorry. Good point. Yeah, now that you mentioned it, it kind of. So as Fravor's going down the circle, the thing does one of these, like, kind of a counter circle, right? And I think it's called a two. But it shoots off and apparently ends up at a pre-designated rendezvous point. Let's call it a cap point, and that is an area known to aircrew. So that is interesting.
It is interesting. A lot of this information kind of comes secondhand via various people. Like, we're talking about the 80,000 feet, and you said Fravor said that. Fravor didn't see that himself, and he didn't even get a blip on the radar. They didn't actually see it on their own plane's radar. When they arrived at this location, they didn't at first see anything. And the jets are hauling along at 600 miles per hour, which means that you're not just hovering over one spot waiting for something to appear. You end up a few miles down the road very, very quickly.
So Commander Dietrich, or Alex Dietrich, disputes that very clearly. She disputed that to you, as you know, and Fravor has said that log is third hand. It's just inaccurate.
Well,
Fravor said that.
They both said that they.
So they
arrived at 20,000 feet, and there was nothing at 20,000 feet.
So they both said that when they merged plot, they looked out and they saw it. Like, you're suggesting that there's no link between the radar. They dispute that. I'm just trying to be clear. And she disputed that to you, as you know.
Right.
Yes.
I think Fravor himself has actually said that when they arrived, they had to look around a little while before they saw it.
I think they was pretty quick.
Dietrich, well, of course, like Dietrich's account.
Let's just leave it at there's a discrepancy.
Well, no, there's a bigger discrepancy. If you're saying that Dietrich's account matches Fravor's account, you have to say that also Dietrich says her experience only lasted 8 to 10 seconds. The entire thing, from merge plot to the thing flying away.
Right.
And Commander Fravor says it lasted about 5 minutes. Right. And he said that all 4 pilots had eyes on for 5 minutes. So using one person's account, we don't really know which one was the more accurate. I would think probably Fravor, because it's a more experienced pilot. But he himself said that it did take a little while to find the
and Dietrich
object
has
under
addressed
him.
this, and we can go down this rabbit hole, but she's just said, like, as a number 2, like, she's watching him. She's not watching the target. She's watching him.
Yeah, but she said from merge plot.
Okay. Well, look,
on Twitter. which was asked very specifically, as it was from Roach Plot to when the thing shot away.
Fair enough. I'm acknowledging that there's a dispute there, and that's fine. That's all right.
It's a big discrepancy.
Well, one other thing I think to discuss is just this idea that this was caught by many sensors. So all we have and all we can go off of on a first principles analysis, semi-distrustful of government in a lot of cases, is this FLIR video. And we're going to play that in post-production. We can also watch it here if it's useful to both of you. But they say that they caught it on phased array radar, and then you also have eyewitnesses as well. And so,
right. So
can we even use that as data, or what do you guys think?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an issue. Like some of the stuff, like it dropping from 80,000 feet, was something that Kevin Day said that someone else told him. The people who work in the missile defense program on shore told him that they saw it later. He didn't actually see that at the time. He says it's 28,000 feet, but they went in at 20,000 feet and it wasn't there either. So there's a lot of, in the actual verbal accounts, there's a lot of variation. I think we can get an overall sense that something happened. There was something that showed up on the radar, and they did see some object.
Yep.
But there's quite a bit of variation.
Was it a seagull, Mick? Because I've seen a video of you suggesting it might have been a seagull.
I don't think it was a seagull.
Okay.
I suggested that when Fravor was looking down, there might have been a variety of things that he might have seen looking down, like whitecaps and boats and things, and seagulls.
I think you said. I think the
one
quote
of
was.
the things I said.
I think you said. I hate to say this, but there would have been seagulls out there.
Yeah, there would have been.
Yeah, but
100 miles offshore.
Yeah,
seagulls. Like I actually looked this up. Seagulls really don't go. I'm not an ornithologist. Let's be clear. They don't venture very far from shore. So anyway, the seagull thing is
I
quite,
don't think
I
it
find
was
it
a
entertaining.
seagull.
So you got to go down. You got to go down.
It's kind of interesting. A little segue. We were talking about Hynek earlier.
Yeah.
Hynek was the person who came up with the swamp gas thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And then later kind of admitted that he was lying and covering things up.
I don't think he was lying about that particular case. I think then he actually thought that might have been a reasonable explanation because there was a marsh in the middle of where they were looking across. But it was a pretty silly explanation, and it was kind of rightly ridiculed by the press. Then it was seized upon by kind of UFO fans to label any explanation of UFOs as being like, it's just, they just say it's swamp gas or they just say it's a weather balloon. And I think to a degree, the seagull explanation has become like the modern swamp gas. So I get seagull comments almost every day.
Okay, got it.
Almost every day on Twitter.
So you're saying you would admit that seagull is not your base case?
Absolutely not. I mean,
okay.
like what Fravor saw was some kind of tic-tac shaped object.
Yeah.
And it appeared to be moving around. And if it was a seagull, I don't think he would have made that mistake.
Let's talk about a guilt-free alternative to alcohol that's perfect for your dry January or any time you want to unwind. Cornbread's organic CBD gum your pudding bread.
Gosh, great. Yeah.
We have a few, right?
Can I just quickly back up maybe? And gosh, I mean, the setup has taken so long, we're not even look at the video. But there's I believe, a squadron commander from a Marine Corps squadron that was actually flying by Kurth, I think is his name. Kurth, whatever. And they decided not to vector him out there, I think because of fuel issues, I'm not sure, but he saw the roiling whitewater. Didn't see the tic-tac, but the roiling whitewater. That's interesting, right?
Yeah.
But to your point, for that first encounter, we're talking about 8 eyeballs on this thing.
Yeah.
One of them is squadron commander, the others are, pretty well trained.
Right. And what do you think about that?
Yeah, I wish that we'd get more witnesses coming forward.
Yeah.
I think it's difficult now because it's literally 20 years since this happened.
Yep.
And memory fades, and Alex Dietrich herself has said that she doesn't really remember the details that well now, and probably the other people won't either. But I think once you've got past the initial year or so of people remembering things, it's very difficult to get that much more good information, and using accounts from the time, if available, is usually the best way, but we don't really have those. Alex does say she has some notes that she made and some diagrams.
How do we get those?
Well, you give her a call and...
That's right.
Okay, yeah, let's try to reach out.
Yeah.
Well, there are a couple other interesting things. I think there were 2 radar systems, the SPY-1B radar and the APS-145 radar, and we've seen neither of those. We just have the FLIR,
And this was
geothermal
recorded
video.
after. This is like an hour or 2 after
the
video, which I think that's when you had the E2 Hawkeye and then the Princeton So just to back up, the E2 is like a flying radar, basically, right? And it had apparently had a weak hit on this target, the what's in the video, and the Princeton did as well, which is how. And Underwood had it on his radar too. He said, "That's right."
Yeah, he said he got a hit on his radar.
So he had 3 radar systems on whatever that is.
And this is Chad Underwood.
Correct. Sorry. Yeah. So that original air crew, the 4 air crew and those 2 jets go back to the carrier. They get out. Apparently, Fravor tells Underwood, "Hey, we just saw something weird. Try to go catch it." And Underwood's really gung ho about it, apparently. And yeah, I'm gonna go get it. And yeah, he's vectored out. I'm guessing like an hour or 2 after.
It's not clear. They don't say.
Okay, so they cycle
asked,
through.
People about it, and they said they don't want to. I think I asked Kevin about it, and he didn't want to tell me.
Yeah, but they cycle through. Underwood gets out and he gets these hits on the Was the E2 high on the E2 on the first encounter, or was it on the second one? I just don't remember.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think there were some eyewitness accounts from the E2. Like people, they said they saw it out the window, but I don't think they've actually really come forward to
the other
swear on it.
Possible interesting piece of information, which I'll just speculate on, and that maybe we'll never get to the bottom. We probably will never get to the bottom of. Is you have this interesting nuclear connection with past UFO sightings. This seems to be some possibly repeatable thread. You have a great book called UFOs and Nukes by a guy named Robert Hastings, which I always tell you you should read.
I was reading it on the way here.
I appreciate that.
Excellent book, yeah.
And so what's interesting about, the Nimitz Carrier Strike Group is there were likely tactical nukes on board. Just when it comes to, I think, yes, when it comes to ships like that.
I know I can say with certainty that I think the Nimitz is a nuclear powered carrier. I don't know about the weapons, and that's out of my expertise.
Yeah, it's both nucleare powered, and then most of those hold tactical nukes, is what my understanding. But yeah,
well, that's above my pay grade.
You got me there.
My source there is Robert Hastings. But
Okay. Well, I'm a big Robert Hastings fan, so.
Well, yeah, you would say that's biased. You would say that's pretty good. I think Hastings is very. This is a tangent. We can, get into this later. But I think Hastings is pretty solid.
Yeah,
he is. Go for it.
A mixed bag, I would say. I think.
How so?
Listening to his books, he does a pretty good job of doing a lot of research.
He's very detailed.
But it does seem very much biased towards trying to prove that point.
Uh-huh.
And he'll lay out a few things. Well, it could be this, it could be that. But I think he's actually aliens.
On the theory side, but on the kind of what happened side, he's like pretty empirically rigorous.
Yeah,
right?
he's repeating things. It's mostly eyewitness accounts.
Well, I got to give him credit. I mean, he's compiled, and I take an intelligence analysis approach to this topic, much more than Mick takes a much more technical approach. But the documentation that Robert Hastings has secured is unbelievable. It is. It's extraordinary.
It's 170 eyewitnesses.
It's incredible, and also the government documents, right?
Yes.
That is what that to me is also of interest. Anyway, we can go. That's a whole other.
It's a whole other level, but I think it's important for establishing some sort of priors on this stuff because, I'll, just to kind of out myself here, as I want to be as much of kind of a non-factor and just honest judge and let you guys have at it. But my own kind of way I process this is I usually think these things are prosaic or explainable way.
Right.
You can explain them away. They're air trash or balloons or whatever, or exotic craft. But I think in the case of nuclear, that might be the exception. Just because I think you have this repeatable, they say science needs to be repeatable, and you do have this like really interesting repeatable thread where you have all these witnesses who have, Q clearances. It's hurt their careers to come out. Their incentives are not to come out. And if 170 have come out in the form of this book, and you have a researcher who's now in his 70s, how many more
that have not come
out there? That would be my question.
To your point, we wouldn't know about these videos if they hadn't been leaked.
Right.
To your point.
Right. Well, this is interesting, too, because let's talk about the provenance of Nimitz, because Nimitz, Gimbal, and Go Fast were popularized in this New York Times article in 2017. But Nimitz, I believe, the video itself was kind of floating around on Reddit And it was even
Yeah.
on a German
It
server.
was on
or
a German
something?
server, and you can
Yeah.
still access it via the archive.org, the Wayback Machine. So
Uh-huh.
there's actually a live link to this from, I think, I'm not sure exactly when, like 2010 or
So
something
what
like
German? This is
It's like a CGI. I did a little digging into this, and I could quickly just make a point here. Like, this is when debunking goes wrong, because when that came out and it was on above top secret, all these message boards or whatever, people had decided, oh, that's a hoax. That's not real. And then Mick, I love this. So in December of 2017, I think To the Stars Academy put out an interview with, I think it's Commander Alex Dietrich. And your quote here on Metabunk on December 30th is, and she kind of described the whole encounter and described everything that, that we just discussed. And your quote here is, frankly, it's laughable that anyone is taking this seriously. Right?
I'd have to see a bit more context about what
No,
it
it's
was.
Metabunk Post 84,
Okay.
December 30th, 2017.
Post 84? Show me more info.
Well, but on a particular thread, on the FLIR one
right.
thread. So
Yeah.
I just want to be right. Debunking can it can really go wrong, because
Well,
this is the most perplexing, arguably the most perplexing case.
This
Right?
video was real from the start, as I recall.
No, I'm not accusing you of.
Yeah, so I mean,
right.
the taking it seriously must have been like, taking it seriously that this was something performing amazing maneuvers, which is something I wanted to bring up. With all these videos, there's really two questions that we better ask. The first one is this object on the screen doing anything amazing? Is it demonstrating unique physics that we don't understand, or advanced technology? And then, after you've answered that question, or addressed that question, the other question is, what actually is it? What might it be?
Do you have a base case assumption? Because it doesn't seem to be flying normally.
Well, my base determination for these three videos is that they don't demonstrate anything amazingly anomalous.
And so with FLIR specifically, like Siegel is not the base case. Do you have any other sort of explanations, or it's just like not anomalous?
As Mary knows, I think it's some kind of distant aircraft that is not moving laterally. Like when these videos first came out, people talked about how amazing they were. FLIR 1 in particular was deemed to be amazing because the object appears to zip off screen. And there's parts of the video where it seems to accelerate very rapidly, and then it loses track at the end. And that's one of the first videos that I analyzed, and I kind of went through it frame by frame, and I think I showed fairly conclusively that all those things are just camera movement.
So, and you really think David Fravor saw just a normal aircraft?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, these are two separate things. Fravor and Dietrich had an encounter with a little tic tac of some sort. And then this video was taken hours later. It may be the same thing, but I think it's probably a different thing.
Despite the fact that these sightings had gone on in this little week-long stretch in November, you think they're just
the sightings,
different?
they hadn't. The radar returns had. We
The
had
radar
we had
returns,
weeks of radar returns.
And then they went out for intercept on November 14th.
Yeah. And then apparently it stopped. That was it after that. That's what Kevin Day said. After that encounter, they didn't. Nothing ever happened afterwards. But yeah, it's the video itself. I don't think shows any advanced physics or anything like that. We don't know exactly what it is. I think it's some type of distant aircraft that's flying away. But as Marek will explain later, there are issues with determining what type of aircraft it is, because of the angles of the image and things like that.
Marek, if you just had the video and you didn't have the eyewitness accounts, is there anything that would lead you to believe that this is anomalous?
That's interesting. I'd probably, without the eyewitness accounts, I probably would have. That's a really good question. Old me would have just dismissed it.
Yeah.
The me who's engaged with Mick, who has studied this topic, would be much more interested. With absent the eyewitness accounts.
Absent the eyewitness accounts, but maybe with the promise of other sensors that pick this up, but that are too sensitive to release or something.
Yeah. It is weird, and it is. It's odd. Obviously, just in removing the context, it is odd on its face.
Yeah.
On its face. And I'll just to counter Mick and or just to maybe respond. I'm very much on the opposite end of the spectrum. I'm glad we started with this case because ruling out a plane is probably the easiest thing we can do today. It is pretty simple to rule out. That's fine. We'll get to that. So look, I mean, it is fascinating. I have, based on the analysis that, and it's not just me, but the analysis that some of my colleagues, and one of them, as you know, is a University of California scientist, brings superb expertise to the table. And I would say, I'll speak for myself, but I have fairly high confidence that that was a tic-tac shapecraft, and we can go through the data, you know, as we.
And then to kind of flip it on you, Mick, if the video didn't exist and you couldn't easily strawman it with a debunk, and you just had like these super credible pilots, like eight plus, all saying, you know, we've seen this anomalous thing, would that lend all of this more credence?
I think the Dietrich and Fravor encounter stands by itself as being a really interesting event, and it's Fravor's account of it that convinces people. It's what convinced you with his Joe Rogan thing, and a lot of people on the Hill have talked to Fravor and heard his account, and they've been convinced by it. So this video isn't what's convincing people. It's the eyewitness accounts that do it. Having this video as well kind of lends some credence to those eyewitness accounts. It says, like, we saw an object and here's a video of an object. It doesn't really look like the same object, but you know, it's extra evidence that something was there. And the more witnesses you have, the more likely something is to have actually happened.
So Mick, can I just quickly say, this video is not convincing to folks on its own, and I think my job here today is to make it convincing, and thank you for giving me the opportunity, because I think we have some compelling data to show.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, the final other thing that I'll say about this case, which I find interesting, is I think a new Raytheon FLIR system had just been installed before detection, and Raytheon, I think, came out with a statement because they were like, what's going on with our FLIR system? This is kind of crazy. And Raytheon was like, we're not responsible for what you detect with our system, which I found very interesting as well.
Yeah, I think they just upgraded the system, upgraded the software perhaps.
Okay, software.
Like it wasn't actually.
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't known publicly, right? So nobody knew about this until, 2007 people didn't know about it. I think it was 2015 when Fravor started talking on like fighter pilot podcasts and stuff, and it really didn't bubble up until 15, 16.
The German server thing is fascinating. Yeah, it's super bizarre because it's like, it was like a graphic design shop or something?
I think it was like CGI or something like that.
CGI,
I think so.
My mind, when I hear that, my mind goes to like, they were trying to see if you could possibly recreate it with CGI.
I think what happened there was that it was just basically a site where you could upload stuff. Like an open FTP server. Back in the day, you would use that for uploading stuff, and they just dropped it there, and that's where it was for a while.
Who dropped it there?
The person who leaked it.
So it was just a leak, but on a German,
yeah.
so it was like a place you would leak a video like that?
The US military doesn't have the original.
Right.
The one that they released is the same. It's the one that they got from the German FTP server, and then they released it.
That's
from the US
fascinating.
Navy.
Well, they just re-record over the tapes.
Can they now release the original?
They probably don't have it.
They don't have it. I strongly doubt. Now, there's a wrinkle there. There are allegations from some of the sailors aboard the Princeton, I think, that people in suits landed in helicopters and took all the radar data. I don't know what to make of that.
Who says that?
Is it Voorhees?
Gary Voorhees.
Gary Voorhees.
Yeah.
I think he's mentioned that, and there are a couple others that have said it.
Okay. Sean Cahill.
I apologize. I just don't know.
Yeah,
I know Fravor has
PJ Hughes, I think.
PJ Hughes,
Yeah, I interviewed both of them.
Fravor's been skeptical of that publicly. I don't know what to make of that. So just to the point of data retention, like it adds a spooky immaculate constellation level.
Yeah.
Because that's what the allegation of immaculate constellation is. That all this stuff is siphoned off.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of that.
That's another good example of how the stories vary quite a lot. You got all these enlisted men on the boat who have this story about how the data bricks were stolen, and then Fravor just didn't happen.
Exactly.
It's
so it's
difficult to reconcile.
Correct.
This.
Yeah.
But obviously maybe Fravor didn't know.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Should we dive into the?
Should we watch? We can watch the video.
Yeah.
You guys both see this?
Yeah.
Cool.
We're familiar. This is the start here. So it's in infrared mode.
And let's explain. So thermal imaging, what is like
It's
this
showing
white
here
dot
it's-
in the middle mean?
Well, it's not actually a white dot. It's actually kind of a spiky shape at the start, which is interesting. It's a good, valid point. Then it switches to TV mode. And TV mode means it's basically a video camera, black and white video camera. and we see it's black here. Now, I originally thought this was infrared, and this is what because it looks almost exactly like the Chilean case, but of course it's this TV mode. So this is actually, what you would theoretically see, like with your own eyes. Then it switches back to infrared. You can see the object kind of moved around a little bit. Little spin there. Now that's the camera doing a gimbal roll. It's the camera has to readjust itself occasionally. There's another little roll there.
Do we want to get into symbology, all, Mick, or?
Yeah. Well, it's going to do some interesting stuff in a second, but that's kind of the long, boring part, I guess. But okay, so it looked there like it zoomed off screen, and then this is the end thing where it appears to zoom off to the left-hand side. So yeah, the symbology, we got like a whole bunch of stuff, numbers on screen, and this is how we kind of get to do the analysis. Like we have the angles, we have the top of the screen, we have the heading, the azimuth, and then we've got the elevation, which is, was it like 6 degrees here? I can't remember.
You mean from right to left?
No, the elevation.
I think it's 5 up. It's 6 up and then 5.
Six then 5.
Yeah, exactly.
So we that gives us kind of a line of sight, so we know that it's somewhere along this line of sight, and this line of sight moves from right to left, fairly levelly. And so we can kind of correlate that with the other numbers on the screen, which is the airspeed of the jet, which is expressed in calibrated airspeed. You have to convert it to true airspeed. And then the altitude, the altitude of the plane from there. So you can use all that to kind of set up a model of what we're looking at and what's actually happening. That's kind of like almost like the second part of the analysis. Like the first part is actually, is it doing anything amazing? And we saw at the end of the video, it kind of zooms off to the left of the screen. And there's kind of two parts to that. There's one where it first of all, it kind of drifts a little bit, and then it seems to shoot off very rapidly. And people initially thought that was it accelerating very rapidly, but it's actually just changing zoom levels kind of halfway through the movement. If you kind of undo that zoom back from 2 times to 1 time, it just basically smoothly goes off. And the analysis I did on that, using all the angles and everything, was that the drift that it moved off from left to right was exactly the same as the drift that the camera was moving at. So I think what we're actually looking at here is the camera was tracking something like this, and then the camera lost lock and the object just kept going at exactly the same speed. So it gives the same effects of the object zooming off to the side, but it isn't actually moving.
Mick, are you familiar with Yannick's analysis that it actually drifts off? It moves off 4 times faster at the very end than it does during the other losses of lock. Are you familiar with that?
No, but I wouldn't be surprised because it's only a partial loss of lock, and the other ones it's still basically kind of tracking it. I don't think, when you see it losing lock, it's not really lost the lock at those points.
Can I just say, we're getting so in the weeds, and I think I just want to say, just maybe for the audience, that part of the reason that I'm doing this is I want to engage more people. I want more people, mathematically, scientifically inclined folks to grapple with this stuff.
Agreed.
That's why I write these articles. I'm trying to encourage interest, spur interest.
I 100% agree. We should teach this in colleges because it's a fun analysis exercise that people can get their teeth into.
Sorry for that PSA, but I really just want to convey that.
And that's part of the whole problem here between you and I is it's just you and me.
Right.
And
exactly. And there's
a few other people.
Chris and Zane.
There's no reason why other people can't analyze these videos.
Exactly.
But it does take a long time, though.
It does.
It is quite a lot of work. I mean, this is like years of work that we've both put into
Yannick
these
does all the hard
videos.
work on my side, so I got to give him credit, and Zane and Chris Spitzer as well. So,
And they would say that the loss of lock just wouldn't account for that sort of zooming off.
It's ambiguous. Chad Underwood, who's the Wizzo who filmed it, he said, nope, there's no way the system would have lost it. I've talked to an active duty Wizzo serving now, and he said it's a finicky. I sent you the emails, right? You remember this, and I made a point to but the system can be finicky and can lose a lock, so it's a wash. I don't know what to make of that.
Is the FLIR auto tracking, or is there somebody operating
that? Is auto track. So that is correct. It's a pixel exactly.
It's using basically the contrast between pixels, and it's just like image tracking in After Effects. You just lock onto something and it follows it.
Got it.
It doesn't do a very good job. It's kind of interesting comparing the technology in 2004 with the later things in Gimbal and Go Fast, which the lock seems a lot more solid.
What I like about this is I feel like both of you are being very reasonable. And if anything, I'm more confused in a healthy way. You know, I really, I mean, in my mind, the assessment there might be like the net assessment, quote unquote, would be like, you know, really interesting eyewitness accounts and then kind of inconclusive on the video front.
We'll
but
just wait till we get to the analysis.
Okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Huge news, everyone. We've been sitting on a ton of unreleased footage that we will now be releasing weekly in our new WAP. Our first episode is a completely uncut, heated discussion between Hal Puthoff and Eric Weinstein on remote viewing. Yeah, you heard that right. I still can't believe I experienced that firsthand, and now I'm happy to share it with you all as our first exclusive video on WAP. Head over to wap.com/American Alchemy Premium to become a premium member today. By becoming a member, you'll gain access to weekly premium videos, behind-the-scenes footage, and monthly group calls where we discuss the ideas we love most. Plus, you'll get early access to merchandise drops and be the first to know about the upcoming conference we'll be holding later in 2025. Our WAP community will serve as a private space where curious individuals and tech enthusiasts can come together to challenge the status quo and explore ideas shaping our future. If you're passionate about exploring unconventional ideas and want to dive even deeper into our content, I invite you to join our WAP today. Head over to wap.com/American Alchemy Premium to become a premium member today. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of today's episode.
All right, should we move to Go Fast?
Can we go to the slideshow real quick?
Oh, yeah,
I
sure,
really want to show you the kind of the what Road and Mick, you know this is the video that you still have up, and I got a bone to pick with you, right? This video's still up, and that it's clearly not an airline. I mean,
let's describe what we're talking about first.
Yeah, do you want to
set it up?
So Mick has several videos up looking at the FLIR 1 video, and one of them he hypothesizes that it's a distant airliner. I think you said on a podcast that it's probably 50 to 100 miles away.
Yeah, I think this video I made is like, do you remember when it was? Like 20.
Yeah, I just think it's still up
like
there,
that.
and I think that's misinformation
I
from
have
my
edited
perspective.
the description of the video.
You put one sentence on there, nobody's going to read that one sentence. I think it's very misleading to have that video still up there. If you said it's an airliner at 100 miles
say
away,
what's in the video? Like
that thing's
what I do
at 66,000 feet.
That's
impossible.
Originally, I had done this analysis, very much analysis. It was pretty early on in the discussion thread, and so I was saying like what it might look like.
Right.
And I picked a airliner because that's what I'm kind of used to from the Chilean case. I was still kind of maybe biased by that Chilean case. And I did a little side-by-side comparison, and they look somewhat similar. You can kind of see they look somewhat similar, not the same.
Will you remove that video because it's clearly?
I think the basic analysis is right, and I can maybe change the title of it. So the analysis isn't that this is what it is that a blurry shape can look like another blurry shape.
You clearly say in the video, like, oh, it looks kind of like an airliner going off to the right.
It does kind of look like one.
Yeah, but it can't be. Yeah, but it can't be. So why wouldn't you?
Yeah, but the analysis of the video is still valid, that it kind of looks like that. You know it's
maybe
not.
You understand my point, right? I think it's misleading. I think it's misleading to keep it up.
I've added that to the description of the video.
Nobody's going to read it. Okay, let's move on. So this is why it's so easy to rule out a plane. Number one, there's no tail. Boom, simple. Number two, if you're looking 5 degrees up, right? The perspective is, if Mick's theory is that it's another plane. He uses another F-18 in his example. I'm trying to do this for the camera. If you're looking 5 degrees up, it'll have the jet will have kind of like a downward slope like this. Mm-hmm. Clearly the object is tilted up this way, and there's no plane. You can change the plane type. There's no plane that'll fly like, what do you have this distant plane going, like 250 knots? Whatever, 300. No plane is going to fly at like a 13, 15, 20 degree angle of attack at 300 knots. It's just not reasonable. There's no tail. Ruling out a plane is the easiest thing we'll do all day today, from my perspective.
Yeah, I think you can though. I think the problem with this video is that it's a super low resolution video.
But the angle is it's crystal clear.
It's not really. Like you will talk later about how the angle of the sun is going to affect where you're looking at things, and we don't know exactly what we're looking at here. We're looking at a dark shape. Maybe some parts of that are being illuminated by the sun.
Well, where's the tail? I mean, it's just simple.
Maybe that's a similar color to the sky. Lots of planes have their different.
No.
Different
so this works by contrast. Could be a private jet. It contrasts, right?
Well, in contrast in the optical spectrum.
So it has a white tail.
Planes cannot have white tails.
This
is black against the sky. Yeah, you're saying that it's a white Tic Tac shape, you know, actual Tic Tac shape.
Yeah, absolutely, it is.
And you're saying that it's this funny, weird shape.
Yeah, we addressed
because
that.
of the lighting.
Okay, well, so it's not a plane, from my perspective.
So
It's easily.
If it could be a Tic Tac shape that's somehow morphed into this bizarre peanut shape because of the sunlight and these little legs that are supposedly sticking out, then why couldn't it be a different type of plane? Perhaps not this FA-18. There's a whole bunch of different types of planes.
What plane
Perhaps
flies at this angle?
Yeah, I don't think it's just flying at that angle.
So your eyes are deceiving you? Like it's really not at that angle?
No, I don't think. I think what we're looking at there isn't representative of the actual shape of the object.
Great. So anybody who can see, it's pretty clear that it's tilted up.
Why wouldn't it be representative?
What do you mean it's pretty clear that it's
tilted up?
Because
you can see with your own eyes.
It's got a pointy bit at one end.
Yeah, and we'll get to that.
So if it's tilted up, then it's not. If it's got a pointy bit at one end, that means it's not really a Tic Tac shape, isn't it?
Well, that is an artifact that your software, and this is why you've been so helpful. Like I've shown you this. Like you can recreate that effect with your software.
You could probably recreate it with a different plane as well. This is something I haven't done.
You're a big evidence guy. Try. Why can't you find me something with no tail?
I feel it's kind of a fool's errand because there is not enough data in that video to determine. You know, look at it. It's this blurry blob. The video is
you see what I mean, right? Like you see the attitude, the tilt is that just it. And if you watch the whole video, you can see that tilt. It's crystal clear.
You see it turning as well, which is something that's kind of weird. That doesn't really work, I think, with the Tic Tac model. In the simulation.
Do you want to just go to the next image? Because this is super interesting, and I owe credit to, I think, somebody on I think his name was Paul, but he did very simple edits, brilliance and contrast. And there's no trickery here. It's very simple. If you go to the next one, please. We did a 3D model. And this is kind of a Rorschach test, right? The UAP is in the eye of the beholder, but, and I need to quickly add that both Commander Fravor and Lieutenant Commander Dietrich have stated that when they reviewed Underwood's tapes afterwards, they saw these little appendages, these protrusions.
Which is impossible.
I mean, is it Lonnie Zamora? Like, that reminds me of a Lonnie Zamora craft, what he described, but
we know it's completely out of focus, so you wouldn't be able to see this.
Lonnie Zamora is a famous craft that came down in '64 and in New Mexico.
Allegedly had little legs, but anyway.
Allegedly had little legs.
This image here, I think, is very misleading. I think it's basically being that you've tweaked the amount of brightness to bring in the edges. If you do that with, just sliding the middle slider in the levels adjustment.
So we can find a Tic Tac shape if you just do basic edits, is the bottom line.
You can find the gimbal shape in
what basic edits are we doing?
Brilliance and contrast.
For the audience.
Brilliance and contrast.
And what exactly does, so contrast I think is probably pretty obvious.
Yeah.
You're increasing the contrast.
Right.
And then brilliance
I think they turned it up. I didn't do this. Anybody can go. That's the beauty of this, and this is why anybody can do this.
The slider would do that, I think.
Is brilliance like light saturation or what? Or
I'm not sure, actually.
I'm not a visual effects guy, so I didn't do this.
No, it's a non-standard term. It's not like a Photoshop term.
So what it gets really interesting is, and we can really drill down to, you see that little kind of that sunlit section on the top?
Yes.
That, in fact, we can place this object and we can actually find which direction Underwood was flying, and we can see where the sun was at around 3:30, 3:20-ish, give or take, and you can recreate that in this is the first time I'm really presenting this. We're very excited. We're going to put this in a paper very soon. But you can actually recreate that effect and see where the sun is. And in 3D, you can move the sun around and it gives you that effect. Interestingly enough.
And that lines up with his position in reality?
Correct.
Okay.
So let's go to the next one. Mick, you brought up, it's black. Well, this is TV mode. Those F-18s are not black. They're light gray, right? That's how that system works.
It's backlit. Kind of a silhouette, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why we have a black shape.
It's not something you can't say that it's the same because it's the same color.
No, I'm just saying.
It doesn't mean it's a different color either. We don't know what color it is.
But you moved off the plane thesis. You don't think that?
I don't think we can rule it out.
Okay.
But you have to
I
provide,
think
give us
marriage-
one option. Like, just
sorry,
prevent some kind of, like, propose one plane that would fly like this
Well,
for
why don't you
300.
propose one type of UFO that could fly like this?
Right there. It's a
Tic Tac.
Tic Tac.
UFO is just unidentified
Yeah, but
by
what model
nature.
of a Tic Tac UFO?
It's a sport model, obviously.
I'm just saying, if there's a plane,
that's impossible for him to answer.
a plane that fits, that could, fit that profile, the silhouette with the lighting. We just don't know which one.
I have a couple more. Just do you mind
Sure,
going? Yeah,
sure.
sorry. Run through this. So this is, so you talked about that peanut. Yeah. So this is, I used mix. This is mix. Oh, weird.
Well, just do you know what's in it? Do you
Yeah.
just,
So
just say it. We'll put it in post production.
Yeah. So when you actually edit the video to kind of recreate the graininess and the out of focus, you can recreate the Tic Tac shape. You can recreate it. I mean, it's not a plane, guys. Like it's extraordinary to find a match, like a remarkable match with what 8 eyeballs saw 2 hours earlier. You can recreate that with mix software.
With my software, yeah, which I did.
No, thank you. And
I did that for you, Marek.
Can I-
So you
and
could
I-
just-
no,
you
and
could
let
do-
me
But isn't
just-
that compelling that maybe this is just
there's
sensory
a-
data that
There's
is...
a couple points.
I'll say one thing. Thank you, Nick. We owe the UFO world owes you a huge debt of gratitude for the amount of work that you put into it. I'm glad you're finally getting paid. I don't know who's paying you, but no.
Wait, what is? Are you
But
getting
truly,
paid?
no.
By who?
Someone I can't name.
Okay.
What Mick has done is incredible, and it allows us to test out everybody's theories, not yours, not ours, not anybody's. And so thank you for that. I mean that sincerely.
Just real quick, the reason this software exists is actually because of you.
I appreciate it. And we were
So what are the odds? Not just this, the original gimbal simulator, which is the granddaddy of this, was because Marek was getting so annoying with his consistent criticism that I had to finally make a good video, and I had to write all this software to do it, and then I wrote this nice long video.
But Mick, you always say oh God, there's these eyewitness accounts are always so incredible, but there's never any data to back them up. Here's a Tic Tac with little legs, which is exactly what Fravor and Dietrich were called.
The amount of blur that you had to add there to make them match would mean that they wouldn't be able to see
All
those
I'm
legs.
asking is, give me any plane, SR-71, any plane, a U-2. I don't care.
How big are the legs?
Well, how can I make? I'm mad. It's a mad. All right,
You
can we
made
go
it
on?
blurry. So.
Well, what I guess, Mick,
There's
what would
no
you say
tail.
to the fact
There's
that you
no
can do some
tail.
slight edits with a program that you built that
Right.
allows
This
you
is
to
just to recreate one frame. I think what would be
No,
interesting.
it's a video. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
The actual object itself appears to do this kind of weird rotation and get a bit more pointy at one end. Which I kind of interpreted as being like a plane turning. But
The pointiness is recreated. It's an artifact of that front appendage. I sent you the video.
The lighting, but we don't have the rotation that matches.
And your
the original
highest
video.
percentage likelihood thing is plane still, even though
I don't know.
there's some issues.
I don't know. Marek brings up some good points, and Yannick. I think what I would say is you can't 100% rule out a plane.
I feel comfortable doing it. There's no tail, and it matches what.
And I think 100% ruling out things is a huge mistake that people have historically made. I think of the Chilean case. They spent 2 years ruling things out, and they were wrong because they ruled out a plane right at the start. And then there's
no tail.
You can't see a tail.
Of course you can.
What about remember the video that Jesse sent us a few days ago of the Tic Tac, the shaped thing?
Yeah. Then over Nellis
And you
testing
said that
range,
you
my buddy
agreed with
Chris
me
Ramsey.
that it was a plane. It's a common misconception.
Sorry.
It has no wings. And that's a very common thing that people see, like in videos.
So what was that?
It would have been another plane.
I'm sure it's another plane, yeah.
Okay.
You want to go to the next slide, just real quick?
Sure.
I think, so this is how we were able to place it. There's a consistent rightward banking. You can kind of see it here. And that's how, there's a strong, and thank goodness Yannick is a climate scientist. Sorry, buddy, I hope I didn't out you. But he has access to extremely nuanced weather data, and we can find out, if you go to the next slide there, we can look at the weather data from that time at that altitude, and there's an extremely strong northerly wind coming from the north, about 100, 110 knots. And then in the video, you see this consistent rightward banking, which is the autopilot compensating to maintain a straight heading as it goes. And that allows us to place the heading of that plane and see, okay, well, now we know where the sun is, and then we can match the sun with the top of that that illuminated section.
Issue with that is that planes don't need to bank to maintain a heading.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we discussed this. So you said that you thought that they did, but you sent me a bunch of ChatGPT things.
You're talking about crabbing, right?
No. Well, I'm talking about the difference between like the true heading, the ground heading, and the air heading.
Right.
So to maintain a particular ground heading, you just need to have an air heading that incorporates the wind vector.
So the autopilot, you can see at the bottom, it says HDG. That's heading. So that means the nose is going to maintain a heading.
Yes, it's
ground
the same
track
thing.
is irrelevant.
It's the same thing.
Ground track's irrelevant.
It only would need to bank if the wind was changing.
No, it needs to stay. The nose is going to stay at, let's say, 270, right?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
So how's it maintaining?
You point it in the direction you want to go, and you go in that direction. Or else you point the velocity of your plane in the direction you want to go, which might involve you turning a bit to the side, but you don't need to bank to do that. If you bank, you'll keep turning.
But it's consistent, right? It does this.
No, it's just wobbling a little bit. That was greatly magnified. That was the thing I sent you years ago.
Yeah.
That it goes in both directions.
No, it's
it goes
only
a little
right.
bit more to one
It's
side.
only right.
It does go actually to the other side a little bit. Anyway,
it doesn't.
You're fundamentally wrong with the idea that you need
for the audience
to
judge.
turn to the side.
So it's 100 knot winds coming in.
It doesn't matter. So it's completely irrelevant. It could be 1,000 knot winds.
So if the wind is pushing the aircraft,
planes fly relative to the air.
Yeah.
That altitude of the air is basically just a constant homogeneous mass, and there's no real turbulence there to speak of in terms of like differentials between the wind directions. So if the wind is moving like this, and you want to fly in that direction, you'll just have to like turn a little bit into the wind.
That's called crabbing.
No, that's called changing the heading of your plane. Crabbing is something where you actually kind of slide the plane a little bit.
Right. You're using rudder, exactly.
Yeah, but that's
we're not talking about that.
No, we're not talking about that.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, your velocity relative to the air is just straight through the air.
Okay, let's move on. But bonus to the audience on whether a plane would need to.
We can cut that out or whatever. Yeah.
Pilots let us know. No, leave it in.
Leave it in. Yeah.
But would a plane need to bank in this scenario?
There's a consistent rightward banking, which our hypothesis is because of the 110, 100 knot winds. So real quick, last point on this. You mind just going up one more?
Sure.
This is one more. Sorry, just one higher.
Yep.
Up. Sorry, the other way.
Oh, up. Gotcha.
Last but not least, we can actually. So Kevin Day said that these objects were at 28,000 feet. I'd be curious to see if he had said other, but everything that I've seen is he said that 28,000 feet heading south at 100 knots. We can find that in the data. We can find the Chad Underwood object moving south at 100 knots at 28,000 feet, descending slowly, but we can find that as a very, very anomalous flight path. So again, we can find very, very specific descriptions of what the witnesses recall in the data. That is critical, and we see that with gimbal as well.
Do you not find that compelling?
Well, you can find all kinds of things in the data depending on what parameters you put into it.
And this is at the distance roughly that Underwood gave. That's important, right?
You can find basically a straight line path as well of the object moving away, consistent with it being a plane or some similar type of aircraft. And if you change things around, change with the way the wind direction is, then you can find different things. And if you change the distance, you can find different things again. I don't think this is the only solution here.
No, but it is
it's a potential one.
It is remarkable to find that in the data.
And
that just doesn't happen by accident.
That, of course, suggests that what we're looking at is actually a balloon.
That is absolutely a possibility. Yes.
And that balloon would explain the radar targets possibly, because they're moving with the wind. We had this wind, as you described earlier, moving from north to south.
Far more reasonable explanation than plane.
I wouldn't rule it out. I think, like I said before, my analysis of these videos is kind of two parts. Like, is it doing anything amazing? And what is it? And I don't think it's doing anything amazing. I don't think drifting south at 100 knots is doing something amazing.
It is very weird. At 28,000 feet? What do you know that does that? That is that size?
A balloon?
That's that
size?
size?
Why would a balloon be that far off the coast?
I don't know. It could be some kind of military balloon.
Uh-huh.
A balloon used for surveillance, or it could be a weather balloon.
So this is 20 years ago now. literally. What kind of propose some options? You can throw spaghetti right against the wall. This is a debunking playbook, but provide some options. What could it be?
I don't know.
I think we should move on.
Let's do it.
Yeah, this is a great. I love it. This is awesome,
Let's
and
do
I
it.
think there are a lot of open questions we just presented that the audience should go out and investigate.
Please, by all means.
So
I don't rule out these options, but I don't think you should also rule out a plane.
Okay, let's get into the Go Fast video, which was recorded in January of 2015, 300 miles off the coast of Jacksonville, the USS Roosevelt. So, Merrick, you set up the last one.
Right.
Why don't you set up this one, Mick?
Well, this is a fun one. This appears to be something that's moving very fast over the surface of the water. It's similar to the FLIR 1 video in that it's thermal footage. This is all thermal. There's no TV mode. So I think they do switch between black hot and white hot. But what we're looking at here is the surface of the ocean, and we see this object, and the object appears to be colder than the surface of the ocean, which is very unusual for a powered craft. We have a variety of numbers on the screen. We have the angle down, minus 23 at that point, is it? 29? Again, I need my glasses. And then we have the heading, which is off the top of the screen, but we actually do have that. And then we have a range value. Now, unlike in the FLIR 1 video, when they lock onto this object, they actually do get a range number. There's some dispute as to actually where that number comes from, like how far away is this object. We don't know if it came from a radar hit or if it was some other way of doing it. So we're not entirely sure how accurate it is. But if you assume that that number there is relatively accurate, you can do a reconstruction of this object. And it turns out to be going a lot slower than initial estimates. Like initial estimates put it, I think, somewhere around 600 knots, Mach 6 point something or other. And it turns out to be going much, much slower. So definitely under 100 knots. Some dispute as to exactly how fast it's going. I've done some reconstructions where it's about 60 knots. Yannick just pointed out one where he's more like 90 knots, and he said that's also consistent with the wind speed. So my hypothesis about this one is that it's probably just a wind-blown object, like a balloon. If we do some analysis as to the size of the object, we can determine it's not particularly big. It's about 3 to 6 feet in diameter. So something just like a weather balloon seems like a reasonable explanation for me, especially as it doesn't really do anything amazing.
And this one's really interesting because Arrow just came with the All Domain Anomalous Resolution Office. We just, we're talking about its director, came out and they said that this is possibly parallax. And so they're saying that there are probably, certain things in the sky that we can't classify, but they are kind of coming out against this video in particular. This video is also interesting because you have audio associated with the video, and the guy goes, "Whoa, got it." And I just interviewed Navy fighter pilot Ryan Graves, who testified before Congress, also under oath, and he kind of admitted it was a buddy of his who he thinks is kind of beyond
They're
reproach.
very close friends. I mean, they're super close.
Close friends.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what's your response to Mick here?
I think we would. I'm very confident that we would have not had Arrow come out with this assessment at the recent hearing if they had actually talked to the aircrew. And I have a major bone to pick with Arrow. They didn't talk to the aircrew about this.
Why wouldn't they talk to the aircrew?
I don't know. And it fits in with the blue book, the debunking playbook of never talk to witnesses. Just throw something out there. I don't know if this is part of the old guard, the previous director, who I think has rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Rubbed me. I had a long discussion with him. Rubbed me the wrong way. So I think that's a massive oversight. It is an analytic failure for them not to talk to the aircrew, because clearly those guys were excited by something. There's a reason. You don't just lock up some little random object in the middle of, 300 miles off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. Oh, by the way, this is 10 minutes before the gimbal video. Oh, by the way, this is amid daily observations or sensor observations of spherical objects off the East Coast that are, as Ryan told you, and has been very public about, were A, safety of flight concern, and B, we're operating in very anomalous ways per their systems. They're locking them up on FLIR, on their training, their infrared training missiles, on their radar, right? You have multiple, 3, 4 sensors. Their eyeballs are seeing them sometimes, occasionally. So it is a massive analytic oversight. I have a major bone to pick with Arrow about that because Ryan just came out on your show or in your discussion said that this was part of, and I think you said it previously, but shocker, this was part of, this was one of 4 objects that were in a line abreast formation, right? So they're kind of like cruising along all next to each other. That's not, weather balloons don't do that, obviously. So I don't think we would be having a very different discussion if Arrow had actually done their job.
And it's right above the surface of the water, right?
No.
Or
So
I
think
it is, or it's not.
No, it's not.
No.
Okay.
So the aircrew did not name this Go Fast. I don't know who named it. I think Ryan has said, Lieutenant Graves has said, all the Pentagon did is debunk the name, which the Pentagon itself gave the video. I want to just be very clear. There's a reason you don't just. This is like a tiny needle in a haystack. You don't just find something, just slewing your targeting pod around in the ocean. There was a radar hit that gave them some kind of an indication that there's something there, and by the sounds of their voice, what they were seeing visually did not match up with the radar that they were the data that they were getting.
That's really a reach, I think. Trying to
look at it
interpret
fly.
it that way.
What's it doing, right? Whatever they said, they're very surprised by it.
I was surprised that they caught it on their at flare.
What's it? Look at it fly is the actual word.
Yeah, well, it looks like it's going very fast.
Well, I don't think they're stumped by parallax. They might have been, but the bottom line is...
You'd be surprised. I mean, the pilots are stumped by parallax all the time.
Bottom line is, okay.
Can we describe what parallax is to the audience?
Yeah, parallax is just when your viewpoint changes, things that are closer to you appear to move faster. So if you're looking at the wall over there and you're looking at my thumb and you move your head, my thumb appears to move that way.
And you think that multiple eyewitnesses saw parallax, even though the gimbal video was recorded like minutes after this?
The Go Fast thing isn't multiple eyewitnesses seeing things. It's these people, these 2 guys in a plane, seeing this thing probably just on the screens. And so all they're seeing is this display. The field of view here is less than 1 degree.
It's tiny.
Which is a really, really powerful zoom lens.
Which
it's
is
like the biggest zoom lens you could get. It's equivalent, I think, of over 2,000 millimeters SLR.
And this is in an F-18 Super
Correct.
Hornet? Okay.
Correct. Yeah, 2-seater.
Yeah, I just mean eyewitnesses. They're actively looking. It's not auto tracking like the Nimitz thing. That's what I mean. Not eyewitnesses, and that they're seeing the object.
Yeah, people did look at the video afterwards. Ryan Graves said he described looking at the gimbal video. At least I'm sure he must have seen this one as well. Yeah, it's really interesting that we have all these witnesses coming forward now. It's a shame that they didn't come forward years ago because this is new information.
Absolutely, and we might be hearing more from, as Ryan said on your show. And sorry, Ryan, if you're watching, I think he's annoyed at me because I keep, hey man, when's your buddy coming out? When are they going to come out and talk?
I would love that. More information is great for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is the same guy who recorded the gimbal video, which is the poster child, right, of this whole.
Well, that guy needs to come out.
Yeah,
I'll do an interview with you.
Guy, wherever you are. Yeah. But again, I cannot stress enough. I'd love to hear him expound or kind of expand rather on the formation.
I mean, your point here is that you don't think he's doing anything amazing in this video, but you think there's something amazing about the situation.
Flying in formation, absolutely.
When the video doesn't show that, we've got this kind of second-hand, 10 years later,
Can
3
I just
years
say one
later
thing
from
Yannick,
Ryan.
To your point, yes, it might actually be doing something. Yannick, put this in all caps. Assuming the range is exact, the best visual match, this is a scientist, folks, not me. The best visual match in mixed simulation has the object around 100 knots, not 60 knots as Mick claims, end quote.
Yeah, that's assuming it's accurate, which is, as we discussed earlier, is a very dubious thing.
And was it not moving against the wind, or was that just
That's
gimbal?
the gimbal.
Gimbal was moving.
Well,
against the
we
wind.
don't
Okay.
know that. Because if the aviator who recorded it comes out and says, "Oh yeah, we were freaked out because it was moving against the wind,"
Well, that would be great, but that hasn't happened yet.
I'm just saying that's why we really need to hear from. But I really want to hear about the formation, and if there's any way he remembers what direction. Maybe that's why they're so surprised that that tiny thing is moving against the wind. We don't know. Bottom line is Arrow dropped the ball, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, we need more. We need these guys to come out. They need to at least behind the scenes interview.
And Arrow, I'm going to put on my ex-government hat here. Arrow kind of put themselves in a really tough spot because they came out and did this. Now you're going to have an air crew come out and contradict you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a terrible position for a government agency to be in, potentially. Well, he already did, right? I mean, through Ryan.
What are they contradicting? I mean, and all they said was that it appears to be going slow.
I'll tell you exactly why. Because it says the Arrow conclusion. What is it? It does no anomalous maneuver.
All right.
Okay. If it's part of formation,
it doesn't do any anomalous maneuvers in this video.
If it's holding formation, that is anomalous maneuver.
Well,
and strong winds.
No, 4 objects blowing in the wind will stay in the same formation for like
300 miles off the coast.
Well,
really?
Then they're in formation at that point.
Balloons are going to stay in a perfect, or we don't know if it's perfect, but
we don't know exactly what the formation was. Or was it a perfect straight line?
We got to hear more.
We got to hear more from this person.
Yes,
agreed.
Yeah. Track him down, Jesse.
I'll do my best. Yeah, I'm going to hit Brian right after this and say we should do something.
And again, the context is so critical. 10 minutes before gimbal, 10 minutes before the most anomalous or at least strange video that a lot of people have seen.
Mm-hmm. Was that verified the time that it was before?
You can see the timestamp on the
screen
bottom.
That kind of wraps around. I think it doesn't show the.
I'm pretty confident it was right before.
So it could be anywhere. Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much, but I just wondered if there was some verbal confirmation from a witness.
Should we watch it? Anything else on GoFast before we go to gimbal?
No, I don't think there's much there.
Okay.
That we discussed.
Okay. Yeah, we can play it in post.
Again, I'll just, guys, Arrow, your job is to investigate UFO videos and data, and this is one of 3 of the most recognizable videos. How do you not talk to the air crew?
Arrow should release their analysis.
Do you agree that it's kind of egregious that Arrow did not interview the air crew?
I don't see why they wouldn't have done. It seems like it's a data point.
I mean, they even got the year wrong in the slide. It said January 16th.
That's weird.
Well, I mean, I have a major bone to pick with the analytics side of Arrow. As we all know, that they have really done a poor job on a lot of their reports. So I don't need to belabor that.
Yeah,
I'm optimistic that the new director will change things around.
I think you and I both know that Arrow have said some things that are incorrect. You've had conversations with Kirkpatrick.
Basically, it was astounding, and I don't need to get into it. But
he's said various things in public as well, which didn't really tally with reality.
Yeah, that's a very diplomatic way to put it.
At the NASA hearing, he said some speckles on the screen were stars when they were obviously not stars.
Weird.
I think he phoned it in. I think he was close to retirement. I don't know.
I think he's more there as a person who's standing up the organization rather than being an analyst himself. So he wasn't that familiar with everything.
And to his credit, he did stand up the. So I'm grateful first time that he talked to me. But I was
and they solved a lot of cases.
Do you guys ever wonder if any of these things are sort of Rorschach tests or like initiation paths for your analytical rigor abilities or whatever? And so like some of these videos are like halfway truths, and it's like our job to somehow solve it, and then you solve it, you get in the program or something.
Because the taxpayers need to get their money back. This is pretty awful.
It's a waste of time in a nuclear multipolar world that's heating up. That's kind of why are you playing puzzle games with the American people?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
No, they're doing it because of that legislation.
Yeah. Well, I do want to say it's interesting that just on the Tic Tac video, so my buddy Chris Ramsey, amazing magician, has a channel called Area 52, but he's actually kind of good when it comes to this stuff because the Area 52 is around the UFO thing. He's actually believes in a lot of the UFO stuff. As a magician, he debunks other magicians.
Yeah, that's great.
So he's kind of like a good person to like throw at this whole topic. He was flying a commercial flight over Nellis testing range, and he saw that Tic Tac that I showed you guys. You both said probably prosaically explained. I'll play the video, but why prosaically explain? Because it is interesting in the context of Fravor seeing a Tic Tac too.
It's a super common sighting, and before they would describe them as being cigar-shaped. And what it is just planes. The fuselage of the plane is illuminated by the sun, but the wings are either a different color if you're viewing it from above, like the grey wings you see in plane with the grey wings, or they're not being illuminated by the sun because the sun's above them and you're below them. So you will see basically just the fuselage of the plane, a bright white thing, and at that distance, you just can't make out the wings. And when you take a video of it, it doesn't show up on the video. And we've seen this numerous times with tracks. I've seen it myself. I'm flying down to LA once, and you can just get the location and find which of the planes were in the area and just drop it in to SITREC by software, and you can see what it actually was.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, no, that's good to hear. I mean, the way in which that didn't comport at all with the Fravor eyewitness account is it wasn't, going right next to the water, shooting off,
That's the thing.
exhibiting all these anomalous flight characters.
We never
it's sort
see
of just
these,
floating. But
never see these amazing maneuvers unambiguously on video. It's either it's the fuzzy dot in the distance.
You certainly do in gimbal. You see it very anomalous. It's fantastic.
Well, that's debatable.
And then the like how put off rebuttal to what you just said, Mick, is especially when it comes to kind of optical sensors like just cameras, you get these kind of blue shift, red shift effects where you're stretching light if you're kind of moving away, you're kind of crunching it if you're moving close, so you get these kind of ultraviolet.
It doesn't make any sense,
effects.
though. There's an excuse for why we can't get these things on video, but people see these things and they have these eyewitness accounts of them. It's not like your eyes are somehow physically different to a camera. They're little photoreceptors in the back and there's a lens in the front, and it works basically exactly the same way. It's just it's a electrochemical reaction rather than a sensor array.
Well, do you think? I mean, that's somewhat of a biochemical reductionist view of like the way we see things. Do you think that consciousness?
Well, the way we see
important?
things is extraordinarily consistent with the way cameras see things. If you take your camera and take a picture of this, you're going to see pretty much the same thing. It's not like we're magically conjuring up things in this room in our brains. There's a physical reality that we can see, and the same physical reality is what cameras take pictures of. And so if UFOs exist in physical reality and we can see them, then we can also take pictures of them.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think you'd have to get into kind of trippy philosophical discussions around, widening the doors of perception, or can you kind of glitch into like other realities? And
but then you're basically,
we don't need to go there, but
basically magic at that point.
Oh, magic or a different theory of mind,
Indeed,
which you could, get into. I mean, that a lot of pretty well-respected philosophers and people like Aldous Huxley, William James, and there's even modern neuroscientists would possibly agree with. You have Donald Hoffman talking about the brain as sort of an interface. But anyways, we don't need to get into that. So let's get into.
Can I say one more quick thing on Go Fast? Just because it does appear spherical, right? Like if it's a balloon, it's
very hard to say. It's about 6 pixels across.
And I already mentioned this. This is amid daily encounters. But the sphere is that one. Morphology, that shape that keeps propping up just over and over in the historical record, starting with 80 years ago with the Foo Fighters, and you have metallic. I'm going to quote, right? There's a whole bunch of stories in 1944. Newsweek ran the Silver Sphere puzzle Christmas Day in 1944. Associated Press, balls of silver seen over the German Reich intrigue science, right? So there is a consistency. If you read Captain Ed Ruppelt, he's the first director of Blue Book. His book, The Report on Unidentified Flying Objects, in 1956, is a remarkable read, and it is staggering. And that what really got me down the rabbit hole. He mentions just over and over these sightings of these metallic spheres, silver spheres, metallic spheres, flying in formation. V-shaped formations. We'll see that in gimbal. We'll talk about
we
that.
don't have more photos of metallic spheres.
It is extremely interesting. Like, Eisenhower was aware of the Foo Fighters issue from 42 to 45. You had around or possibly over 200 fighter pilot witnesses when it came to Allied fighter pilots seeing these things. You had some that were kind of prominent. Ted Stevens, who later became senator in Alaska and co-sponsored UFO research with Harry Reid through OSAP. Saw a Foo Fighter.
OSAP is why we're having this whole discussion. Right?
Yeah.
There's a chain. You can draw a direct link. OSAP to ATIP to Lou Elizondo to New York Times. That's why we're having this conversation, right? So it's fascinating. And I'll quickly just wrap up. Kirkpatrick, former director of Aero, said, quote, "We're seeing metallic orbs," direct quote, "making very interesting apparent maneuvers all over the world." That's interesting. Nobody in the NASA panel, by the way, raised their hand when he said that. Like, these are scientists. Why didn't every hand go up? Excuse me, could you clarify a little bit?
Right.
Like, nobody asked a question. The chair of the panel was texting on his phone as he was saying that. It's pretty astounding. Top Gun pilot Jack Stewart came out maybe a year ago. I think Ryan mentioned this on your discussion, but he's flying along and notices something whizzed by his canopy. Kind of thought it was a balloon. Okay, his wingman saw it. Right, he's flying, I guess, somewhere in a position to see his tail, and he said, "Yeah, dude, that thing turned around and followed you." Goes on, Donald Trump has said, I've had Air Force pilots, you know, very good guy, better than Tom Cruise, come out and say, you know, we've had spherical objects, circular objects outfly our F-22s. That's one of the most advanced aircraft in our arsenal. This consistency in the Korean War, you see this reporting in these old documents.
I think there are good reasons for this consistency. I think,
how do you explain
I think there's the two reasons why we see spheres a lot. One is that there's balloons out there, and the other one is that a lot of people are just seeing very small things that are far away, and they interpret that as a point of light as a sphere because they're asked what shape it is. That's one of the kind of almost like a mistake that people make in UFO reporting, is that they ask what the shape is and they give them a list of things to do, and they don't say, you know, it's a tiny dot that we couldn't say. But the balloon thing is interesting. Like you mentioned the German things. Weather balloons get a bad rap, but Germany at that time was actually using metallic silver balloons as sighting balloons, which was an old-fashioned way of determining the wind speed at altitude. You would release a balloon some known distance away, and then you'd use a theodolite, I guess, to measure the angle.
Yeah. But the Foo Fighters were not really described.
Foo Fighters, no, that's different.
Like balloons.
Different thing.
They would follow vapor trails that seemed to lock on to flight or fight paths.
So it's a really interesting government report that I think was the earliest known assessment. I think it was a 48, and I credit to John Greenwald for putting it on his site. And I think his Project Sign, one of their first reports, I think it was late 48, but it said the most commonly reported shapes or morphologies are silver discs and spheres and balls of fire. And then they go on to hypothesize that the balls of fire are viewed at night, and the metallic spheres, which again, there's that through line all the way through, are viewed during the daytime.
Did they all disappear when cameras were invented?
There's the Middle East orb is a metallic sphere. Like the Navy flyby video is a metallic sphere. Go Fast arguably is a sphere.
In the public domain, like America is a big country, and there's like 1 billion cameras in America, and we don't really have any good videos of these metallic spheres.
I don't disagree. Oh, actually, that's not true. There's a ton. That's not true. Like LAX has had. That's absolutely not true.
The Manchester one.
Sorry?
You think of the Manchester one?
No, LAX.
Let's keep going.
Yeah. We can go on and on.
Okay, so let's go gimbal.
Gimbal.
Do you think there's anything? There's probably enough unique to say here that we should hit this because we are a little.
Yeah, I think we
pressed
can
for
wrap
time.
up here. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but I want to get into contemporary stuff too. But do you think this is definitely worth touching on?
100%.
Okay.
Absolutely. I think this might be the most compelling. So, should I set it up real quick?
Yeah.
So, just very quickly, this is Ryan Graves' squadron. I think it's VFA 11, the Red Rippers. They had just done a fairly complex air-to-air training mission. They're just like the Tic Tac incident. They are, I believe this is a pre-deployment workup cycle, so they're doing their training before they ship out to the Middle East. And they'd done a pretty complex air-to-air mission off of Florida, so the carrier's out there. They're heading back to the ship, and one of Ryan's buddies, the Wizzo, the backseater that we were talking about,
Wizzo is weapons systems officer.
Thank you, that backseater. They're circling the land, so they don't all come down at once. They hang out, so they clear the airspace, and they got a hit on their radar and to this object, and they went to go investigate. And the video kind of picks up as they're kind of trying to sneak in behind it on what they call a stern conversion. And the video captures some very interesting maneuvers.
And this is, so that's why it's called the gimbal, right? You see it sort of rotating in this interesting way.
Well, that's
look, Go Fast. Who named Go Fast? Clearly, the name wasn't correct, right? The aircrew didn't name it. Somebody at the Pentagon named it. So
is the name gimbal correct or not? Because it could be correct because they're calling it that because it's tilting, or it could be correct because it's the gimbal motion of the camera which is causing the rotation.
I love one of your first thoughts was that it was a training video.
People have told me it was a training video.
Who told you that?
I can't remember now, but
Come on.
I asked Susan Go,
That's important.
and she told me it wasn't a training video.
Who said the last?
Susan Goff.
Oh, Susan Goff.
Yeah.
But didn't Susan Goff run PSYOP for the DOT or something when it came to rallying support for the Afghani war?
I'm just telling you what she told me.
Yeah.
Don't take the messenger for whether it's true or not.
Maybe don't take that
She did
prima
write.
facie.
She wrote an academic paper on psychological operation.
Okay.
So that's why there is suspicion of her.
It's like a thesis, I think.
Yeah, something.
But then she seems to be kind of tight with Kirkpatrick, or at least in the context of one conference, they were kind of.
I met Kirkpatrick in person, and I was there at that incident, and she was attached at his hip, would not leave.
So that's interesting. So you have this is the former director of AARO, this office we keep bringing up, the kind of authoritative all-domain anomalous research office, and you have its former director, Kirkpatrick, speaking at some event, and then Susan Goff is just kind of like trailing him.
Correct. So this
constantly.
is like November 2023, I think at George Mason University. So I was there. I just happened to be in DC for other business, and I went and had a chat with Kirkpatrick afterwards, and Susan was right there, and that continues. If you saw the current director, John Kozlowski, just testified,
and Susan Goff's in the background, right in the background,
right in the front
and
shot.
so there's this like you'd probably find like millions of Reddit
the
threads.
memes are just out of
that
control.
she's like the handler.
I mean, there must be a reason why she's there. So, I mean, the simplest reason is that she's there so that he doesn't say things that he's not supposed to say. Not because there's something hidden.
I would like
up.
him to say things that he's not
well,
supposed to say.
I probably would. But it's just like the lawyers you see behind people. And
but
they never whispered to her and asked her whether he should say anything, but then she would leap in and stop him if he says something
I've been
bad.
around a lot of senior government. We talked about that. Like, that is unique. That is unique.
It does seem a little strange.
Yeah.
So that I would like to hear what the explanation is.
But she said that the gimbal video is not a training video.
Yeah, like a couple of years ago.
Did she say anything else? Did she say, I think this video is real?
No, she gives these boilerplate answers for a lot of stuff.
Gun-based.
It's a bit frustrating.
Okay, this is like say a lot without saying anything.
You ask like 10 questions, and 7 of them come back as like, we don't discuss that. In more words.
Gotcha.
It's a little frustrating.
How were you able to get in touch with her?
Just emailed her.
Wow. All right.
She doesn't answer my emails.
Yeah, I was going to say, I doubt she would answer mine as well. Okay, so, so I guess it's probably, you set this up, right?
Yeah.
So do you have anything to say on the gimbal?
On gimbal?
Yeah.
Yeah, gimbal. I think, again, we've got the two aspects of it. Is it demonstrating something anomalous, and what is it? And with the anomalous thing that people claim in this video is that it's a saucer-shaped craft, like a flying saucer, that kind of tilts up on its side, which is aerodynamically impossible. It would kind of fall out of the sky if it did that. And that proves that it's some kind of, advanced technology, possibly aliens. The analysis that I've done suggests that it might actually be a camera artifact rather than the actual shape of the object. So what we're seeing here is a saucer shape. It could be just the glare. I know Marek doesn't like the word glare.
The experts don't like it. They don't know what I'm talking about when I say it.
And the problem,
Nobody knows what that is.
The problem with that is that we don't actually have in optics the terminology for things like glare and lens flare often overlaps.
It's called blooming. It's a well-known artifact.
Sense of bloom is something that people sometimes call glare as well, but we don't know what's actually going here. But basically, there's an optical effect here, and there's a number of indications in the video. You can see, for example, there are bands of light and dark in the background that rotate with the object itself when it's rotating, which kind of suggests that it's the camera that's doing the rotating rather than the object itself. There's things that look like little diffraction spikes on the top and bottom, left and right, and even a little bit hint of them at 45 degrees on this object, which make it look like it's some kind of optical effect. There's instances where the turn rate of the object kind of seems to deviate from the turn rate of the horizon. And then perhaps the biggest thing is that the amount that it rotates and the speed and the time is all exactly the same amount that would be required for the camera to have to rotate to traverse the forward-looking direction. Because these cameras, it's going to talk it down a little bit. It's not mounted like the cameras you see under like helicopters or even like a drone, where the camera's like this and it can rotate around like this. It doesn't have the ability to rotate around, so it has to rotate using a kind of a roll plus a tilt, which means the camera rotates, and then that makes the picture rotate, so it has to derotate that afterwards inside the camera using either a device or using some kind of software to rotate the image, and that rotates the image back the right way, so nothing appears to rotate but this optical effect within it. Because it's tied to the camera, the optical effect rotates. So it's like a glare that rotates. Like if you look at, say, this light over here, you can kind of see like around the light, there's kind of a shape, little spikes and things. If you turn your head, let's see, it's a better thing if you look at that light, squint a bit like that, squint with your eyes, and then kind of rotate your head left and right. You'll see the kind of the rays that come from it are kind of rotating around.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening, I think, in this video. There's an optical effect similar to what you saw there. I've got spots in my eyes now. And the rotation plus the derotation creates this illusion.
So it's like a camera turning plus lack of focus or something.
Yeah, the lack of focus actually might be something that's actually going on there as well, which the focus is something that actually changes the shape of these optical effects. And Mary doesn't like glare, so I'm going to call it an optical effect. I think there's enough evidence in there that that's actually happening. Beyond that, we don't actually know for sure what we're looking at. My hypothesis is that it's a distant jet, and the reason I think that is that if you do this analysis with the lines of sight, you can find a path in the distance that's more or less a straight line. It's kind of like a slight S turn about that. And if you come closer, you get these kind of weird, kind of like J hooks. They've been described by Ryan Graves, I think. And there's some debate as to whether like, this straight line of a possible jet engine powered aircraft, or this J hook powered by some kind of weird anti-gravity thing, is the more plausible of the two explanations. And a lot of people, UFO fans, would go with this one because it matches the verbal description and the distance that was given. I think it started out, they originally said like 8 to 10 miles, then it changed to 6 to 8. I think 6 to 8 is the current estimate of the distance, 6 to 8 nautical miles. And if you do the analysis there, you do get this kind of J hook, which does somewhat resemble the verbal description of the pilots, or Ryan Graves specifically, when he describes what he saw on the radar page, the SR page. So that's kind of
super simple theory to make, Scott.
What do you say, Merrick?
Occam. I say Occam. So I put you've seen this before, but it's quite simple. On one side, what the air crews say is a remarkable match with the data and the video. On the other side, you have these cascading malfunctions and this anomaly, this artifact that nobody's ever heard of. And I've looped you in with, I think, several of the top experts in the world on this.
Not heard of it when we've got videos of it happening. Not this video, other videos.
There's zero evidence of what you're proposing. None. There's zero empirical evidence of what you're
describing. Evidence of glare, like Dave Fauci's videos, for example.
That's all blooming. So point is, I'm on Team Occam here, and I'm on all the data lines, the video, the rotation.
Occam's razor.
Sorry, yes.
So Occam's razor, named after William of Occam.
Yes.
The most parsimonious, simplest explanation is usually the right one.
It is the assumptions here, the cascading of failures and malfunctions and unseen artifacts that Mick proposes and requires for his theory is just, we'd be here all afternoon and probably through the weekend.
There's kind of a lot missing from the left side of that page, though.
Oh, okay.
You have to my side of the page basically gives a complete explanation. Your side of the page just says, oh, it was some kind of thing that was moving.
Can I bring my analytic kind of perspective to this real quick?
Yeah. Why is it Occam's razor?
Well, because I don't have to account for an extraordinary amount of malfunctions and never before seen
new technology.
So
perhaps even new physics.
So Occam says nothing about the nature of an assumption. He's talking about purely about volume and the number of assumptions.
He's not talking really about assumptions. He's talking about entities.
Least number of entities to explain it.
Correct.
So you have to create quite a big new entity, which is an entirely new
Occam
form
is
of
silent
propulsion.
on the nature of the entity. Let me just bring the analytic perspective. So what's super interesting.
You can't just count entities and say like, I have one.
Yeah,
and you have
all right,
20.
but let Merrick respond.
It's not volume, percentage, right?
I think Occam will be rolling in his grave if he ever said.
Well, I think Occam would be rolling in his grave if it was used in a rationalist framework, because he was a 13th century monk. And so I think the fact that
he probably wouldn't mind invoking angels.
What's that?
He wouldn't mind invoking angels.
He wouldn't. He wouldn't mind invoking God, because that's the least number of entities to explain any miracle. But
so let's operate off a hypothesis that this was in fact a very bright, very anomalous, let's just say saucer-shaped craft. Let's just go with that, just for hypothesis. At the end of the video, it's on its edge, right?
Slightly over.
Okay, fair enough. But it's on its edge.
Well, it goes past vertical.
Okay, fine.
No, just sorry, just
no, fair enough.
Fiddly with my details.
No, that's fair enough. And according to the air crew, there's no evidence for this, but according to the air crew, it wobbles after the video cuts out, right?
Yeah, that's, I think, Brian Graves, did he say that? That he saw it? And
Ryan,
yeah.
So maybe we'll hear if
that would be great.
the aviator comes out and he says it wobbled.
That.
That's interesting. So let me just put on my analytic hat real quick and bear with me. I'll do this as quickly as I can. You mentioned the theodolite, the tracking. So in the 1940s, I'm going to list several cases here, and they get very interesting. April 1947. This is months before Kenneth Arnold's sighting, which kicked off the flying saucer craze, if you want to call it that. 4 months prior to that, 2 Weather Bureau employees observed 4 metallic discs, flat on the bottom, domed on the top, and the U.S. government assessed because they occurred previous to Arnold's sighting. They were not influenced by hysteria, mass media, anything like that. They reported internally. They never actually said this publicly. So that is quite interesting. Now let's move on. Portland, 1947, July. 5 police officers see a total of 9 discs going in different directions. So 5 cops, 3 cops, and 1 cop see different discs going in different directions, wobbling or oscillating. You can see this in the Project Sign raw reporting. New Mexico, this is in the very famous Life magazine article of 1947. One of the Navy's top astronomers observes and takes very precise measurements of a disc and he observes it wobbling. Misawa, Japan, 1952, training exercise. A guy's flying, doing intercepts, and he sees a disc come up to his plane that engages in a slow fluttering motion, rocks back and forth, and flipped on its edge. Direct quote, flipped on its edge. Southern California, Lockheed Martin air crew is in the air. They see a metallic, elliptical object flying over the Channel Islands, kind of a hot spot if you're following this. Kelly Johnson, who is the Skunk Works, basically the most famous, the most well-known aeronautical engineer in American history, sees the same object from his ranch. So you have 2 different perspectives, and they both saw this object. Pretty credible. He actually goes on to say, I'm a believer in flying saucers. The most kind of credentialed aeronautical engineer that we know of, or that in American history. Exeter, New Hampshire, 1964. 4 people, 2 cops see a large disc from 100 feet away and 100 feet altitude engaging in a wobbling motion. Westall, 1966, Australia, 200 or 300, depending on the account. Students and a teacher see a silver disc sort of banked on its side, then took off at 1,000 miles per hour. Beverly, Massachusetts, 1966. 9 witnesses, 2 law enforcement officers see a metallic plate-like object that hovers 20 feet, according to 3 women, over their heads. 20 feet. I see Mick's rolling his eyes. I'm reporting what people have said. Minot Air Force Base, home of nuclear weapons missiles. A Border Patrol officer sees a metallic disc, direct quote, wobbling on its edge, 30 feet wide, 100 feet away. 5 days later, the Air Force
Base. A lot of UFOs wobble.
The Air Force. These are all in government records, right? Are we noticing a consistency? I'll finish up. I'll be quick.
Well, yeah, because you pick the ones that wobble.
Yeah, these are the close encounters and probably the best known encounters, and you do see a consistency here, right?
Well,
if you're close enough, if these witnesses are close enough to observe wobbling, I think they can see the shape, right?
Anyway, they should be able to take photos as well.
Quickly finish up. Portage County, law enforcement officers chase a large metallic disc-like object for 90 minutes, going 86 miles. Michigan, swamp gas. You also see large disc-like objects. Redlands, California. This is one of the most extraordinary cases that really hasn't got a lot of press. 200 people see a silver disc, 40, 50 feet in diameter, 200 feet altitude. 1968, Redlands, California. James McDonald did it. Fair enough. Broadhaven, UK. 10 students see a silver disc. They draw pictures, they're identical. Aerial, we all know the aerial case, or a lot of people know the aerial case. 62 students see a silver disc. Pictures, identical. This disc is surrounded by
pictures are not identical. There's a huge variety of pictures.
It's all the same. It's all the same kind of shape.
They look vaguely like a
Matanzas,
variety
Cuba.
of children's drawings
Anyway,
of
so
flying saucers.
what I'm saying is, you have this extraordinary amount of failures, never before seen, artifacts that just
I don't
happen
agree with
to
all the things that are on that thing. I don't think they all have to happen. I think there's
What,
some.
what are the failures? What
You're
are
basically
so-
listing everything that I've ever hypothesized as if everything has to happen all at the same time, which isn't true.
Of course it has to happen, right? Because you have a radar malfunction, or so what's on the radar?
I don't know what's on the radar.
You don't know we have to account for it, right? In your theory, you have to account for it.
Well, it could be a distant plane.
Well, what's on the radar that's 6 miles away? That's on
We
there.
don't know. It could be like a training exercise type thing, which they said it wasn't, or it could be a malfunction, or it could be some kind of weather anomaly. It could be balloons. We don't know what it is.
Well, they're going west, so it's coming from the east. So it's going against very strong winds. So it's not, but we can rule out balloons.
We could just cross that out. Like the air crew saw something on the radar. Yes, I agree with it. You don't have to account for what it is. You didn't account for what the object actually is. You just said the air crew saw this object. You're not telling me what it is. So it's the same thing.
I'm not following, but the bottom line is, and can we pull up the video, because the match between the flight path that we can reconstruct. Don't mind the F-bombs.
They're going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots to the west. Look at that thing, dude.
And that's the anomalous thing about this video is you have 120 mile knot
They're
wind
going
moving
against
against the object.
Well, it's not like planes can't play against the wind.
Well, you just suggested balloons, so could we rule out balloons?
No, I don't think this is a balloon.
Well,
Balloon was why
no, the objects, the fleet is going against the wind.
Right.
So you just said that those could be balloons. Are they balloons?
No, I didn't say those could be balloons. That's a different fleet. This is a fleet of 5 objects.
Would a
and this
plane
one-
be able to rotate like that? I mean, that doesn't...
The fleet described by Ryan Graves is nothing at all like the Go
So
Fast
we should
fleet.
really dive into the empirical evidence. Let's get to the evidence, right? And we have a lot. If you mind just flipping over to the...
the video is the evidence.
We have empirical evidence of what jets look like with this camera system. So if you just cruise down, maybe... We don't have time to get through all this. I mean, we have a ton of that. Let's just start there. That's, yeah. Yep. Actually, no. So maybe we can... I don't know if we can play it here, but maybe we can add this in.
Yeah,
but,
I'll add it, yeah.
But
You
there's
just know it, yeah, talk.
we can reconstruct, and Mick mentioned this kind of this vertical U-turn, this J-hook path that matches precisely with what the air crews say that the object that was tracked on radar does. And when you play that video, you'll see that there's a series of rotations, and then there's one really kind of pronounced one that is slower than the others, and that coincides with the apex of that turn. And if you play it, it is a remarkable match. And I got a couple other videos there that maybe we can throw in when we edit this. But using Mick's sim, and again, Mick, thank you for making this possible. It is remarkable when you watch that thing just ride up the reconstructed flight path. It is a remarkable match.
You keep saying remarkable. I think you use that word a little bit too much, because this isn't remarkable. What we're seeing here is a curve that's basically a mathematical projection.
It's not. It's
of the
flat.
path of the jet onto a straight line in the distance. If you take what the actual jet did with the camera did, which was just basically do a little turn like that, and then draw a line over here, which is another jet, and then draw the lines of sight between the two, you're going to get these J-hooks if you slice a plane through the lines at that point. And if you move them closer, it gets a bit more curvy, and then it kind of flattens out. But if you draw it there, it's just a mathematical projection. It looks the same. It looks like the same curve. And this rotation of the object that Marek talks about, yes, it happens at about the same time as that curve.
It's exactly
ends,
the same time.
But that's the same time that we're traversing the singularity in the gimbal, and it has to do with these rotations. So it's doing these big rotations, and it's not the same. It doesn't match the curve.
It does.
It happens roughly in the same region.
We can pull up your sim right now. You want to pull up your sim right now and do it?
There's 3 other rotations that don't match. The one big one is kind of roughly at the end, but it doesn't really match. It's kind of like a bit of a reach. It's not remarkable. It's not a remarkable correlation.
I will let the viewers, when we maybe we can edit, put this in, but I really want to show people and this is directly from Mick's sim. I think more importantly, let's just bottom line this.
Well, real quick though, on just the audio associated with this, do you think the operators of these systems are confused at what they're seeing because they seem to think it's remarkable? So they're sort of eyes are playing tricks on them.
They obviously don't know what they're seeing, which means either it's just something that they don't recognize.
Yeah, but if you're using the camera's rotation as a way to explain it away, then presumably that would be very easy to be like, that was just the camera's rotation. That's not. There's no wow factor.
The smoking gun for me was that it rotates in steps, and that system. There's zero empirical evidence.
We talked to Mr. Snow.
There's no evidence of that system.
You asked him if he had seen that before, and he said yes.
Yeah,
he has seen it. You don't believe him. He's the expert.
It's absolutely possible. Nobody else has seen that and is aware of that. That's fair enough. But we did talk to truly the top experts in the world on this.
I won't go on the record, surprisingly.
That is part of the stigma. I had a Zoom call with one of those individuals. I sent you.
Can we say who this is? Or
I can't, unfortunately.
Okay.
And I had a Zoom call.
And when you say experts from a military perspective.
So let me just run through. So we talked to a senior Raytheon engineer who's, let's say, intimately familiar with the system. I don't want to give away too much. We talked to two of the, I think it's fair to say that the two top academic experts on this type of technology, not the FLIR, so we have the AT FLIR.
Sensor technology.
Yeah, it's called indium antimonide. Right. So, and they were all truly perplexed by it. The one that I talked to, and to your point about why won't they go on the record, he said, I am intrigued by this. I sent you the email. This is very interesting. We had a long talk. I don't want to get involved in this, but highly credentialed. But just the stigma is still there. And
what did they say? Did you give them mix hypothesis?
Yeah, so we had a lengthy. So basically, they debunked Mick's glare on the glass. Would you agree that they debunked your glare on the glass?
Well, the glare on the glass is a pretty old notion of the theory. But
that's what you've been saying until we engaged these experts. That was your theory.
Yeah, you did just say old version of the theory, as if the theory is.
Oh no, glare on the glass was just one possible way that you could get this.
But that's the one that's the only thing you said for 7 years about this. But you never said.
No, it could be something along the internal optical path of the thing, and basically the aperture of the camera creates this.
There's no such thing as glare.
Shape.
When Mick talks, I really want to show people what this looks like. What he says glare is called blooming, and that's when, and I'm not a scientist, but I've read enough of it, and this is part of why I want people to get engaged. Blooming is when there's so much energy being directed at a pixel that it overcharges it and it spills over. And there's no way that could result in that. We agree. The blooming blooming is not. And sorry,
I disagree.
How could blooming?
Blooming could create a shape. I don't think it is blooming. But
I've got one of the experts right here said no blooming in indium antimonide would not explain this rotation.
That was right after he said Mick might be right, but for the wrong reason.
No, this is a different expert. And then we had here. I'll just leave it at this. One of the top academic experts deferred to one of the top government experts on air-to-air FLIR imagery. This guy, and you saw this, right? He specifically refuted your theory, and I will read it. I'll read it. The object in the video is definitely maneuvering, causing the appearance of rotation.
I think
a D-roll axis of the payload would not make this phenomenon of rotation. This is specifically to your theory, and this is arguably the top expert in the U.S. government.
I think
in air-to-air FLIR imagery.
I think really you're interpreting things that he told you.
No. I'm talking about the government.
This guy is such a fucking douche. Yo, the guy who's kind of arguing is a fucking wanker. It's a fucking wanker. Dude, this is what debunkers do. They just argue for arguing's sake. This guy is 100% full of shit. He's just shoveling shit out there. I don't even think he believes what he's saying. He's just arguing for arguing's sake.
I'm directly quoting, and I put this out publicly.
Let me quote him. He said to me, "I would not want my response sent out, as I am government, and it might be seen as an expert official response rather than an opinion based upon limited real information.
Okay.
I just wanted to point some things out that others may have missed."
Okay. Well, I'm reading what he said.
Well,
we all have limited info. I guess specifically, to Merrick's glare point, you mentioned, okay, that's probably like the earliest version of the argument. You've updated it. You're talking about the internal optical system. What does that mean?
What is your argument now? Because now that glare's been ruled out, what is it? Because these guys are saying glare in quotes.
Yeah, but then they go on to talk about glare.
No, they didn't.
He says there isn't a point spread function. Then he talks about a point spread function.
He puts glare in quotes, and he says it's all an internal. And Yannick did a great job. Yannick said, "How do you reconcile this quote glare on the glass? All the self-congratulating discussions on Metabunk about glare spread for glare being a simple artifact
so is it?
that grows with the right? How do you?" And this is the best part. So Mick's big explainer video is based on a cheap, what is it, $200 FLIR camera that this expert said is not a good comparison.
At all. That was just an example of how you can get a rotation glare.
He literally calls you out. It's just not a good comparison. There's no empirical evidence.
A FLIR 1, which costs $200 versus an AT-FLIR, which costs $1 million, is not going to be a very good comparison.
So anyway, bottom line is we have a ton of air-to-air footage. And there's zero empirical evidence.
Experts who don't want to be quoted.
Okay. You want to loop me in? Because I looped you in all the experts.
I'll loop you in on what?
Emails.
That was it. That was the email. I asked him if I could reuse his material.
I'm sorry. I thought you were bringing somebody new to the table. So every expert...
The other expert, the rating engineer, he said he told you not to include him. Like he said, he says, I gave him no such permission to publish to share any of our discussion. I now regret any discussion with him.
I'm putting out, I believe that this is more important than the stigma. These guys are fighting a stigma.
So you think
they're
debunking me, but they just won't talk. They won't go on the record?
No expert in the world agrees with you. Yeah, I know you're eager for Arrow to debunk this because you thought they were doing lab experiments that Kirkpatrick was talking about. Yeah. It's been how long has it been since this video came out? Almost a decade. Actually, gosh, we're on a decade now.
Yeah. Well, Arrow's only been working as a couple of years, I guess.
Yeah, you think
they're very slow. They're very slow.
Well, they did Agua Dia. They're doing a whole. Aren't you on a show where they
debunk?
It's
an interesting thing. I see Agua Dia, like when you talk about experts.
No, let's stay on gimbal.
Well, this was very, very quickly. I think Agua Dia has the SCU, the Coalition for the Study of. They did like a 200-page document on it. A bunch of different experts, people with PhDs. They think it's some kind of.
So why do you think Arrow hasn't, or anybody hasn't? Why has nobody backed you on your this theory? And why? Yeah,
well, they backed me on Agua Dia, and they backed me on the triangles.
On gimbal.
Because they haven't finished their analysis yet.
Okay. I think that's a stretch. Why is there no academic literature that supports your glare theory? It's all blooming,
because it's not a very common
saturation.
thing. It's not something that happens all the time. If it was common, we wouldn't be having this discussion. This is an anomalous event. This is something that happened that was weird, and the pilots didn't recognize it because it isn't something that happens every day.
There's an active duty whiz though, based on them being a narrow field of zoom. I sent this to you years ago. Narrow field of view zoom 2. He uses this system daily, and the fidelity of the picture, they're probably less than 10 miles away. He uses the system every day, life and death, right? They rely on this system.
Yeah, but I don't really see how that can be determined from what we're seeing on screen.
We can go on and on.
If you point the camera at the sun, it doesn't look like it's 10 miles away, but you'll get something.
One other fact I just want to introduce is that possibly this was also involved the formation of other.
Correct. That's the fleet, and Ryan has done it to his credit. And we can maybe throw this up. I put it in the slides, but he's recreated this, and it's kind of a V-shaped formation. When the object is this very bizarre kind of reversal of direction with no radius of turn, they kind of do a jumbled turn, and then they proceed and go in the same direction as that object. So they're all moving together in concert, basically, is the recollection from the top-down view from the radar.
His recreation isn't actually that good because it doesn't incorporate the rotation of the plane.
That's fair. But what is your theory now? Now that the glare in the glass has basically been ruled out, what is your theory?
I think what we see here is some kind of optical effect that is rotating because of the derotation mechanism.
And what evidence do you have for that?
Well, there's first start, there's the bands of light and dark, the rotation in the background. There's the fact that the rotation exactly matches the needed rotation.
So no, it doesn't, right? You don't know what the pitch angle of that jet. You picked a random number.
It
changes.
It was not a random number. It was 3.6,
Yeah.
which is exactly what the F-16's
F-18. So they were in a max endurance profile. You were in a max range profile. You're already wrong right there.
Well, if you change that, it doesn't really change it very much. It just slightly offsets the curve.
It changes. Anyway, it does change it. We can go down that rabbit hole. But
good. We should.
Yeah,
not right now, obviously. But
bottom line is, I think we need to hear hopefully from the back.
You can see by looking at it that it's an optical effect. That if you actually look at this thing and you see the light and dark rotation in the background,
Right.
I know you said you've
I talked to
some anonymous expert who won't go on record.
I sent the email to you.
Yeah, but like if it's not going on record, it's kind of useless.
Okay. What I loop you into. So you've brought no experts to me. I brought all the experts to you.
Well, that's great, but it brings some experts to the public. It's not that useful just bringing them to me.
Unfortunately, the stigma that you promote is a big part of why they don't want to.
I encourage them to come forward. Like, come forward, and I won't laugh at you.
Look,
I mean,
I don't
there's
think-
lots of
I don't
scientists
think
who
they
aren't
care.
like afraid of doing doing proper analysis.
I'll kind of straw man both the arguments.
Please
here.
do.
I think on Merrick, your side, I think we need more of these people to come out to gain confidence on this, both on the expert side and then the operators of these FLIR systems and the pilots themselves. And then on your side, Mick, I think you probably have to take prima facie, this operator of this FLIR system, this pilot who is saying, "Whoa, like this is crazy," like that. I mean, they have to. I mean, the idea that it's an F-18 and that this is happening around the Go Fast as well, and that it's in this bizarre formation, and if you turn the camera and you're the person turning the camera, you're actually operating the system. There's no reason to freak out. There's no reason to attach that audio.
They're not turning; it turns automatically.
Sure, but if you're highly aware of the camera turning, if you're
not, though. I mean, David Fravor kind of discussed this hypothesis, and he said the camera doesn't turn, which is just completely wrong. Because from his perspective, the camera appears not to turn. The camera turns when it tracks something going underneath the plane. It needs to do that.
You're saying David Fravor isn't familiar with
He's
basic,
not familiar with the inner workings of the
locking
camera.
and tracking?
He's familiar with using it. So he knows what buttons to press and what appears on screen and what it actually means in terms of what's in the air. But he doesn't know what's actually going on in the optics, what the lenses do, the mirrors do, and how it rotates.
So you think it's and then that same guy who presumably, I mean, we have to figure out who he is, but has some history doing this stuff.
Right.
After he sees this, he doesn't see anything like it.
Nobody's seen anything like this.
That's why we got this video. It's this once in a 20-year thing.
When
that
happened. When the pilot says
they won the lottery
I'm gonna
of
use a little bit of jargon here,
Fair
and it
enough.
just happened to occur right amid all these encounters. When the pilot says that is the LNS, and I'll just explain, the LNS is the launch and steering, which is the selected radar target. What does that mean to you? Sorry, let me just explain. The Wizzo says, "Hey, is that our radar target on our FLIR on the camera?" And the pilot says, "Yes, that is our selected radar target, which is 6 to 8 miles away." What do you think the pilot meant when he says that is? And what do you think he meant when they briefed Congress and says we knew it was not a false het, we knew that we had a stable radar lock, a stable track file on it. When they mentioned closest point of intercept, you know what the Chime system is, right? It places. How does your theory square with all the technology?
Well,
let me just quickly. It's basically like an Apple Vision kind of thing, visor that pumps all the data. Yeah, it pumps all the data, and you'll get a little box where if there's a target somewhere.
Ryan talked about it in your.
So how do you square? Let's just start with the LNS, right? The pilot says that's our radar target.
It's actually a bit indistinct as to what he actually says, but what we see on
that is the LNS.
What we see on the screen here is an optical track. It's actually tracking it using the contrastors on the screen.
Yeah.
So what you might be referring to is something that's on the SA page, which would be like the nearer radar target.
No, the Wizzo asked, "Hey, is that thing that we're looking on the FLIR?"
He didn't say that thing I was looking on the FLIR.
He said, "Is that I'm trying to remember what
is that LNS, dude?
Is that that is the LNS?
And the other guy said, yeah, that is LNS.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know what he's referring to. It could be like
The
indicating
selected
something.
radar target. That's what the LNS is.
Well, yes, but like, is that? Or
Yes.
is that a different target? Because they also saw this fleeter thing.
So there just happened to be a distant jet exactly where the close thing is? Is that what you're saying?
Behind it somewhere.
Really? So it just happened. Like, this is the odds of this?
So you're saying that they're referring to another...
You're very familiar with this theory of mine, Mark. I think this is
Wait, so let me just...
playing to the crowd here a little.
Hold on. So they have this radar target, right? It's 6 miles away, and directly behind it,
more or less, yeah,
is some other jet and doing, like, showing its heat source or engine in a way that's never been seen before, in a malfunctioning pod, in a what else we have? A malfunctioning of all the electronic identification systems, like. It's just cascading failures. I can't wrap my head. I hope I'm like getting through to people, but it is pretty wild to me.
Yeah, it seems unlikely, right?
They're perfectly lined up.
So then you would just say, what, like law of large numbers or something?
And we've never, the HeadshotH4rry does not rotate in steps. If it's malfunctioning, maybe, I just find that hard to believe. By the way, the patent, literally the patent, which you looked up, the patent, there's a sentence in there that explicitly, we can pull it up, explicitly disproves your theory.
Why is the patent explicitly?
Well, we can go. I know we have to wrap up. And
no, we're good. We have till 4 now. So.
Oh wow, jeez. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can listen.
You tell me where the patent is.
It's towards
there's
at
a lot of things
at the very end.
Right. It says, for example, that
that's right.
They will avoid using roll in the patent.
So this is super jargony. Mick knows what I mean. This on its face disproves your theory.
It's basically saying that it avoids rotation.
What are the 3 words before that paragraph?
In some embodiments. That is, any patent experts will know that is in every single patent, that language.
Yeah.
That is not unique.
Afterwards, for example, these patents are very broad. Like in some
embodiments, we have to describe to the audience.
Yeah, I know.
The patent
So this explicitly. So Mick says this is so. It hurts me that it's so complex. Like so he says that so normally the pod will just do a nice slow rotation like this to fly. Now we'll put the video up. We modeled it out, and it's just like this super chill. It doesn't do this for rotation, right? Because you remember that in the gimbal video it does 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Normally the patent says it would just do a very simple, very gradual, nothing aggressive.
It doesn't say that.
Absolutely. So it says
in some embodiments it only uses the 2 axes, which would give that smooth rotation.
Correct.
But it doesn't say that the atflare that was used that day is that particular embodiment.
So,
and also this was a patent from, I believe, 2006. And we're talking about the gimbal video, which was filmed several years later. And as you know from talking to Mr. Snow, these systems change quite a lot over time.
But wouldn't they get smoother, not less?
Correct.
Not more.
Mechanically, it makes no sense to do this crazy stuff.
Is what you want to be smooth. And if you notice in the gimbal video, it actually kind of loses lock weirdly quite a lot throughout the thing, even though it's not moving around very much. There's little gimbal rotations, and it moves off to the side. You don't see that.
But the rotation wouldn't be more jagged, right? It wouldn't be more like.
There's 2 things they have to balance. There's the actual mechanics of the pod itself, and then what the pilot sees. And they want to make the tracking as accurate as possible first.
Is there
Introducing
a trade-off
steps is the worst part because you're starting, stopping.
Well, not if you have a very agile mirror system in there that can counter those. So which is what
we're purely in that's speculation. That's what we actually have, and that explicitly disproves your theory.
They also have the description of the mirror systems in there with plus or minus 3 degrees of
and that has nothing to do with gimbal,
which is about the same deviation from the line we get with the steps.
Sorry, I don't follow. But the point is,
we know that we don't have to point directly or something. We can use the mirrors to steer, the extra mirrors.
It just doesn't work that way. There's no evidence of that. You need evidence. There's no evidence of glare. There's no evidence of rotating glare. There's no evidence of any of this.
Well, we just gone over all the evidence on it. You can see it on the screen that we have a optical effect.
You can't use the gimbal video to prove your theory for the gimbal video. That's impossible.
I'm just using it to show that there's actually some kind of optical effects going on.
I hope we can maybe if you wanted to quickly look at some imagery of what the camera, how it actually records jet engine exhaust. If you
So
go
where are we
Sorry,
going?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I would like to encourage anybody out there who understands this to weigh in.
Yeah,
because we need more people looking into this.
I think that's
If it's just me and Mary
a big
going back
takeaway.
and forth,
we need more analysis, more credible eyes,
we need
people
more
with rigorous
experts.
backgrounds,
We need experts to actually speak on the record.
Agreed, and also people who
Very
know,
happy.
because a lot of this stuff is just the systems and how they work. Like we're
That's right.
debating these, obscure like
Exactly.
Raytheon patents.
This is absurd. I know.
And so,
These don't count because they're not so close.
I'm just
we need
giving
something that's 30 miles away.
and by the way, to the extent you're not compromising American national
Yes,
security,
please don't.
If you are not, I think it's your patriotic duty to come out. And
I agree.
if you are, then maybe stay where
I
you
agree.
are.
So, varying distances, the engine exhaust
It gets bigger and bigger.
No, it doesn't. In fact, it gets smaller, and I have a video I can show it. So this is from the same video, and this is a lot further away at the end of it, and it gets smaller. So Raytheon, I believe, it looks like they have some anti-blooming effects on there. So that is the opposite of what you are suggesting. And if you go down one more.
So this is the glare to wing size
Glare,
ratio.
sorry,
Yeah,
don't, that's
again,
exhaust.
it's
Glare,
different
don't
things.
use glare. Glare doesn't exist. It really doesn't. I'm telling you, like, there's a lot of papers about blooming. If you go down to that one where your mouse is right there, compare that to mixed theory. That's mixed theory right there.
Yes, a point light source will create a thing that's a specific size on the sensor. So it doesn't really matter how big it is. If that light was a
speculating.
very, very small
What
light.
is the light source though? Internal
It's not
optical.
light. It's the heat of the engines. There's a thermal camera, so we're looking at these of this jet. Essentially, it's a very, very bright, brilliant light source, and the camera, for some reason, has created this kind of glare, this optical effect. There's perhaps sensor blooming, probably not though.
I'm just a bystander here, and I'm open to both of you guys being right. I think it's kind of scary from an American national security perspective if you're right, because that's so bad. If it's like this heat source, it's fuzzy, and it's just like.
Every day, though.
What's that?
It doesn't happen every day. It's not like it's this is going on all the
But
time.
if that's an F-18 at a base that's frequently flying F-18s, like that's. I mean, I don't know. It's like pretty bad detection.
So Arrow thinks it's a glare.
Arrow
That's
thinks
not
it's a
true.
glare?
That's not true.
Yeah,
Did he do that?
Kirkpatrick.
No.
Well, I don't know.
Kirkpatrick thought gimbal was filmed during the daytime.
Yeah, but
He thought it was
what
a
they're actually
balloon.
working on is like the assumption that this is some kind of glare, some kind of not an optical effect.
I don't think there's any evidence of that.
All right, well, I guess we'll see.
Well, you
eventually.
said that. You said that right before this hearing. You're like, oh, well, like, you very excited. Oh, we can't wait to see what Arrow has to say about this. The hearing
they
came
gave
and went.
us, they
Nothing.
gave us Go Fast and Aguadilla, which was good, but
Well, now they're
They'll get around-
now
they'll
they're
get
a
around
tough
to it.
spot with
They'll
Go
go
Fast, as we said, because Air Crew's going to contradict them.
yeah, well then they'll
So
take
can
that
I-
new information into their analysis.
So there's that is just absurd to me based on the empirical evidence, right? That shape. If you go
That matches the Chilean case. Yeah, almost exactly in terms of the size.
So first of all, that's blooming, right? The Chilean
Can you
case was
explain
blooming.
what blooming is?
Yeah. So it's again when like a sensor gets hit with a pixel gets hit with too much energy.
Yeah.
That it'll spill over to other pixels.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what we see in the Chilean case. That is an apples to orange. That's
Can you
it.
explain what glare is?
It's relevant to this conversation.
Oh, but you said like it doesn't exist. But
And sorry, in infrared, all the
why
This
not?
guy's such a douche. He's such a douche. Oh my god, he's such a douche.
I'm going off of the people who are experts on this.
So why do they talk about a point spread function if glare doesn't exist in infrared?
I'm pretty sure he was talking about your FLIR 1 example.
No.
What point spread function?
Point spread function is it's a mathematical model of how light spreads from a point. So any point on, say this is a photo of this
So in
scene
what
here,
context are they bringing up the point spread function?
in the context of glare, essentially. Nick, it was a little confusing, his paragraph, and it was something I wanted to talk to him more, but he never responded to my emails. This was
emailed with him this morning,
the
actually.
second expert. Usually the point spread function is kind of like a curve that goes like this, a very, very sharp curve like that. And that's how light spreads from any pixel on the entire scene. spreads according to this function. So for things that are pretty dim, like most of the stuff in this room, you get a very, very sharp pixel because the stuff that's to the side is very, very low level. But for around a bright light like this, everything's kind of boosted up. So you actually start to get the effects of the edges of this point spread function. And you can use this to basically model optical effects, and they use it to model glare in various optical systems. And you would have a point spread function for an infrared thing. There's simply no way of not having it, because you're going to get some scatter from imperfections in the mirrors, possibly in the lenses, and you can also incorporate that into the sensor blooming as well. This is called, I think optical transfer function is the entire thing. It's point spread plus the sensor spread as well.
So
and these are details that I think like experts should be able to weigh in.
Absolutely. So I'm a little skeptical, Mick, because you spent years. You went on CNN with your little glass, right? That's the glare on the glass that was disproven. What, 2 months ago, 3 months ago?
No.
Yeah, you literally. I mean, we've got you. You're saying, oh, well, if it's not, I got you here. Briefly, if the glare effect is indeed all in the sensor, then you shift here to another.
It's showing that if part of the camera rotates, or if the camera itself rotates, then it rotates. That was the easiest way of demonstrating it.
So
since then, I've been doing it by rotating a camera, like you can actually,
So what you've been saying for 7 years is wrong.
No, it's improved.
No. It's
Why is it
the
improved?
glare on the glass has been disproven, which you went on CNN.
Well, according to you, it's been disproven, but I don't think it has been disproven.
How do you, how do you reconcile
this
this with the glare on the glass?
Well, according to Yannick, your co-author on this paper,
He quotes the expert. The quote, glare that Mick mentions is likely from boost filters, high pass filtering, edge shut. That's all internal. That's not on the glass.
Yeah, but he's assuming that the glass is clean.
Oh, so we're back to the At one point, Mick thought that some source told him, or somebody apparently told him, that crew chiefs in the military just wiped the glass.
I've got video of that happening. The guy just manhandling one of those systems with his hands,
and I'm sure it was
touching the
cleaned
glass.
after, because there's pretty darn good maintenance on these systems.
As soon as they get up in the air, they're going to throw clouds up.
So your theory at one point was
this
like,
guy's such a fucking troll, dude. Oh my god, who is this guy? Damn it, the one I needed fell. So I gotta. How do I even get down? Oh god, I hate this. Anyway, this guy's a douche.
that some crew chief like wiped a greasy sleeve on it, and that's what gave us this.
Yeah, I've heard people say that.
I mean,
I don't think that's what happened, because the glare on the glass thing would probably give a less even shape. I think it's probably more to do with the internal optics. I've got a camera that gives a very similar shaped glare to that, so my little helmet-mounted camera.
maybe we can recap. So you have a malfunctioning, mechanical malfunction. It has to be.
No, we don't know that for sure, because we don't know if there's an embodiment that doesn't have smooth steps.
There's zero evidence for that. You have to provide evidence.
You don't have evidence either way, really.
Absolutely. There's tons of footage of you know this.
Well, you once used Top Gun Maverick as evidence.
I was joking. Oh my God, you realize I was joking, right?
No, because you don't. You seemed very, very serious at the time.
It was on a tweet, for crying out loud. There's tons of.
Well, yes, that is on tweet.
There's tons of actual video evidence of how these systems rotate, and it's a nice, gradual, simple.
Not really.
Absolutely.
You don't really see it from the outside rotating in a way
see it on the edges. I have a 2-minute long video, very nice, smooth.
Let's move on, but both of you guys can follow up.
Player
you can
one
follow
was
up with
rotate.
the smooth rotation. If you want to follow up with any videos that show the jagged
I just want
kind
to
of locking
quickly
rotation,
reiterate
that's
how,
cool too.
you're saying there's a distant jet right, literally exactly in the line of sight.
Yeah, roughly.
Okay.
Weird.
And then we have a malfunctioning pod, and then you have an artifact that nobody's ever seen before and no expert know about, and no aviator who's ever
And
used
you're
it.
saying that it's like this new advanced technology, possibly aliens.
I'm only saying it is there's a spectacular match between the eyewitness accounts, right, of that anomalous trajectory, that direction reversal with no radius of turn, the rotation we see in the video, and the flight path we can reconstruct.
Well, you bring
I'll
up
leave
an
it at
interesting point because you say, new advanced technology or possibly aliens. Dr. Stephen Greer is obviously an outspoken person when it comes to the UFO issue, very polarizing figure on the topic. He will come out and say things like, oh, the Nimitz stuff, that's all, Lockheed Martin special access programs. And will say that, they're red teaming our detection systems or spoofing us or something.
Which people say doesn't happen.
Yeah, so do you guys have opinions on that? Do you think that that's at all possible, that some of these
Well, I think if these guys are
exercises
training for war, they're not going to do that to guys that are training for war in a training airspace. It's all right.
That was when I spoke to Ryan Graves.
That kind of leaves aliens then.
Sorry?
Well, when I
That
spoke
kind of
to
leaves aliens. My basic point here is that if we're going to entertain extraordinary options like aliens, or even advanced technology being used by Chinese or the Russians, then we should also entertain things like maybe there's a series of coincidences that happen. Can you really say
I think we
that
should entertain all
it's
options.
less likely?
Entertain all options, but at some point it just borders on the ridiculous. I'm sorry.
But aliens borders on the ridiculous.
The historical record is pretty remarkable of identical performance characteristics, wobbling,
or
on
identical
its edge.
eyewitness reports, and people are very similar. They've got similar brains, and they report things in the same way. You picked all the ones that wobble.
I picked the
Where
ones that
are all the videos of wobbling discs?
I picked the ones that are
by
the
strings from
best
trees.
known, and they just happen to wobble.
When it comes to secret American craft, again, I normally don't find myself kind of steelmanning this position, but it's probably more conspiratorial to say that we don't have craft that is classified that exhibits exotic characteristics than the inverse. So like 80% plus of Lockheed, I think, of Skunkworks projects currently are classified. And so, are there things red teaming our system? And to steelman your point that you just made is I just spoke to Ryan Graves. We had a great conversation. And he was like, maybe that's happening in spots, but like, in his case, he was stationed at Naval Air Space Oceana in Virginia, and he basically, one of his people in his squadron, fighter pilots, the object almost hit the pilot, and it was this sphere inside a cube, and he was like, look, they're not going to put us in danger if they're kind of red teaming our system. So I don't know.
And you don't do that over international. We have ranges for that. We have designated airspace for this kind of stuff.
I think it's possible that the radar hits were some kind of red teaming thing, because it doesn't really put anybody in danger because there's no actual targets.
But in this case, it was a pilot almost hitting the object.
In that case, that's a different
Yeah.
thing. But in the gimbal thing, for
You
example,
think it's radar spoofing or something?
Radar, some kind of radar interference. Perhaps there was a distant jet and the radar got messed up and they made it appear as, someone actually told me that as a possibility.
How does it account? If it's something like that, how do you get five or six objects moving in concert like that?
Well, it's the same. It's just one object. You're just getting 5 echoes of it or something. I don't understand the details, but someone did actually mention that to me as a possibility. Someone who's familiar with radar. Obviously, doesn't want to speak on the record because of the stigmas I'm perpetrating. But yeah, it's I don't know.
Yeah.
How can we move forward with this? I think we actually do need more input.
Well, let's get the Wizzo out there.
Get the Wizzo. Let's get people who actually understand the system to speak on it. That would be really good.
Please come out and talk to us.
I've tried to contact Raytheon, and they said, "Oh, you should talk to the Navy." And of course, the Navy doesn't want to talk to
nobody
wants
wants
to
to.
talk
They
to
clam up
anybody.
as soon as it's UAP. They clam up. I see it over and over and over again.
Arrow will eventually release something, but I'm skeptical that it's going to be a comprehensive explanation of what's going on.
You were very.
We should move on.
We should.
Okay. So, USS Omaha. This is a very controversial, interesting case. July of 2019, off the coast of San Diego, it was released by, I believe, George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell.
Correct.
Admiral Gallaudet, who just testified before Congress, might have some more interesting info about this case. I think it's Mick's turn to tee us off.
Yeah, I'm not actually that familiar with it, but I'll give you my take on it.
Okay.
Is that the video we're going to look at is the sphere descending into the sea. Yeah, so this is taken off the screen in the command center of a ship. We're looking at thermal video again, so we're seeing a heat source, possibly glare or blooming. And it kind of looks like it was moving around at first, but that's actually just the camera moving. The camera that's actually recording the thing, not the other camera. There's a cut in the video where it kind of jumps down to a lower level. It's actually descending really, really slowly. There's cuts to where it's just above the horizon. It's not really moving at all. It's just kind of slowly descending to the ocean. And when it gets to approximately the horizon, it shrinks down to a point. Then it kind of like pops up again, expands, and then it shrinks again and disappears. And I think that at the end of it, they say splash down, splash, mark bearing the range. So they think that it's actually gone into the water. But if you zoom in on the video, I think it actually looks more like it's actually a heat source that is expanded. It's either blooming or glaring, and then it goes behind the horizon. And there's some dispute as to exactly where the horizon is. If you move the horizon up or down 1 pixel, it's in front of it. If you move it a pixel the other way, it's behind it. There was a guy, I think, Dr. Phil Metzer. He did some analysis of that. Published it on Twitter. And said it was very ambiguous as to where the actual horizon was. But it's very similar to like, if a light going behind a solid object will actually shrink if it's a point source as it goes behind it rather than just disappearing. So we don't know what it is. It appears to be moving, I think it appears to be moving northerly, and the wind is coming from that direction. So
pretty strong winds too.
It's apparent motion is against the wind, but I don't know what it is, but I think my best guess is that it's a strong heat source that's actually moving away, and it goes behind the horizon. But there's various interpretations, and there's more analysis.
Yeah, well, maybe just paint a broader picture. This is part of 5 or 6 months long incursions over these naval vessels off the Channel Islands and off the coast of Southern California. Multiple ships, and they were reporting. In fact, Jeremy and George released a video of basically 2 red lights from the Omaha that night. And we know that the ship was and they were just hovering there. And I think another one kind of cruising, and we can splice this in, but another one kind of cruises by it. So clearly there were objects around the ship. There's no question, right? There's radar footage from that same night. And the ship is getting swarmed. I think at one point I counted 10, 12.
It says up to 14 objects were observed simultaneously. The objects were described as self-illuminated spheres, approximately 6 feet in diameter. So kind of comports with your kind of orb, general description.
Back to the orb thing that has been consistent.
Yeah.
Where to begin? Geez. Number one, you can see in the indicator that they did have a radar contact at one point. It's slaved to the radar. You saw that R. We know the symbology. So again, this is like the gimbal. Like the system says it's tracking a radar target. The system's saying that,
but it clearly isn't in this one. It's been done by a joystick. Someone's manually moving the camera around.
And they probably, just like with gimbal, same thing. They probably had the radar drop it off in the same. So you're saying the same thing happened again? Like they missed the actual radar target and then they focused on...
what happened. Maybe that was the actual radar target.
Okay.
Maybe.
And we have the radar, and it's all within like 6 miles, 5-6 miles, all those radar contact.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that's the only contact. Like you can...
So they're surrounded by like 14 odd, whatever it is. I counted there's a lot, right, on that radar footage. And you think they decided to focus on the object that's 60 miles away, slowly going over the horizon?
I'm just telling you what the video looks like. It looks like...
it's just, come on, you got to apply a little common sense here.
Well, it looks like a plane flying away to me. It's very, very similar to
do you have any empirical evidence
Chilean Navy
blooming,
case,
which is your theory, that is that perfectly spherical? Any
perfectly spherical?
Really? Let's go take a look.
Like compared to like one of the engines of the Chilean.
Right. It's all.
No, it's
distorted. It's not circular, right?
We're kind of getting it.
No. There's zero evidence for your claim. I've looked at a lot of Dave Fouch's FLIR vid, and thanks, Dave, for all your work. There's no engine that looks like a perfectly round sphere.
They're generally perfectly round.
Really? Okay, well, you can show me one. We can go back. I mean, we looked at it. It's all jagged. It's flickering. Like, you know what I'm talking about. You know that there's frequently...
Right, no, it's the Fouch ones do flicker a little bit more. But I think this is a much more distant object, and it's zoomed in a lot more. So it's very different systems.
You have no evidence that it's blooming.
It seems very similar to other things. Well, the evidence that it's blooming is that it shrinks.
Right.
When it goes behind the horizon.
Do you mind if we go to the slideshow real quick, because we can test that very. So this is the shot. if you look closely, you can see the horizon, the horizon line, and the key here is the horizon is above the center point of that sphere. So if we go down,
it's about the same as the sun.
We go down to that one. That's a line that I drew. We'll leave it up. You know, a UAP is in the eye of the beholder. This is
Yeah,
grainy.
the horizon. I see quite a bit of sky underneath that horizon.
Do you? I don't. But if you, go
see,
to the
you see
next
how
one,
it's a lot lighter.
if you go to the next one, we can see the line that you drew, and I see a lot of ocean above your line. So, right, I see an enormous amount of ocean above, and if you go down to the next one, I zoomed in on one section. There's clearly ocean above your line.
There's pixel. There's dark pixel.
Yeah. So
this is the problem with this thing is you can't, and this is what Dr. Phil was saying, that you can't actually determine exactly where it is.
Right.
We know where it looks like it's almost exactly at the horizon, maybe it's pixel above, pixel below.
So it's probably
and
about,
it shrinks in exactly the same way that Blair would shrink.
It's well. If you watch like SpaceX capsules go down, it does the same thing. Remember we pulled those up and they look exactly the same.
Yes, we should dispute that.
So again, you have no evidence, like no empirical evidence that an engine actually has that very, very clear circular.
Do you think this is an actual circle that shrinks?
It goes in the water. That is one.
No, it shrinks. You see, it gets smaller.
Let's talk to the air crew. Or sorry, the air crew. Let's listen to what they say. Right? They say. First thing the guy says, it took off, it's booking it. What does that imply?
Which?
Play the video. Do you want to play it? Like, the first thing he says, it took off.
In this one?
It's booking it.
The Yamaha Sphere?
It took off, it's booking it.
But isn't that when they're looking at the radar? There's multiple radar targets?
Right there.
Yeah, you said. But it's not moving.
He said, okay, what does it imply?
It implies that it left the vicinity and it's moving very fast. But it's not doing that. It took off its booking.
It's booking it means
it's going very fast.
So correct. So the implication, as Tim mentioned recently, and I think some of the folks that were on the bridge of the Omaha at this point during this incident said these things were hovering. We have video of these things hovering. Jeremy Corbell, those two red lights hovering, and another one kind of cruising by it. It took off. It's booking it. Implies to me, it was sitting there, and then it started.
It's not moving though.
Yes, it is. It's clearly moving left to right.
It doesn't suddenly start moving in that video. It doesn't change.
So the assumption it was stationary. It starts moving and he records it. It took off. Is that a fair interpretation? It took off. It's booking it.
It's very speculative, I think.
Really?
You're interpreting what you want to be happening based on a few words that somebody said.
But we
in
have
this
evidence
video.
of these objects hovering over the deck of the Omaha.
The drones.
Whatever they are, it's something with red lights.
Right, yeah. But that video is a terrible video, the Corbell video. It doesn't really show anything. It could be drones, it could be planes.
You know what I'm talking about, right? The two red lights with the other one.
Yeah, most people think it's a silly video. And a lot of the eyewitness stuff.
So what were those objects? Were they just drones flying around?
I don't know what they were.
So here's where it gets really interesting. 24 hours later, the US's Paul Hamilton. It's FOIA, you can find it, we'll put it up. Reports the same thing. One of the objects splashes. You can see it in the deck log, or in the briefing of the event. If you look at, I don't know if this is diagnostic, but if you look at the video footage from the Omaha, two of those contacts are cruising around. They just disappear off the radar.
Went in the water.
Could be in the water. I'm not saying that it is. That's not
Well,
diagnostic.
we're working under the assumption, I think, that there were drones in the area, because they reported drones. And
who knows? The only evidence we have shows a spherical object. There's no evidence, there's no empirical evidence that
you're taking that splash just to be the same as that splash when it was probably.
Well, they were getting ready to get
different.
they asked 3 ships around them to get a helicopter out.
Yeah, because they thought that there were drones in the area.
They thought it was close.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues with the whole drones thing. Like the army, the military, the navy has misinterpreted a lot of things as drones. Yeah, I tweeted earlier today about how they once put out a photo of a jet and said it was a drone. We know that the Snoopy team, the trained observers on a Navy vehicle, have misidentified stars as drones.
And what does that have to do with the spherical-looking object?
Well, we were talking about these eyewitness accounts of things that happened that go along with these videos. Maybe they mistook something else. Maybe they thought that Venus was a spherical object because it looks like a bright light in the sky, like hundreds of yards away.
Can you provide a single piece of evidence that blooming looks like that very round?
I'll give it a go.
Look, I looked at a lot of them. I haven't seen
That's
nothing.
the natural shape for blooming, though.
I think we should move on.
Yeah.
Admiral Gallaudet says that he has a first-hand witness who might be coming out soon. So let's both,
With
on
some
both
video,
sides, we
potentially.
should hope.
I think you mentioned there's some video.
Well, that would be incredible.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Love it.
I will
Cool.
say, just quickly, so there was another ship that reported an object splashing in the water.
Yep.
This is where it gets kind of very, from an analytic perspective, interesting. That ship, the Paul Hamilton, so this is the day after the Omaha video. It's just swarmed by a group of drones, UAP. They depart, you can actually track this. They depart on a heading that goes right towards Guadalupe
What just
Island.
happened? What the fuck
And
is
I
that?
bring that up because there's a series on, I think it's National Geographic, Unidentified. Lou Elizondo and I think Sean Cahill went down to Guadalupe Island because there have been reports of spheres going into the water.
Yeah.
And you can see, and I spliced the interviews together. You had 5 or 6 fishermen out there, including one of the world's most renowned shark experts, a scientist, said they've seen these objects. The fishermen all say, yeah, I've seen these lighted luminous orbs, spheres, going into the water. That's interesting, right? So you have one group of UAP, one splashes or is recorded as going in the water. And then this other group goes right towards the location where, oh, by the way, witnesses have been reporting spheres going in the water.
There's a military testing area there, isn't it? Isn't there there's a drone base down there where they test military drones?
That's
on the
Mexican.
islands.
It's Mexican.
Yeah, but north of that, isn't it?
So we're talking about well south of those islands.
And Danny
Okay, so
Sheehan
you're
just
talking-
came out as well as famous American lawyer who represents a lot of UFO whistleblowers, and he said that he has coordinates for a UFO underwater base. On the coast.
I have
Go
nothing
check it
to
out.
add.
I said we should all do a boat trip out there, and we got some Twitter momentum. So
I think that's interesting, right?
Sure, but it's just a lot of eyewitness accounts.
It
Very
is,
little
but it
data.
just happens to align with 2 splash events.
A splash just means something fell in the water.
Correct.
do you think these guys are genuinely mistaken? Do you think they have some sort of incentive? Okay, so they
Well, the people
they
in
actually-
the Navy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you don't think they're like psyoping the American public or want money or fame out of it or something? Yeah.
Jay Stratton took this slide of 3 stars and presented it to people in Congress. He thought that it was triangular drones. You know, this kind of types of mistake goes all the way up the chain.
Do you think that's still happening today at Arrow?
And I'm sure they're making mistakes still.
Oh, they couldn't get the date right in the go fast slide.
All right, let's move on to Nellis, Tonopah.
Yep.
So this is a restricted airspace, testing range. Nellis is famous. There's a lot of UFO lore. You have this object moving towards the Black Mountains. Why don't we play this video? It's a little lesser known. $1994.
Mm-hmm. There's 2 videos actually.
Within this clip, you mean? You mean there's 2 clips here within this video?
I don't actually.
There's a different video following this.
Stabilized.
I'll just throw my thesis on the table here. I think that's just a balloon. Or a bunch of balloons floating in the wind. The camera moves around a lot. There's no actual movement of the object itself. We do have a range indicator which tells you how far away it is, and if you use that, we see that the range indicator isn't very accurate. It kind of like zips back and forward. But
I just think if you're operating these machines at a Nellis testing range, you have to be pretty familiar with probably exotic stuff.
Yeah, but look at it. What can you see there?
It does basically a 90-degree turn.
It doesn't.
Sure does. A guy made a metabunk in 1996 a sitrec, and he did a good job. Remember? I sent you the video.
Well, I put this in sitrec, and you can see that the range data is like, bullshit, basically. And if you just use the lines of sight, there's a perfectly reasonable wind-driven path for a balloon.
So I'd love to see that because...
It looks like a triangle shape. This isn't infrared, I think.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you asked me to do it in SetRec, so I did. And then you took my results and you said that it proved what you originally thought.
Yeah, so...
But I don't think it does. I think the results show that the range data is very inaccurate.
It looks like
it
it's
jumps around.
morphing in shape.
Like a bunch of balloons kind of rotation
It
in the
does
sky.
a little bit of like an Apollo, like very bizarre.
Like
This is maybe the weirdest video I've
It is
seen.
bizarre. So yeah.
Doesn't that look like a bunch of balloons to you?
And it kind of pivots.
Yeah, but it looks like the balloons are like malleable and morphing.
It
into
does a
different-
weird, and then it stops.
It looks like it rotates.
It rotates like
in the wind.
steps, which is
I just
very
think
bizarre.
if it were balloons and you're operating these systems at restricted airspace, like you have to have some protocol for balloons. Like you have to know what.
Probably would track it with.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be freaking out. Like you'd know, this is balloons.
What's
Like,
interesting is
that
it's
was kinda
coming
weird.
from
Arrow should analyze it.
It's coming from Area 51. That is very interesting.
Yeah, well that's its testing range. Is
No,
right
but
next
it's
to-
actually like if you could trace where like it's moving west at
Yeah.
first, and then it takes basically a right turn and goes north.
So shouldn't your Occam's razor be? Well, it depends on what you think of what's going on at Area 51. But
Well,
shouldn't Occam's razor be?
It is an interesting twist.
It's a military
advanced
base.
aircraft. Yeah.
And why didn't they scramble jets and go after it? You didn't
Well,
seem to think
they
it was a threat.
They were all in shock. You could hear them like, "What is
they
that?"
were too surprised to scramble jets and do anything? No, they didn't do anything. Nothing happened.
That you know of, I have no idea. That's all we know. All we saw. Maybe they scrambled jets as soon as that.
Maybe they realized it was some balloons and didn't scramble jets.
So it's zipping along, right? And it's going due west, and then it basically does a 90-degree turn.
If you take the range data.
No, you can
being
see it
accurate.
visually. Like you can actually see it visually. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, do you want to play it again, or
we'll have to revisit this then?
Yeah. No, I mean it's quite clear, right? It's because it's like okay. So
The camera
Let me do
moves.
this. Let me do this for the folks at home. It's going this way, right? Going kind of away from you, and then it does one of these and flies over the camera.
Yeah, if the range data is correct.
No, that you can see it visually. You don't even need the range.
Well,
data.
it's moving towards the camera. You can
No,
see like
so
a
at
big
first it's
figure.
doing this. It's moving perpendicular, and then it does this.
We shall revisit.
Okay.
Okay. Next one. I like it. We're moving. Okay, Aguadilla. Aguadilla. So this is off the coast of Chile?
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico, okay. And this is 2013.
It's on the coast of Puerto Rico.
2013 on the coast of Puerto Rico, where there are a lot of sightings.
Yeah, this is over the airport at Aguadilla, a big tourist destination. There's a bunch of hotels up the beach, and it shows an object that appears to be flying in a circle around the airport. And this is something that's been analyzed by a lot of people. And the interesting thing about it is that it flies in a circle, which is kind of unusual for such a small object to be doing. And then later it appears to go underwater. It looks like it goes underwater. And then it appears to split into two parts. But a lot of people have analyzed this, and pretty much everyone who has analyzed it has realized that if you take the lines of sight, which you can get from the camera here, all the numbers on the screen, the lines of sight all intersect over the airport, not just at the intersection, a line over the airport, and that line represents a vector that's moving more or less at wind speed, about 18 miles per hour, and it kind of decreases a little bit as the object sinks to a lower altitude. And a theory that was proposed by the head of Brazil's UFO investigation department, Ruben Leanza, is that it's actually two Chinese lanterns, wedding lanterns, kind of tied together. And that's why you see early on in the video, you see kind of like two shapes kind of like moving around each other. Partway through the video, you see the heat source, and then you see kind of the paper canopy of the lanterns behind it. And then when it gets to this section here, this is where we see it kind of disappear. Now, this is thermal footage, so we're seeing the black is the hot of the flame, and there's some blooming or glare. And then when it moves, so that's hidden by the paper canopy, it becomes, it's almost the same color as the ocean, and the video compression just can't keep up with it, so it disappears. You can more or less see it there a lot of the time. And then it reappears, and it kind of like splits into two, which ties in with the earlier observations that there appears to be 2 heat sources. That there's actually two wedding lanterns. And more research was that there are actually hotels up the beach, upwind from this location, which release these types of wedding lanterns. And then this was all confirmed basically by Arrow analyzing this and coming to the same conclusion.
What do you think, Merrick?
It'll probably cost me some Twitter followers. Great, I agree. I don't have any objections.
Okay. So that's good to hear. So you guys agree on something?
Yeah,
no, absolutely.
there are people who won't agree.
No,
the SCU, for example.
Let me just be clear. I agree with the vast majority of Mick's work.
Yeah.
Good
like
stuff.
right, because as we know throughout history, right, 80-90% of these things are prosaically explained, misidentified. We've seen this in New Jersey, right? People are literally videotaping or recording aircraft. So
speaking of which, the world is going crazy. There are drones in sensitive airspaces, quote unquote drones, and I'm just saying quote unquote because nobody has any good. Even you have to admit, Mick, nobody's coming out and saying anything clear about these things on either side.
One thing that's very, very clear is that there's a lot of misidentifications.
I believe
a
that.
lot of videos on planes.
I'm sure
And there
there
really aren't any good videos that are unambiguously of drones or some kind of beyond drone type things.
Sure, but would you admit that there's a spike globally of these weird sightings in sensitive airspaces?
Is this because that there actually are more of them, or is it because people are reporting more of them because of this story has kind of blossomed up from these original stories of drones over airbases?
I don't have the data, but my strong bias would be that there are more
all
sightings
these
going
false
on.
sightings. All these false sightings are just people looking at planes. So there's a huge spike in those. So why wouldn't it be like all just this from this huge spike?
I'll push back slightly, Mick, just a little bit. You're right. People misidentify things, but I think you might be pushing this narrative a little too far because it really the very obvious plane videos. There's only like 3 or 4 of them. They're obvious, like that are planes. There's not that many.
Oh, well, there's a lot more that are resolvable as planes if we know the actual location. I got sent one the other day and tracked down the actual planes, and it just looked like these little points of light.
Let's get into the weirdest one. This one that's gone completely viral on Twitter. It says Manchester Airport, June 2024 sighting, and you have an employee, an anonymous pilot and co-pilot, see this thing. And I think the quote is like, I've worked, in aviation for a very long time, and I know what a weather balloon looks like. And the report is that this orb comes down, hits the tarmac, and then shoots up.
Yeah, but he also said it was the size of a small car, and that's 24 inches tops. We did very detailed analysis, 3D recreation of this thing from this exact viewpoints and using all the data there. At the most 24 inches.
Okay, and Merrick, what do you think?
I got nothing, guys. I really like.
Okay.
It's. I don't know.
So you basically agree with me?
I think it's a balloon and some like artifacts in the image there.
I got nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Now we have this interesting case of quote-unquote UAP activity near Duke Energy's nuclear facility in North Carolina. I personally find this interesting because my Occam's razor belief generally is that it's prosaically explainable away. The thing I hold out interest in is when the sighting occurs around a nuclear facility. I find it very fascinating that there is a town next to the Fukushima prefecture in Japan called Ino, which is dedicated to UFOs, and it's where they had their famous 2011 spill, nuclear. And then there have been sightings in Bariloche, Argentina, which has its own civilian nuclear grid. And then if you look at Edward J. Ruppelt, the book you cited, the vast majority of the sightings that he takes seriously occur around sensitive nuclear facilities in the U.S. And then you have Robert Hastings' work. And so if I had to, again, steelman the UFO position, it would be around this nuclear connection. So this I find interesting because you have UAP activity around this nuclear power plant. Should we just watch the video?
And I'll just quickly say, Jesse, to your point, that the nuclear connection is extraordinary. It is remarkable, and I've written about it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, it's amazing. And more and more, Roswell itself, the site of the 509th Atomic Bomber Squadron, the first bomber squadron in the U.S., You have, the Trinity test site, possibly there was a crash there. Unclear. You have D.D. Johnson on one side, you have Jacques Vallée on the other side. They're kind of arguing.
Well, Lonnie Zamora happened a couple miles from the...
A couple of miles from there. It would be the reason that New Mexico is such a hot spot.
It's
for all these-
fascinating.
I'm with Arrow on this one, though. I think there's a lot of reporting bias. You get reports on highly sensitive sites just because people are much more vigilant. People who work on these sites are trained to report things, and people who work at Walmart are not trained to report things.
Mick,
like
you
that.
got to read the cable, and this is again to John Reed Greenwald's credit. Like, you got to read the cable, like 1975. Are you aware? Do you know anything about those incursions where you can see in a literally a cable to the Pentagon?
Is that nuclear specific?
Absolutely, 100%. And it says the language is a clear intent. So there's objects hovering 10 feet above their nuclear weapon storage facilities, right?
And there are videos of the plume of various detonations where you see the UFOs. Like there's one bluegill triple prime.
Yeah,
I think it's 62.
I think they were either spotter planes or something else, but I can't remember what they were exactly. But that was resolved, as I recall.
Was it?
We'll look it up.
We should look it up.
Yeah.
I'd love to resolve. And another, even Virginia in Brazil, where James Fox went down and investigated for moment of contact, where you have all these, hapless local citizens who don't seem like liars.
Is there a nuclear power station there?
Yeah, that was the start of their nuclear program, is what I've heard. And so, I don't know. It just keeps popping up with the nuclear thing, and it does cut through
Lake and Heath just recently.
Lake and Heath, there you go.
Allegedly, according to open source reporting, that it's supposed to host U.S. nuclear weapons. Lake and Heath was one of the site of one of the most extraordinary historical accounts. 1956, James McDonald wrote quite a bit about this, and folks at home, just look up Lake and Heath 1956 McDonald. You'll find CIA documents. You'll find a really lengthy write-up on the princeton.edu website that is just absolutely astounding.
Also, Royal Air Force Bentwaters.
Correct.
Near Suffolk.
1980, yep.
1980,
Yep.
you have a bunch of witnesses, because it was joint, managed by the U.S.
Correct.
and the Royal Air Force. You have a bunch of, John Burroughs, Jim Peniston, Colonel Halt, who did the investigation.
And the audio, and then, yeah.
I was listening to the book on the way here, UFO and Nukes.
Yeah.
And it's a lot.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Because I told you to read
I
that.
can certainly see how it would seem compelling, because there's account after account after account of something seen by.
And if you meet, I actually get the sense from you, I don't think you're a liar at all. I think you're very, no, I mean it. I really get this, clear attention to detail, good, earnest vibe. And that's the same vibe I get from Robert Hastings. In fact, the way I connected with Robert Hastings.
I don't think he was lying in the book.
No, I know you're not accusing him of that. But he's dedicated his life to this, and the amount of granular detail. You should meet him if you're interested. He reached out to me. This is how I got in touch with him. I made my piece with David Grush, and I screwed it up, and I overstated the case. I was like, UFOs and nukes. You have, over 100, and I go missileers, ICBM security personnel, a few other people, and it's 170 total witnesses, but it wasn't 100, radar operators or whatever, and I just misspoke in the moment.
Yeah, I see,
But I love it. He emailed me. He said, Jesse, it was only 12 to 15. I don't remember the exact number, but radar operators. The rest were ICBM security personnel, missile technicians, whatever. And it was, and then that's been literally all of my communications with him have been around that, and he'll correct you immediately if you're wrong and if you're overstating a case.
Hastings is
Are there actual
outstanding.
statistics here, actual statistical analysis of citing near nukes versus other ways that are actually valid?
Well, yeah, it would be Edward J. Ruppelt's original study, where he came in. That was done from 1947 to 1952, and then he wrote a book about it in 1956.
The Colorado sightings, right? The 2019, 2020, those were over those nuclear missile silos, partially, and they mirrored 1965, the same exact, they're witnesses talking about up and down movement, bright flashing lights. Where have we seen that before, right? And it's documented, right? 140 some witnesses.
And I met Robert Salas at Malmstrom in 1967. That was his sighting, where 10 of these sites were disarmed, according to him. And I've also met Mario Woods, who was stationed at South Dakota Ellsworth Air Force Base in 1978. He claimed to have boarded a craft and been abducted, But this guy maintained a Q clearance for 20 years after this. And all these guys it's the most sensitive clearances. They're on what's called the PRP program, where they have to report if they're taking ibuprofen. So I do find that compelling.
Speaks to the whole issue with Marco Rubio. We were talking about at the start, either there's some crazy people in power, or what they're saying is true.
And he leans towards true, right? Just to be clear, Rubio's very clearly leaning towards I trust them.
But there is evidence that there are crazy people, but people with very strange ideas.
But who?
Lakatsky, for example, he's like a rocket scientist,
right?
And
but I think the more you go into highly competent, impressive circles of people, the more you realize a lot of these people are weird.
But who?
Tim Taylor.
Yeah, Tim Taylor's super weird, but he's also, working with Elon Musk around, various launches.
How weird.
That's interesting.
But that just speaks to how much weirdness you can actually get.
But at what point do you say? At what point do you say
weird? Or
at what point do you say reality is weird, and that a proxy for somebody's credibility is actually how high functioning they are in society?
Perhaps there's just a big tolerance for weird within the Pentagon.
Can I ask how weird do you have? You have to be pretty darn weird to go to the ICIG, Inspector General, and say I was part of a reverse engineering program. That's right.
40 people have done.
Allegedly, right? That's what Crush testified under oath.
Let's see them.
Right? Does that make sense? Right? Okay. There could be weird people, but there's a different level of. I was on this program, and
those are the weird people.
I worked on this NHI craft. That's delusion. There's weird, and then there's delusion if they're not.
We don't know what they said, but
enough for the Senate Intel could make guys.
We should move forward, but you should meet Hastings at one point. Let's watch this Duke video.
Oh my fucking god.
Language.
No, that ain't no plane, yo.
It's always a plane.
We just got a plane cut. It's blasted. Oh, we got a plane.
Well, the top one looks like the landing lights of a plane.
It just made a perfect triangle. It made a fucking triangle.
It's three lights in the sky.
You about. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, you can't get much from that.
Okay, let's. Wait, so one of them, so it's a triangle, and then one seems to kind of veer off.
One bugs out, yeah.
The bottom one there is just sitting on there. Darker, otherwise, it became. The light coming.
Okay, what do you guys make of this?
Mick?
Well, the white light at the top you can see there has got two lights, which kind of suggests to me that it's the landing lights of a distant plane, very far away. We see this quite a lot in these videos. People will see a plane that's coming directly towards them. It could be 40, 50, 100 miles away, not that far. And it looks like this. It just sits there and it kind of eventually raises up and it will eventually go over them. The other lights, I don't know. They were kind of orange looking.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what they were. Could be helicopters, could be drones.
If they're landing lights, Mick, can we test this? Right? Because if what?
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, I'm just saying, because we know where this. Do we know what facility this was? Yeah, Duke's Energy.
But do we have the time and location?
Well, no. But landing lights implies that there's an airport and a final approach path somewhere close by. We can test your hypothesis
if we have the location.
Yeah. So Southport, North Carolina. So we should look into that.
That's not really accurate enough. You need it.
Okay, fair enough.
Down to the street, pretty much.
And then we have some other people commenting. I have 7 videos of them from last night, around 30 minutes of good video. I'm in Asheville, North Carolina. The 2 mean ones were a red and blue one. The blue one was amazing to watch. Pulsate, grow 5x larger, then shrink back to size. I don't know.
People post videos of things that are obviously planes and think that they're UFOs. So it's not surprising people will post videos of lights in the sky and think that they're UFOs.
I'm buddies with Tyler, so I'll get some
What I find more compelling maybe than this is, and I'll just be very quick, the Langley incursions. There's witness video where the guy zooms out and you can see, 10, 15 flashing light, and you can tell they're very, very far out.
Yeah.
Now, that is interesting in itself, but you see that over the Goldwater training range. There's a video, same thing, just unbelievable amounts of flashing lights in the sky. drones. And oh, by the way, Air Force pilots have been reporting drones up to 36,000 feet. There's like 30 or 40 reports over the last couple of years that they metallic objects, 8 or 9. It's all documented. You know, it's all out there.
Can we all agree that we need to figure out what
the hell is going on?
More information would be great. More videos would be great. More analysis from Arrow would be great. And more experts should weigh in.
Absolutely. I think that's the takeaway. Please, if you're watching at home.
We have to wrap up in a minute, but do you guys have any opinion on this New Jersey thing? Should we play this?
Which from the
New Jersey.
I'll just say quickly, we have the FBI, we have FAA, there's drone restrictions in place, there's the governor's involved, all the elected officials.
It's a flap.
You think it's a flap?
Yeah, I think it's a flap. I don't think there's very much there.
Do you think like
drones.
Colorado 2019, 2020 was a flap?
Oh, yeah, very much so.
Can I read a couple emails, or do we have to go?
Some emails?
Quick.
Okay, so thanks to Doug Johnson, I'll make this very quick. Drone activity, here we go. Reports from Colorado indicate that drones were not flying as a group or pack, but as a single unit. Chase County, Nebraska Sheriff Deputy reported observing 30 to 50...
sheriff. I mean,
30 to 50 flying independently of each other with a larger, quote, mothership hovering for hours.
He's seeing planes flying overhead.
Yeah, this idea of a mothership and then other
50?
crafts coming out of the mothership. Chris Mellon, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence under both Clinton and Bush, said that there was this mothership dynamic going on with the Hampton Air Force Base incursion as well, where you have these little saucers flying out of a mothership. I don't know.
Here's the hypothesis for the green meteorites in UFOs and nukes, that there was a mothership outside the atmosphere and the green meteorites were...
UFOs and nukes mentions this as well, yes.
Here's a K9 trooper from, I'll be very quick, K9 trooper from Kansas. He had these fly right over his head. He said one of the drones had a really bright light on it, like a spotlight. That drone stayed relatively stationary at that location. He then said there were anywhere from 10 to 15 drones that flew all kinds of patterns around that stationary drone. At one point, one of those flew directly over his house. He had night vision with him, so he tried to look at it. Made no sound, even though the wind was calm.
All right.
Eyewitness accounts, great. Video, all we need.
Merrick, Mick, this was awesome. I appreciate you guys both.
Thanks for doing this, Mick. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
this was great. I mean, you guys were, I felt like, mostly pretty civil and cool with each other. And I think all of us want just more experts to look at this,
That's right.
more data, and more witnesses, again, to the extent you're not compromising American national security. Come out and talk about this stuff.
I enjoy this very much. I enjoy solving cases and investigating them. And if it turns out that I'm wrong about things, that would be really interesting.
You'll buy me a beer.
Agreed.
And if Gimbel's debunked, I'll buy you a beer.
And I have a bet that I guess we never resolved. We were talking about this before the show. I bet you $10,000, which is insane because I gave you 1-to-1 odds, and it should be million-to-1 odds that 80%, we'd get 80% consensus in like academia, military, and civilian sector that non-human intelligence or future humans are occupying these sort of anomalous crafts, and that this would become the consensus in 10 years, which is, as you pointed out, kind of hard to verify, ultimately, this 80% consensus. But you moved that number from 10,000 to 1,000.
I just like more reasonable bets because it avoids legality.
I think it's an unreasonable bet for me. It's like a joke for me. I'm giving you free money, but
let's just bet a beer then.
Okay, let's do it. Awesome.
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
really appreciate it.
Thank you guys. This is great.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So we're back with Mick and Merrick, and we felt compelled to extend our debate somewhat because so much bombshell footage has been released since our long debate. Specifically, we're talking about this egg video that has kind of broken the internet over the last couple of days, associated with Ross Coulthart's News Nation story involving psionic assets, specifically a guy named Jake Barber, who is part of a crash retrieval team involving these psionic assets, people psychically calling in exotic material, of which this egg is claimed to be kind of a part of that, and it's being hooked onto. Well, I guess you want to play it, Nick, and we can kind of analyze it from there.
Let's play it. Yeah. So it looks like it's on the end of a long rope. It looks like a big egg.
Yeah.
It's kind of swaying around, and it hits the ground, and you see it kind of roll over, and you see the kind of like the wrapping around it loose, and then you see these wires. And this is from the TV show. They kind of went in and slowed it down a little bit. And you can see, like, you know, there's lighting coming from over here. There's a shadow in this direction. There's, you know, a little bit of a roll when it hits the ground, which shows it has a little bit of inertia. And you know, it's not a super high quality video, but you can see that it is kind of like an egg-shaped object on the end of a rope of some sort. You know, we don't know whether is this a real video? Is it something that someone's faked? I think it was sent anonymously to Ross. It wasn't actually taken by the Jake Barber guy, was it?
It was sent anomalously. No, I'm just.
It's like an anomaly.
Yeah, no, it was sent by a third party to News Nation, not by Jake. Yeah,
and it doesn't show the actual event that he was talking about, which is odd because that means that there's multiple versions of these eggs being picked up by different people, which apparently, yeah, there's all these different eggs that people are picking up. Maybe it's a very common shape, but it's kind of a new shape to me, like the egg. I guess it's one of the ones that crops up, but it's not like a Tic Tac. It's not like a flying saucer. It's an egg. I did spend a little bit of time trying to replicate it, and I made a little egg in a little sling. So I've got like the whole the caboodle, which kind of led me to think it's probably not a scale model. I don't think it's actually an egg-shaped thing. I think it's probably something larger. I think it might actually be from a helicopter, and it might be something being moved. But yeah, it like all these videos though, quality really isn't there. It's just very low resolution and it's very short. Why did they chop it off? So not a lot to go by. Interesting though. Oh, and the backstory, of course, is very interesting. I saw Marek. You were talking to Ross Coulthart and Tim Gallaudet about this, and they were talking all about all kinds of strange things, like psychic powers and stuff like that, which was kind of an interesting mixture of things. I think we got this a lot of this UFO stuff is just nuts and bolts. This would be nuts and bolts if it was just like an object being retrieved. But then we've got the whole psionic aspect of it, which is a bit weird.
Yeah.
Merrick, what's your take?
Damn it looks like an egg. That's all I got, really. What I do find interesting is, and again, I try to bring a bit of an analytic perspective, but there's a gentleman named Eric Tabor who went to Arrow. I don't know, Jess, if you're familiar with this, but who did speak to Arrow, and he spoke of an egg-shaped craft being retrieved, and I believe this was at Area 51. I don't believe he was a first-hand witness, so take it as you will. But again, that shape does come up. I agree with Mick. It's not your standard saucer. It's not your orb. It's not your sphere. The stuff that you hear a lot. It's not a triangle. But there is. It seems like there is some precedent for another story of this nature and involving an anomalous craft that is egg-shaped.
It's just a shame we don't have better video of it because it just remains somewhat ambiguous.
Yeah, it definitely felt like, this like high resolution footage promise, maybe, it's slightly underwhelming. And then at the same time, in the instance in which this was a real thing, this is actually like very good footage comparable to like what we've had in the past. So it kind of depends on like the objective truth, which is, it's this weird epistemic impasse that we're facing where if it is true, it's actually like a really good video. And then if it's not, obviously not.
Yeah, I guess that's all, like all these videos is big if true. Like all these claims are big if true, but
better than FLIR and gimbal and go fast, and these are different sensor modalities.
This is optical. Differ, Jesse, but
not better from like an analytic perspective, the way you're looking at it, Merrick, but better for again, like if we were to get corroborative sensor data, it would be better for the eye. But
yeah, this isn't doing anything though. This is just inertly hanging on the end of a rope. And we've got UAP is supposed to have all these observables like sudden acceleration, defying gravity, being hard to see type thing. What was it? Low observability and transmedium travel. It's doing none of these things. So it's hard to kind of classify this even as a UAP. I guess it's the context of the story that's around it that makes it interesting. And then we got this Jake Barber, who, you know, is, I believe he was a mechanic on the helicopter, not the pilot. I'm not sure exactly.
I think we might be learning more about that, Mick.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, but you know, it's he did some kind of crash retrieval apparently, and you know, there's an interesting story and also all kinds of other aspects of that story. But you know, it's not doing anything.
Right.
Which, is what we need. We need videos of things doing things.
What do you guys make of, you know, I feel like UFO world took a bit of a hard left turn away from Cartesian space, you know, aliens from a distant galaxy, and into kind of parapsychology, almost more in line with like occult practices or something. How do you guys feel about that?
It seems like there's a lot of that just suddenly cropped up. It was weird because, like, you know, before it was all nuts and bolts, and then we suddenly had this drone stuff, which is even more nuts and bolts. Everybody's getting into drones. And then it's kind of like a hard swing now to psionic powers and like Stephen Greer type stuff, like Dr. Stephen Greer, who does this CE5 stuff, and then Ross Coulthart, who brought this out, says that he went out with the people and they had these psionic assets who could take control of craft, which sounds, you know, bizarre and, you know, frankly ridiculous claim that you could actually cyclically take over an alien craft. You think the aliens would be able to stop that type of thing? But it does seem like a weird shift. And someone mentioned that they thought, like, you know, things were kind of dying down a bit in the UFO space, and so perhaps people are reaching for more interesting things. I don't know, but it was weird, definitely.
What do you think, Merritt?
I agree. It's a shift. Again, I've focused on the nuts and bolts aspect. I will say, just my own personal progression. I've been very open about this. I was deeply skeptical of UFOs. I missed the 2017 story. I think I mentioned this in the longer version, but I've gone through a few of my own mini ontological shocks throughout this journey, right? And you know, I'm skeptical of everything I see just kind of right off the bat. I would need to see evidence. I have seen evidence now. The gimbal video, Mick knows that we've talked to some experts, and none of them agree with his theory, and one of the most important ones explicitly disagrees with this theory. So those are steps on my journey from this is all tinfoil hat whack jobbery to, wow, there's something to this. Then the next step was, I had people telling me, "Guy, hey man, there have been crash retrievals," and I was deeply skeptical of that, having been in the government. I was like, "There's no possible way that secret could have been kept for X amount of years." And now we have people under. We had Chuck Schumer alleging that in congressional legislation, right? So it's remarkable. I've gone through several ontological shocks, and I might go through another one with a psionics. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Keeping an open mind.
That would be interesting.
Skeptical right off the bat, but and keeping an open mind. And I'll just say last. I'll add that Jake and I think the other special operator, Fred Baker, who's truly a legend in the community, I've found over the last 24 hours, they've said openly, "Don't trust us, we'll show you." So, okay.
All right. That's good.
Yeah.
They got a timeline on that? Do you know when we're doing it, when it's coming out?
I don't know, but I think that's great. That's the right attitude.
Yeah, definitely. I would definitely appreciate seeing more data, and the stories aren't cutting it. We need to see actual evidence.
I agree. I think everybody agrees on that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, and Merrick, you had something you wanted to bring up as well.
Yeah. Real quick. So I'll just tee this up. And Jeremy Corbell, there's a video, Mick, I think you figured out when this is posted first, but this is the quote unquote Iraq gimbal video. But I'll just tee it up first. Jeremy got an interview with the Marine who actually recorded this. This was in 2008. And he's in what's called a LAV 25, I think. It's a lightly armored vehicle. He's got a thermal sight, and they're out there in the middle of the desert, truly in the middle of nowhere, close to 100 miles from the Syrian border, doing overwatch and reconnaissance. So he's looking around to see what's around to make sure the bad guys aren't sneaking up on them at night. So he's got this thermal sight, and he sees an object rising, in his words, rising up off of the desert floor. And he says it goes up about 25 meters. Then it moves to about 30 to 50 meters to his left, comes back to that center point, moves about 30 meters to his right, and then goes back to that center point, and then slowly starts climbing. And then at that point, he's like, this is bizarre. I'm going to record this. And he starts recording the screen, and then we have this video. I won't bore people with the full video, but I do want to maybe quickly just point out, if I can share my screen. There are some intriguing similarities. Is that coming through for you guys?
Yeah.
I see it.
Yep.
There are some intriguing similarities to gimbal. I think we can agree on that. And if gimbal is this never before seen anomaly, no expert has ever seen this before. I mean, Mick, we were on the call with the HeadshotH4rry expert. He says, this is, quote, bizarre. I've never seen anything like this. No aviator has seen anything like this. So when you see these matches, that's interesting to me. Oh, and by the way, these anomalies just happen to look like the classic saucer. What are the odds, right?
That's what makes it fun, isn't it? It makes it more interesting.
Classic saucer. And I'll just quickly add one more thing. There's an interesting video, and Mick, I know you did a semi debunk of this, but I do have a few bones to pick per usual. Is that coming through for you guys?
Yeah, I see it.
Yep.
It's kind of stepping. Well, you not played it yet. Okay.
Yeah. So it does this.
All right.
This stepping thing, right? And then it's slowed down at half speed. So he moves it. He moves the camera up, and you see it jolt down, right? So that's moving the camera, right? So this system is a thermal. It's a thermal system. You can move it left, right, up, down, and it's a thermal sight. So the gun barrel. There's video of this online. The gun barrel is actually pointed to where this is how they shoot the weapon without getting out of the vehicle, right?
Yeah, it's a gun sight.
Exactly, it's literally a gun sight. So you can see him moving, but that up and down, that kind of that jittery, that jumpy ascent is very interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting little thing. I think, again, we have the issue of it being very poor quality. We see here, like, you see all the compression blocks and everything and the pixels. And I think there's a couple of points I'd like to make. The first is, like, you did that comparison earlier where you did two frames that look very similar with the gimbal and this Iraqi gimbal. One of them is in the gimbal frame that you showed was in black hot mode, and this is in white hot. And the contrast curves are very different for those two modes. It's not really, one isn't the inverse of the other. So you're comparing a black hot to a white hot isn't a very good comparison. And if you were to take the white hot images, which are at the start of the gimbal video, they're actually quite different shape to the rest. You see a kind of more irregular shape. It's kind of like, you're familiar with it, it's kind of like narrower at one end and then wider at the other. It doesn't really look like that. So if you were to take that.
I saw your comment, and as you know, Mick, over the course of the gimbal video, the object grows, it gets bigger, and it does actually become that shape. So I think you're missing the point. Anyway, we can talk about
why is it changing shape, though? Is it magically morphing from one shape into another? It doesn't really make any sense.
As the jet gets closer, it becomes more defined, right?
Yeah, well, I think, as you know, I think that the gimbal shape is actually a camera artifact. I know you don't like the word glare. You don't like the word glare. A lot of people agree with me, but not the people you found. Yeah, but then the experts that you found, we went over this before. The experts you found, they also thought that it looked like an SR-71, which it looks absolutely nothing like an SR-71. So, really are those experts really very good at analyzing this particular video? They took a quick take, and the guy told you that it was just a quick take and it wasn't meant to be an assessment.
Let's get to that, Rube. What do you think this video? What do you think we're looking at right here?
I don't know what we're looking at, but I think. It's something that doesn't show the observables. It doesn't, it's far away, so we can't really see it.
What do you make of this
the motion? All right, the motion. Yeah, the motion. I think there's obviously we don't see the really dramatic movements that he talked about. He's rising up from the desert, moving left and right. We see it moving slowly up. Now we see it kind of looking like it's kind of moving a little bit like this, up and down, like kind of relative to the background. I think what we're seeing there is actually the turret of the vehicle, or perhaps the vehicle itself with the engine, just moving a tiny little bit up and down, which would make the camera move. He talked about how he was raising the, I have to be careful not to do a Nazi salute here, like Elon Musk just did, raising up the camera thing, so it was always pointing in the sky, and he got like embarrassed that he thought other people might be looking at him, and so he lowered it down. But I think doing that is going to make it kind of a wobble a little bit because we're kind of zoomed in quite a lot here. So I think we're just seeing camera movement. It doesn't register exactly with the clouds because the clouds are very low frequency in technical terms. So they're very smooth curves, so they don't move very much because of the video compression. Now this video, I think it was part of a dump that somebody did. There's a UFO site on Twitter, I think it's called Rayfios or something like REAFOUS, UFOs. And they uploaded a whole bunch of stuff to mega.co.New Zealand, NZ. And so there might actually be a better version of this out there, which might actually help resolve some of these things. So if someone knows of that better version, then that would be good to have.
This is thermal. You incorrectly thought this was a night vision and thought this was.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think it is?
Well, yeah, I still think the most likely thing is essentially the landing lights of an aircraft, which do show up in thermal because it's the halogen lights.
But how would it be?
Hot lights.
But Mick, how would it be?
LED lights wouldn't show up.
How would they be bouncing up and down like that if they were LED lights? I mean,
they're not. They're not. That's the camera bouncing up and down. So it's like very little like jiggles of the camera, like here, would actually make things move around.
And why would the lights be irregularly shaped? Why wouldn't they be like sort of uniformly distributed?
Because it's bright, it's looking directly into the camera. It's like the usual kind of glare type thing. So I think it would be like, bright light in the middle on the landing gear and maybe 2 lights on the side. I don't know though. I mean, it could be that
Just visible light, landing lights. Why would there be landing lights 100 miles from the Syrian border in the middle of the desert in Anbar province or wherever this was?
Well, maybe because it was landing somewhere. It's a plane, it's a military plane. It's not like every single fires black.
You can't see lights in thermal. Like you just cannot see.
Well, you can see heat in thermal though, and some lights are very hot. So like the halogen lights.
You're telling me that?
I don't know. Like, but I don't think I'm not ready to rule it out.
Where's the engine exhaust if this is a plane?
The engine exhaust. Well, it would be behind the where you're looking at.
If it's coming at you, you'd be seeing those.
No, it's behind something. When something comes at you, you don't see the things that are behind it. I mean, you can't see the back of my head, can you?
It's coming at you like this, right? You can see the plumes going.
No, you really can't. You really can't because if it's far away, like I've taken lots of video of planes that are say like 50 to 100 miles away, and when they're coming towards you, the angle between like the plane and you really isn't that much. They're essentially kind of
one big
flat line
we're looking at. Like it's just so bizarre to me. Like
it is pretty bizarre, isn't it? Yeah, but I don't know what it is. I mean, it could be like a weird drone or something. But I don't really think it just shows any kind of.
Mick stumped. I'm done here.
Well, that's fair enough.
It just happens to look like gimbal.
I mean, look at this video. It's like you can barely read the time code at the top of it. It's a crappy video. If we had the original video, maybe we'll be able to see a little bit more. Maybe we'll be able to prove that it was one thing or the other. But I really don't think we can rule things out from this particular video. I see like the plane thing isn't like super compelling.
It's
But
not compelling at all.
I don't. What I think is it doesn't actually demonstrate any of the observables. It doesn't demonstrate like extraordinary motion. It's just something. It just happens to look like the gimbal in this particular frame. And as I said, you're taking white hot against black hot, and if you take all the white hot frames from gimbal, they don't actually match.
Because
Because it's not morphed into a different shape yet?
Gets closer to it. It gets 15% larger as it gets closer, which is the exact size at the correct distance. So
why is it changing shape? And getting larger doesn't change shape. Sure, you pick some frames here that look the same.
Mick, you're a pilot, so you know this, right? If you're flying at something, it gets larger as you get closer to it.
I'm familiar with perspective of American.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what happens in gimbal, and it just happens.
Yes, I know gimbal gets larger.
Grow at the exact same size,
but it doesn't change shape. I mean, this egg isn't changing shape from here to here. It's just a bigger egg. It's not going to get, one end isn't going to get thicker, which is what happens in gimbal.
You realize perspective, right? And the way they come up from behind, right? Or they're maneuvering to come in behind it, right? So it's not like they're coming directly at it, Mick. You know that.
So you're saying the angle of the object changes.
Yes, absolutely.
I look forward to you doing a 3D model of the gimbal object that will demonstrate this change in shape.
It's already in your Serac. Anyway, we can go on for days.
we could go on for days.
I just need to, and I go into this in the longer interview. But again, the bottom line is no experts agree with Mick, and literally the one of the top infrared air-to-air infrared experts explicitly disagreed with Mick's theory.
Yeah, I came up with another cockamamie theory, which was completely wrong as well. So what are you going to do? I think we've got some crappy videos here, which are unfortunately the best videos that we have. And I think that in itself is a huge clue about ufology. The only videos that we get are crappy videos. And the reason that we only get crappy videos is if the videos were better quality, we'd be able to tell what the thing was. And then we'd know it was a UFO or not. And so none of the good videos show UFOs. All we're left with is these crappy videos. It's the low information zone. That's how UFOs work.
I don't think so, Mick. And I hope we learn more, but the Pentagon has said that they have, quote, true anomalies that they're so stumped by. And this is Kozlov, the new director of the Pentagon's UFO office, has said, we have true anomalies that I, as an engineer and a physicist, I'm paraphrasing, do not understand, and I do not know anybody else who understands. So let's see what those videos are.
That's because they haven't got the information. But I'm looking forward to seeing those true anomalies.
They said they're
I'm looking
so
forward
stumped that they need the public. So that's me, that's you, Mick,
that's me.
Jesse, that's everybody, that's everybody that's watching.
They can use my software, open source, SitRec. Anyone can use it, and hopefully they will, and maybe it'll help them solve it. But I'll be happy to help.
Well, whatever we're seeing is definitely at the margins of reality, and so I think we wouldn't be having this debate if it was like super clear.
The margins of perception, which isn't really the margins of reality.
Well, there you go. Now you're talking like us. I mean, I think the margins of our, because there are doors of perception, to quote William Blake or Aldous Huxley, and in the optical range that involves 400 to 700 nanometers. And if you have these things traveling, close to the speed of light, they're probably doing one of two things. They're probably, if they're moving away from you, they're stretching light, and so that's like the bottom end of the visible band, but probably lower than what we can actually see. And then if they're coming towards you, they're crunching light, and so that's your microwaves. And so it's either it's going to be infrared or microwave, and you need these sensor modalities. Normal civilians don't have those sensor modalities, and so it kind of makes sense that you would either get blue shifted or red shifted optical, or you would get like other sensors, and you'd have to debate it endlessly because it wouldn't really look good to the normal eye.
Can I ask some non-UFO physicists about that? I mean, Hal Puthoff says things like that, yes, but I think you need to ask some, I hesitate to say real physicists, but someone who isn't perhaps so enmeshed in this whole UAP thing.
Well, what would they say? Yeah, go for it.
Just very quickly, and Jesse, to build on that, there's a documented history of the most important one of the most important historical documents in this whole topic is what's called the Twining Memo from 1947. General Nathan Twining, who I believe went on to become the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he wrote a memo that said, he listed all the kind of the characteristics of UFOs, and I think the one word that was underlined was that they are evasive. As soon as they are contacted by,
that's how they work.
But you've had aviators that have seen metallic discs within a few hundred feet, and I laid this out. Right, there's I think at least 30 cases where multiple credible witnesses, police officers, pilots, engineers have seen these objects 100 feet away. And they all just happen to look like the gimbal and the Iraq gimbal.
They're evasive, but not when there's no camera available. They're evasive, but they appear 100 feet away, where you would be able to get wonderful 4K video if you had your camera with you. Yeah, so they're not really evasive. They're just evading cameras. This
is the flaw in your analytic approach. And this is, but I wish you took some time to read through the actual, and I'm happy to send you the most compelling ones. And you have to read through the most compelling reports that are out there. Multi-witness within several hundred feet. Shake your head. Go ahead. That's fine. I'm just telling you, that's my analytic basis. That's what I go off.
Yeah, your analytic basis is stories from 70, 80 years ago. It's not really very useful.
And video, and the gimbal video. And
I would also
video. That's it.
I would also say, if we're talking about things that travel the speed of light or do any of the things that seem to break our conventional physics, and then you accept any of these stories around consciousness, they probably know how to evade perception on more of a root level than we're, able to even understand. So,
now we're getting away from the nuts and bolts here. This is kind of like highly speculative.
I wouldn't say it's a getting away from nuts and bolts. It's just, goes toward the Arthur C. Clarke quote that any sufficiently advanced technology appears to be magic. And so
can you demonstrate that is happening, though?
Demonstrate what is happening?
Any of what you just said. They're detecting cameras and avoiding them.
Well, all good science is the interplay between experimentation and theory, and I would bucket in anomalies with experimentation, where you see these observable things. You can't just snap them to grid on present theory of, this can't exist because of present physical models. That would have, stagnated science in all sorts of cases in the past, whether it's black body radiation or the orbit of Mercury, which were both very anomalous. And so in this case, you're seeing this anomalous thing. It's actually somewhat repeatable with two things. Nuclear and consciousness, and it's kind of on us to theorize, and we could again snap it back to the grid of like general relativity and say it's impossible, but usually that loses the snapping back to the grid, and maybe the person making theories around this thing is a heretic of the present, but they're often vindicated in the future as kind of the hero of the future, scientifically speaking. So I'd say if you're looking at it from a meta scientific Thomas Kuhnian model of like the structure of scientific revolutions, you'd probably bet on the anomaly. You wouldn't bet on the present physics model. The present physics model always goes away.
You can't just bet on every single anomaly out there and expect them all to be true. It's not like, they laugh at you and you're right. It's that most things that are weird aren't actually real. There are very few of them that actually turn out to be interesting things. And those are things that where we do have repeatable and measurable data, like the orbit of Mercury and things like that. We don't have that. We've got an accumulation of anecdotes, an accumulation of stories, and we've got lots and lots of them. And it seems compelling. It seems compelling because you just gather together all the ones that seem similar. Look, here are all the ones from nuclear power stations. Here are all the ones that show like shiny discs. So yes, of course they're remarkably consistent because you've gathered them together. Do some actual statistical analysis on this and see what comes out.
Well, yeah, go for it. Yeah, Merrick, you did.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go.
Patel put out a very, very deep analysis of the 1947 and 1952 sightings. And guess what? Fascinating. 33% of the most credible sightings were unknown. And those are ones that had enough data to be analyzed.
Sure, but we have no idea what they considered to be enough data, and we don't know any of those cases. And it was like 80 years ago. It's useless.
And then Edward J. Ruppelt also, did a study for pre-Blue Book, signed and Grudge, and it's the same thing. It was like 70% of these cases show up around nuclear. That's the reason Patel was involved in the first place, because they're managing all of this, nuclear stuff to begin with. And then you have, again, my editor is going to kill me because I wanted to keep this kind of targeted, but we have 167 guys with Q clearances who have no reason. They haven't made a dime from this. They've been castigated and shamed and often demoted.
They have to report it, right?
And exactly, they have to report it if they're on the personal reliability program, and that has to be an extremely depressed number. That 167 has to actually be 10,700 or something. You really have to multiply that by a ton due to this.
Right. How many people have Q clearance, and how many of them are in positions where they have to report things regardless, and so they end up reporting a whole bunch more stuff than your regular guy at Walmart would.
That is a very high subset of people with Q clearance, and it's not just people seeing these things in distant places in the sky because of hypervigilance around nuclear assets. It's them shutting down the power around these nuclear sites, disarming the nukes themselves, and in certain cases, these guys claim to board crafts and have things implanted inside them.
Well, it just sounds a bit implausible to me.
Those guys controlling the nuclear button if they're all insane? Because either
they're not all insane. They're just the normal people. They're regular people. They have normal human failings.
But come on, I mean, if a guy was guarding these nuclear assets and claimed these things, and it wasn't repeatable, like I just interviewed a guy named Mario Woods, 1977, Ellsworth Air Force Base, South Dakota, boarded a craft or whatever, and woke up 9 miles in Lake Newell away from the base, and has marks on his body, and it was just a really crazy experience. And he had his Q clearance and retained it and worked at Sandia and all sorts of other DOE labs, I think Oak Ridge, for another 20 years. If you're like a higher up, person in, the DOE, and you see that, and you have this one guy claiming this crazy shit, why would you continue to hire him for the next 20 years unless that was actually just this repeatable thing happening to a lot of people, and you were hyper aware of the phenomena overall, and you didn't blame the guy, and you realized he was totally lucid and mentally sound. I wouldn't let that guy near my nuclear assets. If he was the one guy, if he was just the one guy.
It's not like he had his finger on the button and he could launch things. He was someone who worked there. He had a Q clearance. And people David Grush had a psychotic episode and was voluntarily hospitalized, and he kept his clearance because people, just because they have episodes doesn't mean you automatically lose that. He
didn't have a psychotic episode at all. He had too much to drink one night, and his buddy next to him was blown up in war because of Afghanistan combat.
PTSD, so it's,
I don't want to get into personal stuff.
Arguable. But I'm just saying that you don't lose your clearance just because you have one thing happen to you. If you get cleared by a doctor later, you go to therapy, whatever, you can carry on working. Obviously, we don't know the details of that, HIPAA and everything. I don't know if he volunteered exactly what happened. Did he just go back to work the next day and say, "I saw aliens," and they're like, "Okay, go back to work"?
No, there was a very clear protocol he underwent due to obviously the Air Force having seen this before. They checked him for certain things. They checked it
to you.
I'll just say in the post global war on terror era, their PTS has been a significant issue, and yes, Jesse's correct that military services have had to deal with this a lot, and there are protocols. Indeed, Jesse's correct about that. That had to be followed for Grush to retain his clearance. But I don't want to get into personal stuff. Mick, can I just quickly? I will shut up after this. Mick, can I pin you down? The experts have spoken. They say glare is not a thing. They say what we're seeing in those engines is what's called blooming, which is a well-known artifact in infrared technology. And they said, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, the credentials are impeccable. Blooming would not have resulted in that rotation.
Yeah, unless
What's the theory for the gimbal video?
Yeah, the gimbal. I think there's two possibilities. Well, there's three possibilities. One is a real craft that's rotating. One is that what I suggested is correct. Then there's some kind of optical artifact that happens before the sensor. And the other one is, like glare. And the other one, I know. You said you shut up, Marek. Then the third one is that the derotation happens after the sensor, like it's a digital derotation, which is something that's in the patent. I don't know which one of those it is. I do know that it looks like it's an optical artifact that's rotating because of derotation, because of all the various observables that I list in my video. And one of the experts says that he thought I was right, but for the wrong reason. Another one said that it looked like an SR-71. Well, they both said that, actually. So, I think perhaps we need to talk to these experts in a bit more detail, drill down into this.
And for the record, the one who said you were right, he actually did not say that. Let's be clear, and I'll put out those emails happily after this, and we can have that discussion. That is, that's not true.
Well, he said, I think Mick is right, but for the wrong reason.
I don't think that's correct, and I put that out there.
Sure, well, I'll check him out. I could be wrong too, but that's how I recall it.
Please do, because everything he described was an internal thing. It's not on the glass. Anyway, bottom line is the experts have basically ruled out theory. Arrow is not. Yeah, the patent doesn't say anything.
Those experts did not give a definite answer. They gave an opinion based on limited data. The one, I read the email to you.
Explicitly ruled it out.
He explicitly said this was an initial impression based on limited data.
Yep.
And that it was not intended to be something. It wasn't even something he wanted to share. He didn't want his emails to be shared. And he didn't come to an actual conclusion.
I did it anonymously because I think it's important to hear those voices.
Anyway,
he didn't want to share it anyway. And like, did you get permission from him to share those emails?
I did not. I put it out anonymously. I anonymized it because I think it's important for people to see what the world's leading experts say about this footage.
I asked him for permission because I wanted to share it myself, and he said no. So, and the other one didn't reply.
Sorry to hear that. Does it bother you that Arrow does not endorse your theory?
No, yeah, I don't think they've got round to it yet.
It's the most recognizable
rather slow
UFO footage of all time.
No, they did Aguadilla, which is one that existed before that. So
I think the fraction of people who see
I don't know. You see Aguadilla come up all the time. It's a very famous UFO video, and they I know you agree with them on that one.
I do actually. I do.
I know you've talked to Kirkpatrick, and he told you some ridiculous interpretation off the top of his head, and then other people have said things.
He said it twice, the same thing twice.
So and it's disappointing that we're not getting more information from Arrow, but we haven't got the official word yet from them.
Maybe we can leave it at, let's hope Kozlowski is true to his word, and he can, whatever bureaucratic classification issues he has to overcome to get the really anomalous stuff that he said he is stumped by, the true anomalies. Maybe we can leave it here. Let's hope.
That'd be great.
Let's get that stuff out there.
And in the meantime,
let's figure this out.
Why doesn't someone leak something that's really good? Why are we getting these crappy egg videos and these bouncy objects? Leak the 4K stuff, please.
Well, I think we can let's end on that note of, collegiality between us. We would all like to see better footage.
Indeed.
No matter what our takes are on the existing record and what we currently have. So, Mick, Merrick, appreciate you guys. We're going to put this out pretty soon and just tag it on to our finished video. So,
sounds good.
Yeah. Cool.
Thanks again, guys. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. All right. Later.
Good night.
Bye.
Yo, shout out to Air and to Maya Caddy. Man, I was so sucked in to these podcasts that I wasn't even paying attention to chat. So my apologies. And thank you for saying hello. Thank you for saying hi. While I was up there building that hot air balloon structure, my eyes were glued to the screen. My left finger was... I don't think I could have been pressing shift any harder. So, yeah, I was distracted, but thank you. Thank you guys for saying hi. Got more horses? Let's go. Yeah, what up, Air? Yo, man, I'm sorry I missed you guys' chat. My Katie and Air. My bad. I'll add you guys on the top chat screen, just because I'm flubbed up. I got zoned in. I got locked on. Damn. It's 6 o'clock. I should probably cut this stream. I think what I'm gonna do, cause if I put all these guys on the track, something goes wrong. But if I have just like maybe 5 going on this track, they'll keep going indefinitely. It's not until I add the extra that it messes up. So what I'm gonna do is redirect this guy over to my roller coaster over there. So it's gonna be sick. My roller coaster will have permanent riders. I didn't really intend to do that, but I need somewhere to put these guys. So I'm gonna need all the rails. But I'm probably gonna do it tomorrow, cause it can't get any later. It's already the latest. It's already tomorrow. So thanks for saying hi, Air and Maya Katie. My bad for missing your chats, but I'll make it up and put you guys on the top chat. And if you don't know what that is, it's this. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. We'll catch you tomorrow. Take care. Good night.